Stormborn, A Tale of the Dwemhar. Stormborn Saga Book 1. Written by J.T. Williams. Narrated by Nick Denton. A young boy pushed off his blanket and sat up. He was a determined young man, and though the house was warm and breakfast was an arm's reach away, he had always felt alone. This was his home, as much as he could call it one. He had no mother, and he had no father. He was Valrin, the orphan of eels, or so he had playfully been named now that he had spent his mornings gathering them. His Aunt Tua looked after him. She wasn't his true aunt, but he was thankful for her. There were few warm arms to be had in the fishing village of Trava, and there was even less warmth outside. Valrin chewed on a fish cake with red berries and strapped up his boots. Donning a slightly bigger than needed coat, he slipped on his gloves and pushed open the door. It was just now entering the months of fall in the southern lands, but the polar lights greeted him, one of his few friends in this desolate port town. The town itself was built into the rocky shores that went up from a cove that was frequented by fishers in sour weather. The few houses that had sprouted up were generally guest homes, used only during the fishing season. As he went towards the water's edge, he checked 2 traps for eels. The fishers loved eels, and he wasn't too sure why. He never had much luck fishing with them himself, but perhaps it was different out at sea. He had never gone fishing on one of the massive ships and actually seen what they used them for. He always hoped to, but he never had a chance. 2, he said to himself. That ought to get me a bit of coffee. Coffee was a much sought-after substance that Aunt Tua loved. She looked out for him for as long as he could remember, and she was actually part elven. It got her in trouble by some of the other fishers. The people of the glacial seas sought to keep to themselves and their own races. There were no other elves on the island, but she was okay with that. It was strange in a way, but her careful watch always made Valrin feel like something was different about him. For a while, the fishers said that he was good luck. There was even a rumor that he had washed ashore during a horrible storm and was chosen by the storm itself to live. Aunt Tua was never very specific on how he came to be. For years he heard the name Stormchild and Ocean Soul, but he never felt offended by them. He loved the ocean and storms. As powerful as they could be, they made him feel truly alive. As he grew older and now edged toward the years of being a man, by the standard, there was even more peculiar looks at him. As the sun began to rise, he passed one of the fishers who was much older than the rest. Valrin, have you gotten any of your slimy bastards? He nodded. Yes, sir, I do. Were you needing one? Nope, but I have a feeling you will have some traders coming in. I'm going to go fish myself. There are dwarven vessels on the horizon. You know they always bring good wares. Dwarves were the best for their oddities, and Valrin pranced up the hill to where he could see the other side of the island and the approaching ships. There were several in the outline of the orange sky. He ran quickly to the other traps and began to sack his catches. Running from one part of the island to the other, he went to every nook he'd hid his traps. The people of the village cared little to search for eels themselves. Besides, why do it when you could have a young boy like Valrin do it? As he returned to his house, Aunt Tua looked him up and down. Now you're looking a mess this morn. I am. Thank you for the fish cakes. You know how much I love them. That I do. I was feeling a bit restless last night. I couldn't concentrate. Are we happy when the dark winter comes? Did the other fisher leave out like she said? She did. Her boat is gone. For the past few weeks, Valrin had spent his days with an elven minstrel fisher named Evia. It was a strange combination. A minstrel fisher, and she was a rare sight. A woman of younger years, and one who took a liking to Valrin. Vals, she would say, you mustn't worry about what others do, unless it is their actions that cause harm. Then you must deal with them. Valrin remembered this and kept it in his mind. He'd heard many sayings of the wise, but this one made sense to him more than any. He'd seen many misgivings in the port. He'd even seen men killed over money. There was much evil in the world, and he could only do so much to not be saddened by it. Though Aunt Tua had rather he waited until they'd settled in, it was clear the dwarven vessel he had seen at sunrise was approaching the wooden docks. He quickly carried his simple creatures to see what the dwarves would trade. He knew Aunt Tua wouldn't mind. She stayed indoors during the day and always told him she loved the night, and though it was strange to many, he understood it. As he came near the docks, he noticed this was no fishing ship he had seen before. It was a large ship with green rails and massive pointed crossbows along its deck. Many stocky dwarves stomped down a gangplank, and a few of them had blood on them. There was one man who stood in front of them. Valrin didn't like the look of him. He seemed to like bones, and was not afraid to shake some poor sea creature's skull at the fishers who had come to greet him. "I say to you all," he began, "I am a simple dwarf. I only seek a dangerous man who has thus far evaded my capture. There is a ship. Its centre mast is destroyed. It has a rough crew of the most dangerous types. Elves, men, a woman who casts magic from her hands. We need your help. If you see this ship, if it makes port, with great care, simply cast the contents of this bag in the fire." He handed the bag to one of the fishers. "I will personally pay the entire island a sum of 1,000 pieces of gold and supplies to last the winter tenfold for the capture of this crew." "Tenfold?" the man taking the sack asked. "What could a crew do so much as to be worth this kind of reward?" "Do not worry of it," the dwarf said. "Just know that their captain is dangerous, and none of them can be trusted. I had some of me own betray me to him, and I would like to deal with the deserters." The dwarf smiled, and the others with him laughed as they went back to their ships. Valrin dropped his bag. The dwarves were already leaving. The men talked amongst themselves for the vast reward they had been offered. Whoever these wanted people were, they would not be wanted for long. Valrin was down for the rest of the day. The dwarves, though of a fleet of many ships, were not interested in trade, and it seemed no other ships would come in. Valrin sat on a bluff overlooking the harbour as the sunset began to fall. I know where the wind does blow, over icy waters blue, forever wandering the depths of a sailor's life I wish I knew. Sunrise high and across the sky, sun sinks low and starlight shines. A long night, winter cold and dark, the polar lights of godly signs. Ever a night I think and wish for my parents to come from the sea. Take me back and teach me why I only remember a stormy sky. Valrin closed his eyes and lay back. He looked up at the sky and thought of the island he had called home for so long. The winds blew over him, and he took a deep breath. He then heard something that seemed frantic in nature. He looked up to see that a ship was coming into the harbour, but not very quickly at all. It had red sails, and the centre mast was broken down the middle. Men used rows to move the ship onto the shore. As night began to fall, and the sun was just leaving the sky, Valrin jumped up and ran down the bluff to the shoreline. He wondered if this was the ship, the vessel the dwarves searched for. He was one of many who were now on the shore. There were several crew members looking out, and several more looking behind them. A tall man jumped ashore and immediately put his hands up to the rather rowdy group of islanders. "I am Adonus of the free vessel Truest Bliss. We come with no arms drawn, seeking peace." One of the fishers stepped forward. Valrin knew him as Gunnar. In his hand was the sack given to them by the dwarf from before. "We had heard of a ship. Dwarves are looking for you." The crew of the Truest Bliss seemed to become disgruntled. There was a shorter man next to Adonus who whispered up to him. A woman stood to his right and pointed to the tree line, and Adonus looked and seemed to nod in agreement. "People of the Isle, I do not have the fortune of the dwarven captain, nor do I seek to buy your loyalty. I have a small supply of grain for payment to take one of your tall trees on the bluffs. We will need no assistance in harvesting it, and by morning, or sooner, we will be gone." Gunnar drew a small blade, as did other fishers, while a vast majority lifted up an arrangement of spiked hose and even a gigging stick. "You will not be going anywhere. You will be staying here, and we will have a happy winter, courtesy of a dwarf's reward." The many crew aboard the ship drew back longbows. Valrin noticed they were elves. The shorter man grasped a hammer. "Is he a dwarf?" Valrin wondered. He didn't seem to have an issue with this captain. The woman beside Adonus lifted her hands, and a blast of fire landed just before Gunnar. "We may be kind," Adonus said, "but do not threaten my crew, fisher." "Bray, send the man to the afterlife," the shorter man said. "Archers, prepare to release." About that moment, Aunt Tua pushed her way through the crowd. "What kind of nonsense is happening here?" she asked. Gunnar pointed. "These are wanted men, and a good reward is wanted for their heads." "And how is a wee man like you going to get that reward with several elven arrows in your chest, not to mention that warhammer?" She turned to the captain. "Your crew is welcome to my house, and ignore these rascals. They are only here for a season. It's just me and the boy Valrin here all the time." Valrin joined her, and Adonus signaled his crew to stand down. Those fishers gathered seemed to do the same, except for Gunnar. Adonus went to Aunt Tua and bowed. "Thank you. I assure you we will only be here for as long as necessary." The fishers all went their way as the bulk of the ship's crew disembarked. Gunnar shook his head, obviously disgruntled for having lost his support. He too sank away. Valrin watched as many elves stood on different parts of the ship. They were tirelessly watching the opening of the cove. As a large group of the crew, including the one called Bray and the dwarf, went to harvest the tree, the captain was beckoned to Aunt Tua's house. Valrin was amazed by the man. He had no hair on his face, a strange fact for those of the glacial seas. He wore a dark tunic with metal brooches and a curved sword. "Mr. Adonus, will you sit and have some tea? I have a large stew I've been cooking and a store of dried meat. If it is not enough for your crew, my apologies. I didn't expect such an arrival this time of year." "Your kindness is almost overbearing. I would gladly accept, and thank you for your words against the men outside." She smiled. "They are too simple-minded to even be called men. They are pigs, in truth, and I'm happy when they leave. You have an attractive woman with you. I'd say watch her." Adonus laughed. "Bray can well take care of herself in an unscrupulous crowd, I promise." As Valrin stared at the captain, he looked away as he was noticed by Adonus's careful eyes. "Do you live here, son?" "I do." "Your father a fisher?" "I do not know him. My father and mother were lost to me. I came here in a storm." Aunt Tua seemed to look at Adonus as he nodded and centered his gaze. "A boy of the storm. There are legends of such boys and girls, at least among the seafaring folk. A lost race of long ago, before the seas covered these lands, who was said to bless the realm with certain souls who would be born of storms, who would have access to the old knowledge. They actually created souls. Can you believe it?" Valrin nodded, but he wasn't actually sure he believed it. "I have spent much time on the many seas of our lands, but these seas called to me. There is something to be upon these waters with the story I just told you. I, too, have no parents to call my own, but the sea has been good to me. I have great friends, and we do what we can to help those in need. These pirates are the worst kind. They may promise riches, but they will take over your island. You will be taken care of, but only as slaves." "A bit rough for a young boy to hear," Aunt Tua said. "True, but this world is rough. A world full of the coddled is a world in chaos. I find it is better to accept truth as it is." There was a knock at the door, and Adonus jumped, his hand to the hilt of his blade. Aunt Tua opened the door, and in stepped the short man. "Looking for our captain?" a man said. "Come on in," she told him. "He is here." As he stepped into the house, followed by the woman, Aunt Tua beckoned them to sit as well. "The wood is in place," Bray said. It will hold until we can get it to a proper shipwright, but we should avoid any run-ins until we have a proper job done. Aye, the short man said, and storms, or we'll be fishing our sails out of the seas. Pray, Rotho, this young man is Valrin of the seas. Another? Asked Rotho. Antua seemed to be more disgruntled, but Valrin wasn't sure if that was exactly the emotion. She was suddenly more distant than before. Yes, Adonus confirmed. One like me, one destined for the water. As it was now clear to the others that Aunt Tua was upset, Bray stood to help her serve the food. Thank you, Mom, for the hospitality. The fish is attending to our crewmen. It seems your words have caused a change of heart from the others here. Yes, she said plainly. She served the food to them and sighed before going toward her room. Valrin was curious of it, but then turned to the others as they ate. Adonus took out a ring he kept in one of his pouches. He handed it to Valrin. Have you seen one of these? Valrin shook his head. The ring had a brilliant speckled white glow in the center of a blue field. It allows you to go under the surface of the water, but not drown. It is only usable by some. Put it on. Let us see if you possess what I believe you do. Valrin put on the ring slowly, a bit concerned over what he was actually doing. As the metal rested on his finger, it began to glow slightly. Adonus smiled. We are brothers of the same world, Valrin. I am happy we have met. It was at that moment that Aunt Tua emerged from her room. She had a single silver chain piece of jewelry in hand. She handed it to Valrin with tears in her eyes. He was confused. He had never seen her so upset, and he was worried of why. As the fire glowed behind her, she sat down at the table. I knew at some point the truth would be known, but I did not know it was now. Adonus sat up in his chair. You have only been with me for just over 12 years, but when you came here, I was already older than you may believe. I came to the north for the darkness. I was infected some time ago with a kind of curse that while I received a potential cure, it did not remove my sensitivity to the harsh sun. I had prayed to Wura to give me purpose in this desolate place, and that night, you washed ashore with that amulet. I took up my guard of you. I accepted my curse and remained here, watchful. I had a purpose, and I rid myself of my cure to assure I could protect you. She gave him the amulet. I not know what it is, but I do not believe in coincidence. Not anymore, at least. Perhaps this man can tell you more of it. I have a feeling about him. Adonus leaned in, looking at the amulet in Valrin's hand. He touched it with his hand, and then nodded, looking at the boy. This is special. Something that's a sign of... A hurried knock on the door cut off the captain's words. He stood up as Bray made it to the door before anyone else. It was one of the elves. Captain, the men are all sick. They put something in our food. Those within the house stumbled out. Valrin immediately noticed that many of the crew were lying on the ground, grabbing their stomachs. It also seemed that other members of the crew had not eaten, and angrily held their weapons out at the fishers. It was then Valrin looked up to the bluffs. The other fishers had lit a large fire, and a white, glowing plume filled the sky over the island. It's a signal, Rotho said. They're signaling the fleet. Then we must go, Adonus ordered. Valrin and Aunt Tua stood back as the three sailors moved toward their crew on the ground. Gunnar stood between them and the sickened crew members. A large group of dwarves came from the ship. We see our old master coming this way. Quickly, we must go now. Adonus drew his curved blade, holding it towards Gunnar. I only kill when I must, and this is looking to be a situation that doesn't fare well for you, fisher. Valrin noticed several ships on the edge of the cove, making a slow but deliberate approach. From what he could see in the moonlight, none of these looked exactly like the ship that had been seen here before. Stay, Valrin, Aunt Tua told him. She began to walk at a hastened pace toward the confrontation between the crew of the Truest Bliss and the fishers. He followed behind, though kept back far enough to hopefully not alert his aunt. You can strike me, Captain, Gunnar said, but I assure you, You will die by the hands of one of the many on this island. Arntua walked up to Gunnar and pushed him in the chest. You've had good catches this year. The gods have blessed you, and this is how you repay them, by selling out a crew who has not shown any violence to you. Gunnar pushed her back and pointed at her face. You inbred elf, why don't you act normal for once in your life? I should have waited until morning. I wouldn't have to see your scarred face, you filthy bitch. I know who else spends their nights up, but you're not even an ounce as attractive as a harbour wench from a few islands over. You're old, washed out and weak. Gunnar kicked her in the stomach, and she fell to the ground. He spat on her, and then Valrin noticed she was up to her feet in a flash, to the utter surprise of the fisher. You not know who you speak to, human? She yelled. It was that moment when from the darkness of the bluff came several figures. Adonus looked up. Rugarg, he said to the others. As the figures approached, the captain from before, Rugarg, was clapping. Very good, very good. I knew that they would come here. I had hoped to get at least some sleep, but we were never too far away. Rugarg went to Gunnar and handed him a bag of silver. A payment on a promise to be had in time. You've done well for your island. It will now be a port of the Dwarven Lord of Barbs. All upon the island and the waters surrounding it, and now under the protection of His Majesty, and all property here is now his. A sudden grumbling roar came from the other fishers. Keep calm, he said. He then walked towards Adonus, lifting his axe up as he did. Come quickly, you sea wretch. I have enough men to take 3 dwarves and 10 russes. I can take you alone. Rugarg then looked down at Valrin. His eyes widened, and he stepped past Antua. He pointed a chubby finger at him. A Stormborn, here. This amulet is what we need. Come here, boy. Valrin stumbled backward and began to run just to have Rugarg grab him. He began to scream, kicking and punching before taking aim with his fingers and digging into the dwarf's eye. Rugarg threw him onto the ground and cursed. Damn boy! He lifted his axe up to strike when Aunt Tua suddenly jumped over Valrin, grabbing the axe, and her face turned white. She let out a blood-curdling scream. Her mouth elongated and sharp fangs glistened in the moonlight. Vampiric bitch! He punched her in the face, dropping his axe and driving a jagged dagger into her throat. Antua! Valrin cried. A blast of magic struck the ground near them, and Valrin felt a hand grab him. He looked up at the deck of the Truest Bliss. Elven archers fired into pursuing dwarves as he was carried up the gangplank. Valrin was tossed onto the deck of the ship by Adonus, who then shouted to the crew, Cast off, we must go now! Bray stood on the plank, helping the few of the crew who could still walk, and pulling another who had just happened to be on the ground right near her. They're killing the others, Rortho said, tossing 2 more of the crewmen on the deck. We have to raise the sails. The other vessels are upon us, Adonus said. Bray began to pull up the plank to the ground, when several dwarves came upon her. Valrin watched from the railings as she reached out. A blast of fire throwing one back, another slammed his axe just over her head, and she turned, attempting to pull herself on deck. One of them grabbed her leg, and in a shrieking flash, Aunt Tua was upon them. Her face was covered in blood, and her body had multiple stab wounds. Aunt! He cried out, but she turned her attention to the other dwarves. Rortho then pulled Bray up, and then the gangplank, as the ship began to lurch forward. Valrin, stay down, Adonus ordered. A series of bolts flew across the deck, and he fell to his stomach, crawling away from the fire that took many elves and men off the deck of the Truest Bliss. He had thought of sailing many times, but he never imagined it as this. From his spot behind a stack of crates, he saw the massive ships on either side of them. Bray ran along the edge of the ship, casting bolts of lightning from her fingertips as ropes with claws came along the railings of the ship. Men cut them down and slashed at dwarves who attempted to board them. A loud and harsh horn called from the 2 ships, and several more dwarves came in the waves upon the deck. Adonus, who had been at the helm of the ship, dropped down to the deck level and began fighting the intruders. In several swathes and parries of his sword, he forced his way along one side, cutting the hold the ship on their right had, before turning to the one on the left. Kill them! Valrin heard shouted from the shore. Kill them all, except Adonus! The wind seemed to increase. The sails of the ship lifted up, and they broke away from the one ship. However, the other ship was still boarding them. "Their sails!" Roldo shouted. "Take out their sails, Bray!" The Russes shot a blast of fire toward the other ship, catching one sail aflame before another crossbow bolt flew into the side of the ship. Valrin stood up, seeing the tensed rope in the ship. It was just out of range of sword, and it seemed that Russis was now engaged with two other dwarves. Valrin saw a large spear. He grabbed it and ran to the edge, stabbing the rope, attempting to fray it and break the hold the ship had on them. Smaller bolts began to fly toward him, striking the wood around his head. Dwarves on the ship saw him, and they had no issue with killing someone as young as Val's, especially aboard this ship. As a massive crank on the ship began to pull the truest bliss into a fatal position, a screech split the air, and Aunt Tua appeared on the deck of the opposing ship. She tore apart the mechanisms and slashed her claw hands into the dwarves who faced her. She then jumped onto the rope holding them in place and bit the line. The rope dropped as she jumped back to the edge of the dwarven vessel. Several axe heads cut into her head, and she fell into the water. Valrin began to cry. "Now lift sails! Let's get out of this place!" Adonus said. Valrin followed the captain up to the upper deck as they moved with haste out of the cove. There were many ships on the other side of the island, but in their folly, the dwarves had not expected them to escape. They reached open sea and began heading north, Valrin's home well behind them. Valrin collapsed on the wooden deck. Adonus gave the wheel over to Rortho. Bray came up to the same area, and he tapped her on the back. "That was close, Captain. We lost at least 30 men, but—" He cut her off and dropped down to Valrin. "She was your only family you had known." With tears falling down his face, he nodded. "Do not worry, son. You are with us. Your aunt was a kind woman, and her curse, as she called it, ended up saving your life and the lives of my crew. I, too, was like you with no family. You will call this ship home." Valrin looked up and forced a small smile. Adonus pulled him to his feet. "You need rest, and this ship is far from danger. And from now, we can assure you sleep. We can talk more of our fortunes tomorrow." Adonus took him to a lower level and a single door with a golden outline around it. This was the captain's quarters. Valrin looked around at the large collection of books, trinkets, and sea charts. He had seen something like this when he was only a few years old. A large vessel came to port, and he got to go on board. He had never forgotten that. Now he was on a ship himself. As he explored more, he noticed there were several simple beds with small circular windows looking out to the sea. He sat down on one, and Adonus smiled. "Sleep well, young Valrin. There is much we will speak of tomorrow." Part 2. An Ancient Secret. Valrin had never attempted to sleep on a ship at sea. In fact, of the many small boats he had been on in his life, this was the first actual ship he'd really spent much time on at all. He awoke to sunlight coming through the window above his head. The rank smell of the wood by his head caused him to curl his nose, and he threw his feet over the edge of the bed. He stood up, surprised he had not awoken earlier, and then immediately thought of his Aunt Tua. Now he understood why she did not like the light, why she was only in the dark. She had the blood of a vampire. She'd been bitten, and that was what she had run to the north for. He touched the pendant around his neck and exhaled. He was deeply saddened by the events, but there was a curiosity in the air, a feeling under his feet, like there was much more within his reach than before. The ship lurched, and he struggled to stand. His stomach turned and felt queasy. He needed fresh air. He made his way to a dark wooden door and pushed it open. The blow of a salty but icy breeze hit him, and he looked around to see glaciers. It was very bright outside too. He recalled back just as Adonus came around the corner. "You're going to need a bit more warmth out here than you're used to. The winds of Dim blow upon us with a howl." It must have been obvious to the captain that Valrin wasn't feeling well, because as soon as they were back in the captain's quarters, Adonus handed him a jar of crushed herbs. "For the ocean shakes your stomach is having. You will get used to it in time." Valrin took a few of the leaves and chewed them. They were harshly bitter and sent a tingle to his nose. But in a few seconds he was feeling better. Adonus went to a wooden chest with black brackets and pulled out a large coat. "It is a bit big for you, but I believe it would work until we can find something better. I can get you something more appropriate soon. Brodo's repairs are holding, but we need to resupply and perhaps find some more men." "Thank you," Valrin said, "for taking me in." "Do not thank me. I only did what was right. I know that in time, all of our paths will make more sense. I had thought it was the end of our quest when our center mast was destroyed, but now I have more faith in it overall." Adonus went to an alcove in the room where a kettle was hung. He touched it with his fingertips. "Good, it's still warm. Do you like coffee?" He nodded. After serving 2 cups of the black brew, Adonus sat down with him. "What questions do you have for me?" he asked. Valrin couldn't think of any questions on the fly. He stared at the captain who drank his coffee and simply waited. He didn't feel rushed. He didn't even feel nervous. This was the first stranger he'd felt completely calm with in his entire life. He took a sip of his coffee. It was a bit bitter, but still good. He looked down at the pendant around his neck. "Storm children, or Stormborn, you say you are one too?" I am. That necklace shows your ties to the sea and passage to a place that, well, you are lucky to be able to go." "So you have one too?" "I did, but it was taken from me when I was very young. You were lucky to be left on an island like you were. I was not so lucky. I ended up on an island of unscrupulous characters, and many just simply hoping I was worth something on the market. I spent time as a servant boy, if you can imagine it, and the only valuables I was left with were my hands. I had a few friends, if you could call them that. My necklace went to the king of the Barbs, the dwarf king Rugag spoke of. But he never knew what it was. Not yet, at least. So they know what it is. They could go to this place too." He nodded. "They can, but they cannot find it. There is an old secret, a weapon in both sight and words. It is a powerful object, and unlike any other, attained to children such as you and me. It is something that binds to your very life force. It becomes a part of you. I have never seen it, but I know of it." Valrin laughed. "It sounds like some spiritual thing." "Yes, something like that, I guess. In the end, my goal has always been to get my jewel back. I've traveled over many waters, and for many nights stared at the stars looking for my purpose. I have found it, and we go to a town where there is someone who can help us." Adonus stood up. "Was there anything else you wanted? You are on a ship for the first time. Do you want to see the rest of the ship? Perhaps climb to the crow's nest and see the view?" Valrin finished his coffee and thought of Adonus' question. He knew what he wanted to do, but he wondered if it was too soon or too forward. It wasn't something the captain had suggested. He stood up and decided if it was possible. "Can I steer the ship?" The captain smiled. "I would like nothing better." They exited the captain's quarters, and Valrin looked out across the ocean as they ascended the stairwell to the upper deck. The sea was vast and empty, a light blue in all directions, with a bright sun that was floating lower in the sky. Rother had the helm of the ship and gave it up to Adonus as he approached. "Valerin, come here." He went up to the wheel and placed his hands on the wood. "A ship should be a part of you," Adonus began. "When you feel the rock of the waves and your weight shift from one boot to the next, you enjoy it and imagine the ship as your body and your body upon the sea itself. When you change course, it should feel as if you are simply moving over the surface with ease." Valrin could feel the tug of the rudder, and then shifted the wheel to his left, sending the ship to his right in a lunge. "Easy," Adonus told him. "Keep it straight for now." He shifted the ship back the other way, and this time did it with grace. "Good," Adonus said. He looked down at the crew moving on the deck below, Some worked on ropes, others sharpened spears and swords, while watchers looked out from the deck for other ships. He then looked up into the sails. They were a mix of patchwork in different colours. The masts had marks from flames, and even a few arrows stuck in parts of the rope. A flag was at the very top of the masts. It was a dark blue, with no adornments. "We fly the flag that is the colour of our life-giving force. By our, I mean we. As Stormborn, our ocean is our life. We come from it, and we will, in time, return to it." Bray, the Russist woman, joined them now. She came from below decks and held a bag of tobacco. "We are running out," she said. She began to scrape out a black pipe before packing the bowl and lighting it with a small fire stick from a brazier at the aft of the ship. "We will get more," said Adonus. "You take us north? Where might we go to get something like that?" "Mera," he told her. She looked at him in surprise that even Valrin noticed as he glanced back. "Then you told him? You mean to go through with it?" "We did not survive the night before to pass on this chance. He knows of the secret. He is excited about it." Waldo now took out his own pipe. He packed it and began to smoke almost as quickly as he grabbed the pipe. "My kin will figure out what we're up to. Before we guarded the migrating humpback whales, and now we abruptly go north. He knows you have the amulet. I do not have the amulet. The boy does. I will not take from him what is not mine." "Do you know what power it could give you?" Bray asked. "No, I do not. Neither do you, nor do you know exactly what will happen before we can get there. We go to Mera and speak with one who can guide us. I know this isn't exactly what we planned, but I need to face that I may never get my own back. The boy came to our lives by the will of the gods. We will not spit upon their workings." Valrin continued to hold the wheel. It was obvious that the two main crew members of the captain were a bit perturbed by his decision involving himself. He didn't understand why, but for now, he knew it wasn't his place. Though she was a bit abrasive, Bray offered to take him below deck. Waldo took the wheel again, and Adonus was to retire to his cabin for some time. He followed her across the deck and into the belly of the ship. The crew area was tight quarters compared to that where Valrin had slept. "Our crew changes frequently. Normally lawbreakers, or some just trying to get away from their problems. We even have dwarves of Rugarg. They were left on an island to freeze to death, and while I was okay with it, Adonus seems not to be able to do what is needed." "Isn't it good that he helped them?" Valrin asked. She laughed uncomfortably. "You are young, innocent in the world. I do not doubt my captain, but I would have left them to die. Dwarves, at least in these parts, are not the type you help. Waldo has been friends with Adonus since Adonus was your age. He's the only dwarf this Russist trusts." "What about you? How did you join the crew?" "I was rescued by him from a southern vessel that came to attempt to find exotic slaves. You can't believe it. Even Rugarg's fleet helped Adonus in the efforts to protect the northern waters. I was very young, and the only memory I have is of men wearing red garbs shouting and dying around me. Adonus pulled me from my cell and said I did not need to fear. That was 12 years ago." "So how old are you?" She laughed. "Old enough to tell you that you're asking too many questions now." She led him to another area of the ship, walking past many stores of food to an area with an assortment of bladed weapons. "They may not like it, but you need one. Pick something out. Make sure it feels good in your hand." He looked over the many curved and straight blades of varying lengths. He picked up a sword but found himself unable to lift it. He pushed it back on its side. Then he took up an axe in his hand, but it felt too sloppy. "I don't know. What would you pick?" The woman opened her hand, and a small ball of fire illuminated the room. "I don't need no bladed weapon, but pick one you can at least use, and don't be tired after the second swing." He pulled a curved blade, similar to Adonus. "A scimitar? That will be tiring. Go for a short blade for now, like this one." She pulled a short but polished blade from the rack. "Now, come on, above deck. We will be nearing port soon." Back topside, he walked along the deck, touching the engraved wood and jumping from the snaps of the sails as the wind shifted. The air upon him was like the icy blows of a winter storm, but he felt invigorated. In the distance, he began to see an island. In time, he went to the front of the ship, staring at the outlines of buildings on a snowy, rocky cliffside town. The port area of the town was actually under a monstrous overhang of the city itself. Atop the massive cliffs was a snow-covered dome of sorts. As they came underneath the city itself, he noticed that the dome actually had a fire burning within it, and suspended gardens just visible from the docks, spiraled vines that had frostbitten ends hanging down the cliffs. "A wonder of our world," Adonus told him. "Mira grows food for the many regions of the glacial seas. It is a place of both wonder and corruption. But it is a free city and not under the influence of Rugog's types. How has it remained unaffected by the Barb King?" Adonus pointed above them. "Do you see the red crystals growing out of the rocks?" "I do." "Those are marvelous dwarven constructs. Back when the dwarves of this region were not as they are now. If danger threatens a small town, the weapons activate, and any ship caught in the water meets an untimely fate." "Have you seen it?" "No, but the fear of such an action keeps the dwarves far away. We are safe to do our own business here, and while the ship is worked on, you and I will go into the older part of the town. Cover your amulet up. We do not want questions before the opportune time." The ship moved along the dock and was quickly tied off. He stepped off the ship, and Valrin was careful to bind his cloak around him. The docks themselves were made of stone and had runic etchings on the path they walked. "These docks are actually older than you can imagine. The dwarves simply built their buildings above it. The sea people from before were an ancient race, powerful beyond most magic. Their true culture was lost long ago." They left the regions of the docks and took a road through tall stone buildings, with many people of varying races walking around. Though he had lived his life at sea, Valrin had never seen a person with gills like a fish on their necks. He tried not to stare, but it was such an odd sight he couldn't help it. "They are elves crossed with mer people. Do not stare. They have been known to ink someone. I understand it is not the most pleasant at all." The smell of the salty air was stronger here than the actual sea. Cured fish hung in alleyways that were open to the cold sea breeze. They were walking up a hill, and with each step, Valrin's legs burned. They came to a flat area with many stalls on either side. Adonus went to the stalls and grabbed several different garments, stopping to look at Valrin. "I think, I guess it's right." He paid the storekeeper and gave the clothes to Valrin. "You can properly dress once we get inside the chapel. The woman we meet will keep us waiting. It is what she does. It will give you time to become more comfortable." Valrin didn't know where they were going, but he felt that at the very least, he would happily put on new clothes. They began up a narrow stairwell that wrapped up and around a series of buildings that rose up in an almost badly constructed tower. At last, they came to a single double gate and a long pathway that went over the sea. Adonus opened the gate and they entered. The pathway actually was open to the sea at just Valrin's hips. He felt nervous, and even thought he felt a sway to the stone bridge way with the cruel glacial winds. He bound his coat over his head and watched Adonus's feet to lead his path. They came to a large building with a single crystal atop. It had a window with a lone circular lookout that wrapped around one half of a crowning tower just off-center from the crystal. Adonus knocked on the door and waited. At least the area they stood in now was shielded from the outside winds. "Go ahead, change. It will be a moment." He quickly took off his coat and put on new clothes bought by Adonus. It felt weird wearing something not made from sheep's wool by his aunt. It fit well, though partially tight along his chest. "You will get used to it. Floppy clothes makes a poor man. You should look your best, particularly if you are captain of a ship." Valrin wasn't a captain, but he valued the guidance from his new friend. "It has been some time since I came here. She will wonder of why I have been away. Let me converse with her before you speak." The door cracked open. "Adonus, you leave me alone too long," a voice said. "I come to see you now." The door shut. Adonus knocked. "I am not here. Go away." He knocked again. She is not here. Go away, the same voice said. I really must speak with you, he said into the door. Did you bring me something? Yes, he shook his head, looking at Valrin. A new friend. Can I eat it? Valrin closed his eyes and dropped his head. I forgot she likes a snack. Just wait here, and don't fall for her crazy stories. She likes to entertain. Adonus immediately began into a quick jog, and Valrin had no clue where he was going. So you are a human, I guess. Or elf? I can normally smell elves and holy dwarf dung. I know you are not one of those sea cucumbers. What is your name, Stormborn? How does she know that? He wondered. Valrin. A name of importance, like Adonus, but better, stronger. Have you ever been to Mera? No, never. I came from a small island to the far south. I see. The storms of old blew further than that, but many never awake to their paths. It seems you have. There is much to speak of, but I fear that there is not the time for all to be spoken. We will talk again, after our meeting, at a different time. A time when you will wonder why I said this. But fear not, I do not just babble, as some might say. It was a few moments later, and Adonus returned. She wasn't babbling on, was she? I told you, she said from the other side of the door. Do you have it? Adonus held a fish in his hand. Yes, I have your gift. The door creaked open, and Adonus straightened the collar of his jacket. Come on, and don't touch anything, he warned him. The brightness of the outside was a stark contrast to the shadowy interior Valrin found himself in. It was an entryway with multiple candles in tiny recesses in the wall. There was a circular room sunken into the floor ahead, down 8 steps. The entire room had water flowing in a circle around the floor, even though Valrin looked up at the window, could see the expanse of the sea. He had no idea where the water was coming from. There were stone pews in a half-moon facing a large statue of a mermaid. A fountain was below the statue's feet, and he heard the voice of the woman again. Feel the power of the storm child, together, interwoven, in fate and action, to seek out the one place that both desire for their destined fates so long ago foretold. Do you intend to game, or will you show the boy your face? Testy human, we of the merfolk do as we want. Fish. Now. You are not a mermaid, he said plainly, tossing the fish into the water. There was a soft laugh through the halls, and the sounds of water rushing to and fro around the room. Valrin noticed the water flowed without sense, moving up and around the room and then back down to the pool before the statue. At last, the water all moved toward the statue, moving up its form and then sticking to the stone itself. The stone seemed to come alive for a moment, its eyes glowing brightly, and then a watery figure stepped into the pool. The fish turned to blood and was absorbed by the entity. Valrin reached out, and Adonus slapped his hand. Do not touch the messenger of the gods. Let the messenger decide of whom can touch her, the watery form said. The hand reaching out was just as Valrin's, except there was no bone or flesh, just water. He had retracted his hand, but now he took a beckoning and touched her. Of the sea, of the streams, of all that is and was and will be, water, giver, and taker of life in equality of life and death. I am the shroud between this world and the next, and the giver of the words of Miras to his followers. Miras, the god of the seas. He had heard the name before. Aunt Tua had a book about the gods of the north, and he remembered that image. Yes, young Valrin, the great Miras, he who as water has taken many forms. Are you really he? Valrin asked. The vibration of the water seemed to change and move quickly. The figure laughed. I am not. But I do like your questioning. I am a sprite of the temple grounds. None come here. None come from the city named after the Great One. So many are lost. The figure turned and pointed to Adonus. I sense it upon him. You bring him to claim the birthrights of all storm children. The dwarves threaten the seas. They attack the free peoples. They bring war and bloodshed to the waters. It was by the will of the gods that I found this boy, and he is headstrong and capable. He has a heart about him, and that is needed to bring peace to these waters. There will be no peace in these waters, but there will be a change. It was foretold, and in time will come to pass. The storm children must prepare, and be ever watchful of that. The sprite moved back to the pool before the statue. There is a power in the glacial seas. These were once high holy lands of the sea peoples of old. Before they were known as sea people. Their power is still in the lands, but it is hidden. There is magic here, untouched by the dread of the old gods of the south. There is purity, but there is also great evil contained throughout these vast, frigid waters. The line between the realms of the living and the realms of the gods blur within the depths both above and below the sea. Valrin of Trava, you are young, and know not of this world, but beneath your shirt I sense your offering to the god of the sea, a binding contract to protect the waters of the vast seas, to guard the creatures of the ocean, and to contain an old magic within yourself. You are a Stormborn, one of very few chosen at the formation of your soul and body to take this charge. Do you wish to embrace the path of the god's servant? Valrin wasn't sure, and he looked to Adonus. Have you? He asked him. Alas, I could not. It is your choice alone, but know there is much to be done by the one who takes this charge. I cannot force you, but I believe you can, as a fellow Stormborn. I will do it, Valrin said. He finally felt a purpose. Finally something beyond eel traps and desolation. He would embrace what he was born to do, though he still did not fully understand what that was. The sprite receded into the pool, and there was a grinding sound beneath them. The stairwell they had walked down split in two, revealing a doorway. Valrin walked forward. Adonus followed him. I have never seen this place in all of the times I have come here. They went forward, and Valrin pushed open the door. There was a glowing room ahead. It was dark, but had a blue hue. As they walked into the dome-like structure, a voice spoke from the walls around them. Stormborn, you seek the path to your birthright. I tell you this alone. Follow the path north of Miras, through the many teeth of the jagged glaciers, and enter the fog realms, following the direction of moonrise. There, look for the whales and fish, and the shell horn that sounds at dawn. It is upon that place you will find a doorway with a single star. Present your token and pass through. It is there that you find what is yours. Complete your binding, and I take you into my house of protection, until it is decreed you are to be no more. A pedestal rose from the floor, a single crystal. This shall be your light in the fog realms. Only place it upon your ship, and the fogs will not hinder your progression. The room then went dark, and the doors behind them opened. Valrin took the crystal and turned to see Adonus on one knee. That was the voice of the One, the god, Miras. He gives you his charge. I'm not sure where he wants us to go. Do not worry, Vals. I will get you there. Vals? I can say Valerin if you'd prefer. Vals works. Come now, boy. Let us get to our ship. They exited the room, and the stairwell closed. They pushed open the doors leading out, and the voice spoke up one last time.
Carry upon the seas with haste, and forever embrace that which is the fate of all that live upon the sea.
Adonus shut the door behind them. Riddles and stories. She does love them. They began back toward the ship, when Adonus suddenly diverted from the road and went to an overhanging lookout. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a golden tube that he put to his eye. Indeed, it seems our friends have followed us this far.
Are they attacking?
Valrin asked. We couldn't be that lucky. They are waiting. We have passage through the cave of the city, but they will be watching. If we keep a good pace, we should be able to shake them. They do have quite a few ships, but it seems the secret around your neck has attracted much attention. Making it back to the docks, Rother greeted them. We have hermit crabs on us, Captain. I guess we do not have enough time to fully shake them. They do what they do. Bray approached with a mug of ale. I do hope you found more crew where you found the fine drink. Aye, Captain. I've at least 20 deckhands, elven lot for the most part, and one eager human. He can do tricks with a bow, or so the tavern wenches said. I do not need tricks, nor anyone that would have wenches to vouch for his skills, Adonus stated. I need a good crew. A man with a long white bow approached him. He had a beard and wore a dark blue coat. Captain? He asked. Yes, Adonus of the truest bliss. And what is your name? Phaedus, archer, servant to a simple man. You're the trickster, then. The man smiled and took Bray's ale to his lips, taking a large sip. I am, but I've been called worse. Bray dumped her ale and pushed the man in the chest.
You said you wanted to join our crew, but that does not make you better than a mere deckhand. You can scrub the decks, work those trickster's arms of yours.
Phaedus looked at Adonus. Well? Bray asked. The eager trickster, as he was dubbed by Bray, shrugged and boarded. So we make it through the passage, and you hope we will get a good lead. Where to afterward? Rotho asked. North, through more treacherous waters. The dwarf shook his head. We just get our ship back together. We don't need to tear it apart. But I will rally the crew. The dwarf went up the gangplank. Prepare to sail! Valerin boarded and watched as the crew worked in a rocky harmony, as the new crew melded with the old. He went up to the wheel and stood by Adonus. The new crew does not seem to get along with the old. It does happen. But no, you must have a good crew who you trust. If you are good to them, they will respect you. We are not pirates like those dwarves. We will respect those we work with.
Yes, Bray mocked. Even if they drink your ale?
They pulled the holding lines from the moorings and began to move around the actual rocks of the foundation of the city. In the inner portion of the mountain was a large passage that led to the other side. As the ship moved through the passage, Adonus pointed to the ceiling and the carvings in the rocks. Vals, it is said that giants carved this passage and set the foundations of the city. But I say giants do not make runes so intricate.
Then who did it then?
I do not know for sure.
Dwemhar?
Ha! Bray laughed.
Dwemhar? You have the boy talking about myths?
No more mythic than the Russes. I do not know who made these, but within the glacial seas, all such things as this are considered work of the sea peoples.
True you are about the Russes, Bray said, but we actually survived and outlived them. Wouldn't it be a strange thing to come upon one now, after so many years? I do not know of a Russes that won't obliterate a Dwemhar at first chance.
Russes, you talk like dwarves do of elves, and as elves do of dwarves in the south. If we are not careful, we shall be the last of our races. Have you ever seen a Russes other than yourself? Bray was silent. Take note, then. Vals. Peace. This is what must be aimed for in this world. That is the only way any of us can survive.
It's a nice gesture of hope, Bray muttered, but peace only comes from those who win a war.
They came to the end of the passage, and the open sea was before them. All sails, tighten ends, and keep your cloaks bound, Rother shouted. "We move to colder and more violent waters." As they pushed forward, the sun set before them. They began to make great subtle movements around large standing stones that jutted out of the water, not as icy peaks of glaciers or massive mountains, but a literal tower of stone, as if a submerged structure with steeples was just below the surface. There was a storm in the far distance, but it moved away from them. They didn't need the crosswinds to knock them off course, especially now in such turbulent water. Valrin kept an eye out behind them, as did Adonus. The dwarven ships would likely follow, but they both prayed that they would not catch up. Twice Valrin went to lie down, but found himself tossing and turning. He sat up and looked at the amulet. He noticed that the jewel within them was pulsing with the beat of his heart. He put his hand against his chest and held the amulet with the other hand. It was not his imagination. It was the same. He couldn't guess what it meant, but he wondered if the place he was going to would explain it. He wondered if there would be another sprite, or perhaps Miras himself. The book he had read before said that gods could take many forms. He questioned if he would ever recognize the god if he was standing before him. He went back outside and noticed that many of the crew had retired. Adonus was leaning on the back of the ship as Valrin approached him. "Look, Vals," he said, pointing to the sky. "Do you know the constellations?" "I know of some, but this time of the year, the first one Aunt Tua told me of is harder to see. I believe she called it Aether's Hand. She said it was an elven star pattern, praised for its assistance in enchanting." "Yes, you speak of a power constellation, and when combined with a full moon or a black moon, it increases magical properties by quite a bit. But that is not what is important upon the glacial seas. Look upon the horizon, Vals. Just above the crest of the world, you will see a large bright star. That is the sea snail. After that will come the sea horse. Once it is above us, you will have 4 to 6 hours until sunrise. Once the polar night begins, there are other ones, such as the penguin, that would correspond with mid-morning. This becomes more important during that time. The first time I had to deal with the unending night, I about went crazy, trying to align myself. I understand the path of the stars and the passage of time, but what is a penguin, Adonus?" "Dear Vals, there is much I still need to teach you." Part 3. Sunrise. The night was well over them. The sign that Adonus had told him to watch out for was now above the ship. He had seen seahorses only once, and now he could make them out in the grouping of stars floating over them. He'd gone to sleep for a while, but Adonus had begun evading more of the towering stone structures, and massive glaciers drew up on either side of them. He couldn't sleep any more. Valrin stood by the wheel of the ship. "Vals, I insist," he said, offering him the wheel. "The best way to learn is sometimes by literally doing it when you have no choice." "But you're piloting the ship." Adonus stepped away from the wheel. "No, I'm not." As the wheel spun and the ship began to move off course, Valrin gripped the wheel and looked forward, keeping the bow of the ship angled between the icy mountains. Though Adonus could grab the wheel at any moment's notice, Valrin wasn't sure he would. He carefully maneuvered the vessel, a harrowing feat, considering this was only the second time he was at the helm. "You're a natural man of the sea. You will be a greater sailor than even I in time." As they maneuvered through the icy chasms, he began to hear a tune. At first, he thought it just the wind, but the longer he listened, he heard more of a song. "Shivering souls upon our sea, slicing, slashing, cut them free. Sirens' song so sweet, so soft, helped their souls to flee aloft. Bodies aching from lack of touch, let our hands take care of such. Come to us and let us play, all your troubles we shall slay." "Sirens," Adonus told him nervously. The glowing hands of the creatures grabbed the railings and smiled, looking up at them. "The worst part of sirens is that most of your crew will be at severe risk. You are too young to be affected by them, but you are nearing the cusp of manhood. You will deal with them in time. I once fell for the seduction of these sea creatures. They may be of Miras, but I still do not care for their sort. The sirens began to sink away, finding none who were capable of seducing on deck. The glacial path opened up. A great plume of fog hung before them. Sea fox. I will take the helm. Go place your crystal near the front of the ship. Put it somewhere it will stay put. Valrin nodded and ran to the lower deck. A few of the crew had emerged from the lower level, obviously seeking the sirens that were well behind them. He went to the pole for the foremast and noticed a notch behind one of the ropes that was large enough for the crystal to fit. He placed it and then went back to Adonus. Let us see what your gift can do for us. Do you remember the words of Miras? Keep the path of moonrise. So we must turn east? Yes, into the fogs we go, and my only prayer is that our path will show. As the fogs began to run over the deck, the crystal glowed, and a bright fiery light pierced the fog in a large open swathe, clearing the sea and opening a path for the ship. Almost immediately, Adonus wheeled left to avoid a large rock jutting up from the sea. Valrin looked behind them and noticed a veil of fogs covering their path. No ship in their right mind would enter this region without some form of device such as this. So I assume we will have no more pursuers. Never assume, especially when dealing with the one known as Rugag. Always keep the sails ready. That pirate has chased after us for some time, and I can say he is anything but dumb. Here, Vals, take the helm again. I will get us some coffee. Valrin stood at the helm, looking through the vast bleakness before him, and he was amazed at the magic of the crystal and its ability to burn away the fog. He had gone from a boy gathering eels to sailing with one of the greatest captains he could ever imagine in the span of just a few days. He did think back to his Aunt Tua, though. He was saddened by her death, but he tried to believe as Adonus did. There were reasons for the workings, but he felt they were beyond his understanding. Adonus brought both of them mugs. The hot coffee was a welcome drink in the frigid cold he felt to his very core. A bit of cinnamon in this cup, a rare herb from the very far south. They'll help stave off the sore throat, or so they say. The taste was strange, but good. As he piloted the ship through the almost constant path of fog, they began to pass through a series of large archways. The remnants of other vessels dotted the rocks. Weathered and long rotten wood, with the frayed ice-covered ropes, were an ominous sign. This region of fog has only existed for the past 40 or 50 years. I remember a time when ships just called this a cursed region. We didn't keep ships from sailing here. Treasure hunters mainly. The fogs came upon the surface, and afterward I can say far fewer dared to come here. Where did the fogs come from? If I knew where the fogs came from, I would tell you. It is one of the many mysteries of these seas. Perhaps one day you will discover it. I can never do what you do. I can barely guard the ship. I'm not even too sure I could get us back out from where we've come so far. Adonus smiled at him. Time is both your enemy and friend. It takes time to learn how to navigate the many oceans, but it also wears on your men. It takes time to develop cunning to deal with the many dangers of sailing, particularly where dwarves are concerned. But I'd say I've done it well. But that has taken time from what some may call a more normal life. Marriage, children. Do you find yourself wanting that? Sometimes. There was a silence between them. Valrin watched as wisps of fog rolled between them. There was a flash of lightning behind them, and Adonus looked down at him. I then remember that I am not of this world. I am a Stormborn. I am a man of the sea. In my travels of late, I have sunk a ship of the Barb King and rescued another like me. He nodded toward him. I am happy with the events so far. I have dreamed of many nights of going where we go. In the end, I hope it is worth it. They had been progressing through the fogs at a rapid rate. They were to sail until dawn
and then look and listen for signs of a horn sounding and wails within the waters. The dawn sun was still some time off, but there was a glow in the sky. I do not know what this is, but the Lord of the Sea did not tell us of any such sign as this, Adonus told him. The truest bliss began to grind the sea bottom, and Adonus turned the wheel to the right, attempting to navigate the obstruction. The bow seemed to grind and churn, the current of the ocean pushing them back and forth and forcing the aft of the ship to slap against a rock. The crew rushed to the deck and grabbed large spears. They went to the side of the ship and drove the spear points into the rocky ice. The current shifted around them, and for the moment, they could not move away from the rocks. Valrin looked through a split in the rocks and noticed a glowing crystal. Bray wiped the sleep from her eyes and then looked at Adonus as she pointed. A strange path, Captain? Did you mean us to come to here? No, he said, walking to where he could get a better view. Rother climbed up the pathway, nervously looking down to see what he could spot from afar. Fadis strung his bow and jumped onto the path. Only the captain can order crew to leave the ship when we're at sea, Bray told him. The captain needs eyes that can see beyond the fog, and weapons that can reach enemies that are just out of reach. I can do both for our captain. Valrin looked down the path, and Adonus looked to Rother. You have the helm. Keep the ship steady. Once the current shifts, keep yourself against the rocks and light torches along the bow. We did not end up here by accident. I will take them and check whatever this place is. Aye, Captain. Just don't go joining the fish. It'd be a shame in this desolate, cold place. Fadis walked ahead of them, moving up the path until he came to a large stone. He ran up to the top of it and knelt down. As Adonus and Valrin nearly got to the spot where he was, he turned and jumped down. It looks good. There is no one here. Bray shook her head. I wouldn't expect someone here. It's a bit desolate. I'm just trying to keep myself as a worthy member of the group. Besides, my eyes can see that no snow or ice has been disturbed along this path in some time. If you do not want further help from me, we're just a few yards from the ship, so it is likely that no one will immediately attack us until we are further in. But thank you, Adonus said. Bray shook her head. There were many more glowing stones the further they went along the path. The road itself had dropped in to actually run slightly below the edges of a wall that came up to Valrin's chest. The road climbed up and through several swathes of ocean, breaking stone pillars. In the distance, there were several dark statues, just visible in the moonlight. The road passed between two of them, and further on, a large dome structure was encrusted with a deep layer of ice. A frigid wind gusted over them. Valrin brought his coat around him, and he kept his head down, but he tried to follow Adonus the best he could. Fadis made a loud sound with an audible shiver. So cold. Hey, Bray, do you think we could share some heat together? I could use some warmth. Bastard human, she responded. Keep your thoughts to yourself, or I'll give you some heat. Sounds like an invite for a bit more fun. Adonus stopped and turned. He drew his blade and pointed it at Fadis. One more remark, and I will dispose of you in these waters. You test my patience beyond what any of the rest of the crew has. Fadis had his hands up. No worries, good sir. I'm just testing what I could do with your lady. She isn't mine. Adonus began to walk away, and Bray pointed for Valrin to follow him. Boy, Fadis said to him. Yes? Learn well from your captain. He has a moral resolve that is admirable. Not claiming himself a woman and all. I'm just a bastard. I struggle the line of what is right and what is not so great. I have tried for a few years to right my wrongs, but it seems I have failed in that so far. I do care, though. I hope you've learned from the recent interchanges between us all. Valrin ignored him. He thought about responding, but that would have just opened up another avenue of conversation, and his mind wasn't on actual talking. He looked up at the massive statues and noticed that each wore crowns with large spikes that came off their heads. Snowdrifts twisted around their bodies, and the road was covered with ice here. He could hear the pounding of the waves beneath them. The salty spray reached up to the path. Bray used her powers to melt the ice and give them a wet but walkable path. They came to the large door,
There were 2 torch basins, but neither of them were lit. Not surprising, considering where they were. Adonus took out a torch stick, and Bray lit it for him. The bright fire felt good against Valrin's face. They were about to enter. Valrin felt a tug in his stomach, wondering what was beyond the closed doors. He questioned if it would be a treasure of some kind, but in truth, he just hoped for something of interest and not deadly. To find an abandoned structure this far out in the middle of the glacial seas was strange to all of them. "It's not Elven," Adonus said. "I can't even read this text." "It is of the sea people," Fadis said. "There is writing like this back in the floating city. Some say it is Dwemha, but I've always known it as the sea speech." Adonus pushed open the door. It was a simple enough feat, but it was just the first of a set of doors. As they went to the second door, the first one simply flapped in the wind. The second door was a bit more difficult, but it too was forced open by Adonus and Fadis. As the archer stepped into the next room, he immediately notched an arrow and snaked his way to the right of the door. Adonus pointed his sword in front of him. He scanned the surroundings, and then Bray and Valrin followed. There were old bodies everywhere. Most of the bones were no more than dust, but a few still had shape. They did wear a silverish armor, but there were no markings on them. "What do you think killed them, Captain?" Bray asked. Adonus knelt at one of them, feeling along the bones. "I do not know. These skeletons are so old I cannot even guess." Valrin walked away from them and thumbed through a book on the table. Enchanting, the book was titled. He glanced up at a large basin in the center of the room. He then saw a crystal underneath its edge and went to it. As he rubbed his finger on the edge of it, the crystal started glowing before a roaring fire came to life in the basin. "Wow," Adonus said. "A strange find indeed." The warmth from the fire was nice, and Valrin was so close that the last thing he wanted was to move away from it. But Fadis had noticed something, and so had Bray. A doorway that, unlike the other wooden doors, was not very dark, had appeared surrounded by torches. As Adonus approached it, the doorway opened, resulting in a lighted hallway with large glowing stones above their heads. "The strangest thing," Fadis said. Several tall figures appeared before them, and at first, there was a general shuffling of weapons. But the spectres did not seem to see them or care to interact with them. They began to walk down the passage. "Should we follow?" Bray asked. Adonus led them. It was a long passage overall, with no windows or drawings, or anything to distract them from simply following their guides. There was another room here. This one had large, ice-sheeted windows on the far half edge of the room. The ocean was visible here, with a ribbon of green polar lights observable just above it. "What is this place?" asked Bray. Adonus shook his head. Valrin looked to those around him, but it seemed they were as perplexed as he was. "I will have order in this assembly," a voice rang out. It was sudden, and the speaker materialized before them, but he was speaking away from them. The spectres they had seen before began to appear clearer than they had seen them. It was a large group of people. They were not elves or dwarves. They appeared as men, but wore strange tall headdresses that were weird geometrical shapes. Everything about them was alien to them. "We must flee this place. The war has come too close. The waters will flood the cities on lower ground," one of them said. "You think as the elves. We are above them, and we must act it," another said. The original speaker, who had called them to order, stretched out his hands. "It is written that we shall uphold ourselves with mindfulness when faced with tragedy. One cannot descend to panic, to simple pleasures of the flesh. We cannot lose faith in what energy we have put toward our minds. But, Master, the storms are getting closer. We cannot pray to the gods. They have abandoned us. We are here alone." "We are not alone, for we will always be a part of this place. Our spirits will live on, and our presence will become as the sea, forever. Our ancestors are within every rock of the mountains high. The world is but a step for us. The realm of the gods is within reach to us, if only we claim it.
The original man who had called for them to flee now spoke again. We are without the ability to claim such a thing. We are without connection to our brethren. We will die here and become part of the sea. With storms, we shall be remembered. Thunder rolling across vast oceans. I've seen it. I've seen the future. Our world will fade away, and few of any who call themselves of our blood will ever know we existed. Lightning flashed outside the windows, and Valrin wasn't sure if it was real, or if it was part of whatever vision they were witnessing.
So be the end of this place. The sea that will be home to our guidance, and we will lock away our knowledge until the time is meant for it to be restored. We will no longer ascend as have others. I say to each of you, go upon the world at death and become part of it, waiting to give our knowledge to the ones marked by the stones. The god works in ways beyond us, but we have all dreamed of storms and children. It is a sign of what is to come.
The group nodded to what their master said.
In time, we will have a purpose. When this path is walked again, it will be that time. We shall help those who cannot help themselves. We will do the will of the gods. But I fear it will be a time of great sorrow for those whose path we guide. For our path is never one of ease. May the faith of the Dwarven always guide.
The vision ceased and the room became dark again.
What in the gods was that?
Vadis asked.
I don't know,
Adonus said as he stared at Valerin.
Vals, do you feel that they spoke of the Stormborn, of you and I?
They spoke of children and storms.
We are on the right path then, he said. Let us return to our ship. We were meant to see this, but I feel we must get moving on our quest. We are near the end to what I have sought for my entire life. Vals, let us get to where we need to go.
Dwarven? Strange, Ray said. Maybe they aren't the myth I thought. They exited the room, and Valrin felt something he'd never felt before. He had more purpose than even standing before the sprite of Miras in Miras. He did not know much of this Dwarven term, or even what he had seen. He wasn't even sure of the name itself. As they exited the structure, passing between the two statues, he asked Adonus of them. Were they the sea people we hear of in rumor?
Vals, in all my days I've never seen something like those. I would guess they were part of the sea people, and I feel we may see something like that again in time. We must keep the path.
Keep the path, Vadis said. Are you a priest?
No, Vadis, but you could use a path yourself. It seems you're a bit too zealous to join us on a random adventure leading to death.
Fair enough, I guess. I had myself a good time at the brothel in town. Death is okay for now. We should teach your son there about it.
Adonus grabbed him by the shoulder and spun him around. You would mind your tongue. There are some in this world not tainted by your thinking. You are foul and unworthy. If we all survive this, I will be sure to give you pay and send you on your way once we make port. I do not care for you.
Adonus walked past him, beckoning Valrin to follow him. Vadis shook his head as Bray walked past him. You did not tell him you're not my father, Valrin asked.
No, I care little to speak to him more than I need to. Let him assume.
They were nearly halfway across the walkway, and their ship was clearly ahead. Valrin was freezing. The expanse of the open ocean was frigid, and there was no warmth left in his body.
No,
Adonus said slowly. Valrin looked up at him, and he noticed he was staring to the west.
What is it?
Adonus didn't answer.
Let us move, quickly, he shouted.
The group made it to the ship in very quick time. Rordo bowed to Adonus.
Captain, we have a good tide. We're ready to cast off.
Adonus was at the helm.
Then cast off now. You heard the captain. Raise the sails. Get them up. Quickly, quickly,
Rordo ordered. Vadis went to have the crew as Bray and Valrin joined Adonus at the helm.
What is it? Valrin asked. Dwarves, behind us. Coming quickly. Bray and Valrin looked behind them, seeing flames just visible in the veil of the fogs. How could they navigate and find us? How could they know where we were? I have a guess, Adonus said. There are such things that one can place and then follow through the works of magic. Not all aboard are crew who can be trusted, but it is too late to turn back now. Valrin could tell he was talking about Fadis. He looked at the archer as he secured the sails. He wasn't sure what to make of him. They pulled away from the ruins and came to an open expanse of ocean. The dwarven ships were drawing closer, but still far behind them for the moment. There was a flat sea here. The twilight rim of an approaching dawn lit the sky in a purple hue, and at that moment, the water around them began to undulate and break. Valrin went to the rail of the ship and looked over. Large creatures swam beside them. Whales, Bray told him. Hundreds of them, maybe more, Adonus, look. But Adonus was looking behind him. The dwarven ship was not alone, and the many vessels pursuing them were not slowing. I cannot believe they are moving at such a pace. It is unnatural. It is in unnatural waters we find ourselves, Captain, Rordo said. The whales of either side of them were of every size and species. The water began to sparkle with a strange hue that led to a massive tower that appeared in the growing dawn sky. That wasn't there before, Rordo said. It was not, Adonus nodded. Tighten sails. Make sure we have no more wind escaping than needed. We must get to the shoreline without fail. Valrin went back to the helm with Adonus. He turned to see their pursuers, and turned back to see Adonus looking at him. Do not worry about them. If what I believe is right, you will be safe. But I must get you there. We will get there, and we can discover whatever it is so guarded by Miras. Perhaps, but I may not be able to immediately follow. Nothing is certain for us. A horn sounded. Not a dwarven horn, nor an elven horn. In fact, it was no horn that any aboard had ever heard. It started deep, rumbling the ocean surface itself, and then, like a shift in the wind, it sounded again, only with a higher pitch. The sound came from beneath the ocean, and the water bubbled around them as large crags began to emerge, piercing through the surface of the clear expanse, turning it into what looked like several mountain ranges. Adonus spun the wheel of the ship in an effort to move the ship from running aground. Hold your lines! We're in for a rough sailing! Rordo shouted. Adonus moved the wheel of the ship the opposite way, as it seemed they were now following a strange road in the ocean, made up of the stone fences of sudden obstacles. The island drew closer, and as they snaked through the strange pathway in the ocean, a deep fog rolled over them. Valerin, see to the crystal. Valrin ran to the front of the ship and checked the crystal. Passing his hand over it, the crystal spun to life, casting a bright flame towards the fog. They receded, though much lower than before. The rocky sailing passage began to recede as they came to the end of a line of jagged points. A bit of insurance? Asked Bray. To assure those not worthy do not make it here? I suppose, Adonus said to her. We draw close to this place we have sought. Hopefully, the dwarves will now reach these waters. The shoreline was ahead. A large pillar with a massive shell rose out of the water. The wind gusted, and the shell began to make a deep horn sound. They had made it. As Valrin stood at the fore of the ship, Fadis came to his side. You believe in this strange journey to who knows what, don't you? I have no reason not to. Fadis smirked. I'd say that's true. But is it worth what we do? Heading to the far northern seas to nearly get killed for no reason in a rickety ship? I'd say that you offered to come. And I'd argue that this was a, as you said, rickety ship. I was paid to come, he corrected. But you are unlike me. You have some choice. Do you not? I do not. You were taken against your will? No, but I have no one else, and nothing else to do. A man always has a choice. It is simply if he has the courage to make it. I think you do, Valrin. A profound statement, Bray said from behind them. It is, Thaddeus said. I will get back to cleaning the deck. I assume we will have a bit more ice building up, and it isn't going to scrape itself. Yes, it is good that you find something of use to do. As Thaddeus went back to ship duties, Bray stood with Valrin. The shoreline was ahead. It was bleak, with white sand and tall cliffs that reached up into the clouds. There was only one beach and two large white pillars off to one side of the beach. As the ship drew close to shallows, Adonus ordered the sails lowered and passed the wheel to Rother. I do not see our pursuers, but I expect them in time. We will not let them get close, Captain. I'll keep them from the shore. Thaddeus strung his bow as the others prepared a small boat to row to shore. No, said Adonus. No? The man asked. Did I cause any trouble before? Well, of course not, but I need you here. If the dwarves get close, you will be a useful asset. Thaddeus was surprised and scanned the horizon. No dwarves yet. I could just return and... You will follow my orders. Row, though, as command until I return. Valrin got into the boat with Bray and several of the crew. Adonus joined them, and they were lowered into the water. With a splash sending icy spray over Valrin's already wind-blown face, he looked around at the strange surroundings. Glowing plants grew up on the side of the cliff face, and it seemed that though the presence of life was strangely strong here, he could see no other living animals. The whales from before had split off before the sudden eruption of rocks from the ocean floor. As they drew close to the shore, a rogue current pushed them further to the shoreline, and in an instant their small boat was left on the sands of the island's beach. Valrin looked up the cliffs, immediately seeing what Miras had told him he would. A lone door marked with a star. As he and Adonus stepped out, the others of the crew drew their weapons. I see no reason for enemies here, Adonus cautioned, but be mindful. This place is more unknown to my sense than the entirety of the ocean depths. The door itself was up a small dune of sand and flatly placed into the cliffs. Valrin approached it with Bray at his side, and the door simply cracked open. He looked down at his amulet and noticed it was bright blue now. As they entered into the dark chamber, the door shut behind them to the sudden dismay of the crew. There were only 10 others, but many of them were the new crew, picked up at Mera before. Do not fear, Adonus told them. If I am right, and all I have studied is right, we are safe here. The walls were splashed with torchlight that seemed to come to life with their presence in the long hall that reached out from them. See people? Asked Bray. He nodded to her. Perhaps, but I doubt any of them still exist. The vision at the tower before confirmed that. At least, I believe it did. We will find something else, something we have searched for, something I have searched for. They progressed down the long hall. The light of the torches was nothing like the light coming from Valrin's amulet. He lifted it up, holding it as an additional light source until they came to another door. This one had the image of a large fish upon it. He pushed it open and felt a rush of warm, salty wind. They were in another chamber, a larger room of sorts with a massive fire burning from a cylindrical pit that had no obvious fuel source. There were steps to their right, and after several paths that took them further and further down, they came to another gateway. This one was bound by golden bars. Valerin could hear the water on the other side. As he touched the bars, nothing happened. Your amulet. Try it, Adonus said. He took his amulet and did as Adonus said, placing it against the bars. They began to glow, and then slowly receded into the gateway. He stepped in with Adonus at his heel. They were met by something neither of them expected. Bray immediately lifted her hands to summon spells, and the crew with them cowered. Part 4. Valrin of the Sea. Valrin gasped as Adonus fell to his knees. Before them was that which could only be described as a massive fish. Its head sat on the surface of the water, and on its head was a large crown of gold. Appearing suddenly, as if a veil was lifted, was elaborate stonework decorating the entire cave, reaching up above them and around the entire room. Miras of the many oceans, we are not worthy. The god of the sea was before them. The god many had spoken of in Valrin's life, normally in curse or prayer, but never as an actual sight to actually see in breathing form, just as the whales from before. My eternal home quakes, Miras said. Come, Valrin and Adonus, Stormborn, come to my depths. The godfish sank into the water as two figures emerged from the surface. They were like the sirens from before, but much more beautiful. The females were nude, except for long hair hanging down from their heads just covering them. As Valrin stepped forward, one of them handed him a large shell. Keep this upon your chest, she told him. It will allow you to enter our Grace's presence. Valrin placed the shell on his chest, and suddenly it was difficult for him to breathe. He removed the shell. I can't breathe. Adonus did as Valrin had, and then jumped into the water. Your friend does not bear the amulet, but he has the idea that you must embrace. With this shell, you are not of the land but of the sea. Join the depths. You will find the water warm within this place. Valrin placed the shell in his chest again and jumped in. At once he felt himself floating downward, further down than ever possible without the shell. He took a deep breath, and he was able to breathe, though he felt a strange tingle as he did. The shell suctioned to his chest, and he was able to put his hands out. He flapped his arms as he went, feeling the water float through his fingertips, as Adonus looked up from below him and smiled. Schools of fish floated between them. Sharks, octopuses, and even several more mermaids swam around them. Valrin looked down further and could see glowing shells and hundreds of merpeople. He then looked into an area of coral along the bottom of the depths and saw the massive sea god Miras floating on the sea floor. As his feet came to rest on the soft sand, he walked with Adonus to a large platform of archways and spinning spheres of coral. A white fire shot up and around them. You have unlocked the way to the future, dear Valrin and Adonus of the truest bliss. Captain of the surface realm, you have aided the young one along this path. You have the thanks of all for your efforts. You sacrificed much to complete this task. For the glory of the sea and your reign, Miras. My reign means little to those upon the oceans now, but I thank you. You are both of what you saw within the old tower of the sea peoples. How foolish they were to use my graceful and terrible ocean for their own destructive needs. Much like others who seek to plunder my home for their own advantage. It is souls like them who will derail that which has been set out in the world of the gods. I have found hope in you, who come for that which was promised and foretold. You will have something that none else have. A tool, a treasure to some, but of something that requires the very life of one of you. We must die? Valrin asked. He didn't mean to sound so shocked, or to speak so suddenly, but instead of some form of retribution or cruel words, the fish seemed to laugh, if it could be called laughter. No, my young one, but it will require something of a promise, a binding to your life. Remove your amulet, so it may serve its true purpose for your life. Valrin removed the amulet, and it floated away from him, resting in front of Miras. Those of the sea from before were wise to work to restore my faith in their race. So close they were to me in the beginning. It is horrid that they are all gone from the world. At least as they are now. There will come a time when others are prepared. But not yet. The amulet floated down and into the sand. There was a shock that Valrin felt in his feet, and then the sand began to rumble. The surface of the underwater expanse began to shift, and in a large plume of bubbling sand, something emerged and rose to the surface. Miras spoke. In time, there will be much need of a captain of the seas. You are young, but you have the soul that is strong enough to do what you must in the coming years. Adonus of the truest bliss, long have you sought my seas for the chance to do what another will do instead. But I will bless you in time. You must protect this young one and his gift. You are not done in your life's quest. All will be known in time.
Valrin felt himself rising up, coming to the surface of the water. Hands came under him and Adonus. Mermaids propelled them up and out of the water. The shells that had helped them breathe fell off, and Valrin's eyes became huge as he looked down at the glowing golden object that the mermaids dropped him toward. He was nearly to whatever it was, and the mermaids released him. He floated down gracefully, standing on the strange glowing structure. As he stood there, the glowing subsided, and he noticed he was on a ship. Adonus looked around and dropped to the deck of it.
So long have I waited the chance to be on the deck of such a vessel as this. This is one of the realm ships of the Sea Peoples. I had only read about them, but they have powers beyond any simple ship.
Valrin was not sure what to think. The vessel seemed like it had not sailed at all. The deck was of the purest wood and had not a single scratch. The sails were strange and did not have all the extra pulleys and ropes as did the truest bliss, and did not have any weapons. He walked to one of the posts and saw his amulet in the wood. He reached out to take it when Miras bumped the side of the ship.
Valrin of Trava, you have made the journey of the Stormborn. You stand now on the vessel of your ancestors, a jewel of the sea, enchanted with the power of old to uphold the sanctity of my oceans. You are of the sea. You are the sword of the sea. Your connection is like no other for you. If you choose to become the captain of the vessel, you will be connected to the ship. You will not need sleep as you do in your human form. You will be a stalwart beacon tied to my realm, in living and in death. If you accept such a task, know only that you may never recant your vow. As Stormborn, you will accept your title and your fate, in that time where you must give your life for those who will go forward.
There was a sudden deep silence, unlike any Valrin had ever heard. He closed his eyes. He had spent so many days simply living on the island back home. He always listened to the stories of the sea, the captains, the bards, the drunken men spouting off about what they had seen. Aunt Tua was always there, protecting him, and in a final act of protection, she had given her life. He looked to Adonus, and he saw tears running down his face.
Vals, do not fret over me. Just to be within the presence of our mutual God is overwhelming for me. I wished. Oh, how I wish to be in your boots and to take this on. But no, I will be with you on your journey. I will protect you if you take this oath. You can do it, Vals.
Valrin took hold of the amulet. He wanted to simply pull it from its resting place in the ship. His heartbeat was in sync with the amulet. He was giving a part of himself for a calling that only a few days ago he knew nothing of. He closed his eyes and could feel the water against the bow of the boat. Further out, he could feel the oceans of the glacial seas and the ice moving in the great depths. He heard the songs of the whales as they spoke to one another, and the scratching of the large octopuses moving along the deepest ravines beyond the reach of light. He pushed the amulet into the wood of the ship and removed his hand. I, Valrin of Trava, Stormborn, accept this ship and the charge of Miras to protect his seas and to command this ship of old. There was a flash of light, and the surroundings so glorious and dazzling faded away.
Trust in me, Valrin,
Miras said. The ship moved along the shoreline. It rested against the stone docks as praying that others ran down toward them. The splendor they had seen before them had vanished to the cave, and only the golden gate shone. The ship? Adonus? The ship you always spoke of? The one you talked of from the old stories?
Adonus wiped his eyes. They have walked a righteous path in honor of the sea, and I know this path is what we should follow. From the opposite side of the large cave system came the sounds of scratching stone. The rocky cave wall slid down, letting in a blistering wind from the outside seas. The torches around them went dark, and they once again were exposed to the frigid cold of the glacial seas. Valerin went to the helm of the ship, and the sails seemed to react to just his touch on the wheel. "Come aboard," Adonus told everyone. Bray jumped on, rubbing her fingers across the railings. The ship was no longer gold, but instead was a deep red oak. There were several crystals at the helm, but Valrin had no idea what they did. As the crew joined them, it was strange for them to have no immediate need to do anything to help the ship go underway. "Take us out, Valrin. We will need to meet up with the truest bliss and decide what we must do next. The dwarves will no doubt be close. We must hope that we do not need to fight, but if we do, I will help you." As he gave thought to the direction of the ship, it seemed to respond slightly with drifting that way, but then more so as he actually turned the wheel. He had the strangest feelings as they began to depart. He maneuvered the ship as it sliced through the water to the cave opening. It was agile, slender, and moved with such ease. There was no comparing it to even the truest bliss. As they went through the opening of the cave, they began out on a long rocky crevice with only the sky above them. Valrin looked ahead at the open sea and to clear waters. He would need to turn left as they exited, as best he could figure. As Adonus came to his side, he felt confident. He did not know what was to happen in the coming days, but he felt hope. It was then several thuds struck the ship from above. Valrin looked up to see dwarves swinging down from rocks above. Bray shot several fiery spells at the intruders as the crew brandished their weapons. Adonus drew his blade and pointed. "Get us to the truest bliss." Valrin gripped the wheel, keeping the ship moving forward but watching as more dwarves poured from above. Their crew fell to the deck, splashing blood as more dwarves swarmed the deck. One of them spotted Valrin and ran up the stairwell to him. Adonus parried his swinging axe, deflecting it away before slashing the man in the neck. The ship made its way from its rocky berth to the open sea, but the sea was not as open as they had thought. 8 black dwarven vessels were in a half circle, sealing the harbour. The truest bliss had been boarded. Valrin heard a click, and a crossbow bolt struck Adonus in the shoulder. The captain of the truest bliss fell to the deck of Valrin's ship. A dwarf began to laugh. There was another ship approaching. It was a large ship. It was the ship that before had been in the harbour at Trava. "Well, well, well. It seems the old dwarf captain had his suspicions, and they turned out just as he suspected," the dwarf shouted from afar. Several claw chains were thrown into the deck, but they could not grasp the wood. They simply slid and fell off the side. "So it is nigh uncatchable," the dwarf laughed. "But it is the ship." "Stop the hollering, Rugog. It is me you want," Adonus shouted. "Oh, Adonus, it was you once, but it is the wee lad now. He has my ship, the ship my king deserves. The ship that my king's desire for resulted in some of your own crew being left on a deserted island just to be picked up, for the righteous Adonus couldn't leave poor saps just to die." The ship had slowly drifted towards the truest bliss, and the ship of Rugog had gone with it. The current was very strong, so Valrin assumed it was actually partially his thoughts that had moved the ship. As they drew closer, Valrin and Bray, who were being held at spear point, noticed the dwarves on the ship holding the crew hostage were the same ones that Adonus had saved. Rotho looked out, and Phadis was at his side. "They betrayed us, Adonus!" Rotho shouted. "The bastards gave us up. They had some type of dwarven device in their jewelry. We've been sold out by your kindness." "You cannot take the boy," Adonus said. "He isn't yours. He's mine. He is my own. He is of the great god Miras." The dwarf laughed again with a boisterous tone. "Miras, the giant fish. I no longer believe in the fallacies of the weak." If the one of your seas wants to do something about me, let the bastard squid lover. Adonus called to Valrin. You must live no matter what. You must escape this place with the ship. The fate of the Stormborn, the fate of our fortunes rest with you, Valerin. One of the dwarves who was nearest walked over to Adonus and kicked him. Shut up, you damn fool. No more rattling. The dwarf then went toward Valrin. Take the boy, and then we take the ship. We will kill the rest and feed them to the sharks. And then when the sharks are done, we'll take the sharks. Can't have good trading supplies go to waste. The dwarf stomped toward him, and Valrin grimaced. Drawing his sword, he held it out toward his foe. Now, little boy, we don't want you to hurt yourself. Give me the blade, and it will be enough. You don't want to kill, and we do not want you to. He held the blade up, but he was shaking. He knew very little, save a few sword fights back at home that were all for play. There was that one swordsman. It was an elf. He knew a lot and said his sons were like Valrin's age in appearance, and already as proficient as any man. It was hard for Valrin to believe that. He turned his thought to his adversary. He was breathing heavily, and he made steps back as the dwarf approached. He closed his eyes. Miras, help. The ship shook and rocked beneath his feet. The dwarf lost balance and fell. The other dwarf, still hanging on from above, struggled to hold on as the ship began to toss in the water. There was a blast of water to their right, and several of the whales from before struck Rugog's ship. Miras heard him. Bray took the moment to cast a stormy barrage of lightning into different dwarves on the ship. The dwarf who had now stumbled grabbed his foot. Valrin stabbed him with the point of his blade, severing the dwarf's fingers. He then slashed it across the back of the exposed hairy neck, sending a splatter of blood on either side of the man. He ran to Adonus, helping his friend up. The bolt was in his chest, and Adonus struggled to breathe. Rugog had been distracted by the onslaught of sea creatures attacking his boat. Several large octopuses climbed up the side, and the whales kept his ship from being steadied. Over on the Truest Bliss, the few remaining loyal crew fought to take back the ship. The outer line of dwarven ships began to fire their bolts, sending massive chained hooks hurling through the air. Rotho shouted over, "Get to our ship! We are clear of breathing dwarfs! Set myself!" Fadis jumped to the ship with Valrin and ran toward where Adonus was. As he came up, he drew his bow, aiming toward Valrin. Valrin dropped as the bolt passed just to his side, taking down the dwarf who had tried to capture him. "If you're going to have a sword fight, best actually use it to kill the dwarves," Fadis told him. Fadis and Bray took hold of Adonus. "Get me to my ship and stay with Valerin. He needs your help. He is your captain." Bray shook her head. "Get Adonus to the Truest Bliss. We will need both ships to break through the Dwarven Fleet. You're not dying, Adonus. We will all get out of this." Valerin followed behind them as they went to the front of the vessel. Rotho was waiting, and though the ship bounced precariously close to one another, they did not strike, and they were able to move Adonus to his ship. A bolt flew into the side of the Truest Bliss, sending wood splintering into the air. "Follow us," Rotho shouted. Adonus was struggling to stand aboard his ship, but was staring at Valrin. "Follow me out, Vals. I will show you the way. And I will show you how to send these ships to the bottom of the sea," Rotho shouted. The dwarf first mate of the damned vessel Truest Bliss ran to man the crossbows. Most of the crew remained aboard the ship, but none had the zeal of the dwarf. Fadis drew his bow, firing at several dwarves already aiming at them. Valrin watched as he drew arrow after arrow, releasing in quick succession. He then ran to the railings and fired a set of 2 arrows, striking more dwarves aboard the enemy vessel. "Come, Valrin! You must get to the helm." He ran to the wheel, taking it in his hand. He turned away from the Truest Bliss, running his ship against the vessel of Rugog. "Bastard boy!" he heard the dwarf shouting. The Truest Bliss pulled in front of them. Adonus was at the helm, and Rotho ran along the crossbows, sending bolts into the vessels that were approaching them. It took great strength for the dwarf, firing the massive bolts and then pulling back on the twin chains by himself. Many of the crew were falling to arrow fire from the dwarven vessels. There wasn't any more of the crew on Valrin's vessel. None except Fadis and Bray, at least. Adonus made an obvious pointing motion that Valrin followed.
His ship moved quickly, almost overtaking whom he was following, and the dwarves were closing in. It was a narrow passage that they were sailing toward, a spot where there was only one dwarven vessel, and then open sea. It wasn't an opening before, but when the ocean creatures began attacking, the other ships had moved to help Rugog. "Fire!" he heard from behind them. He turned to see several streaks of fiery arrows fly over the ship and strike the truest bliss. It was a moment later when another wave came, this one sending a bolt over Valrin's head. Bray went to the side of the ship and cast a blast of fire into the ocean, creating a veil of steam rising up into the air. It did a good job of shrouding their vessels. Adonus was moving the vessel to the left again, taking a path around the towering island. If they could get distance between them and the other ships, they had a chance. Another line of bolts came flying toward them, but due to the Russes' distraction, their bolts missed. Valrin felt confident. He felt relaxed to some point. They had somehow escaped the clutches of Rugog, and through no real understanding himself, Miras had answered his short and sudden prayer. A horn called. This one he had heard before. Bray jerked a glance toward the truest bliss. Several more dwarven ships appeared in a line, running a passage to block them. These had been hidden, waiting. It was like it was all part of Rugog's game. Valrin looked behind and saw the Dwarven Fleet bringing in the nets of ships. There was a narrow opening to open ocean, but there was a Dwarven vessel running parallel to them, attempting to cut them off. The truest bliss changed course. Its sails were up full. It ran a path almost directly with Valrin, but Rother was no longer at the crossbows. His axe was out, and he stood at the front of the ship. He was holding the ropes and bracing himself. As Valrin kept his course, aiming for the ever-closing opening, Adonus rammed the truest bliss into the Dwarven vessel. Adonus then drew his blade and ran with Rother, jumping onto the Dwarven vessel they had just thrown off course, leaving the way open for Valrin. He moved his ship around the floating wreckage and to open sea. As he twisted the wheel back to the left, he noticed Adonus and Rother fighting multiple dwarves. Fadis fired several arrows, striking dwarves all along the opposite deck. Valrin had taken the wrong path. He now ran along the line of dwarven vessels instead of out and further away. A barrage of bolts came screaming over the top of the deck, just nearly missing the masts and the small crew Valrin had to start with. Bray was on the railing. She appeared extremely weak, but she was still casting spells. The Russes' strength was failing her. Fadis held strong. "We need to get out of here, Captain," Fadis said. He was the captain of the Stormborn vessel. But he had a choice, and though he didn't know what he was doing, he had to try. He wheeled the ship into the Dwarven line. "Valrin, this is not what I had in mind," Fadis shouted. He did not know what would happen, but he looked to the crystals at the helm. Twisting the first one, the masts began to shine brightly, and a blast of fire shot out of the side of the ship. A moment later, the hull of the ship struck the Dwarven vessel. The ships tore at one another, leaving chunks of Dwarven vessel in the water. Fadis angled his bow, loosing into the dwarves, one after another, as they attempted to board. Bray sat on the deck, hyperventilating, but trying to still look over the railings and cast whatever she could. Valrin had his plan. He was new to sailing, but this was his ship, ordained to him by birth in a storm upon the sea that cast him into the care of his Aunt Tua. He had taken the step forward in faith, and now he was to save the one who had done so much for him in the short time he was in his life. He had to save Adonus. As he ran his ship into the Dwarven vessels, he twisted the crystals, sending blasts of arcane fire toward the ships. The dwarves who had been manning the crossbows fell back to avoid the searing stream. As he went ship to ship, he noticed the blast weakening, but he had still done catastrophic damage to the other vessels. The other Dwarven ships, including Rugog's, were closing on them. "Fadis, retrieve our friends. Do what you can, please." "I will do so, Captain." As they came along the last ship, Valrin noticed Adonus was on the ground, but the first mate was still up, and though covered in blood, he had not stopped killing those of his kind. Fadis jumped to the enemy ship, and Valrin turned the wheel, forcing his ship into the Dwarven one.
The dwarves on the vessel had seen what had happened to the other ships, and fled as Adonus and Rotho came aboard his ship. The mast of the truest bliss was still just visible, but the ship of Adonus was falling into the depths. That was not the fate of the remaining crew today. Phaedus had retrieved Adonus, and Rotho followed. "Valerin, get us out of here! Toward open sea this time!" Phaedus shouted. Valrin turned his ship away from the Dwarven one and made for the open sea. As the other vessels of Rugar came near, he twisted the same crystal again, and a blast of fire shot out again, this time towards the other vessels. The Dwarven vessels did not pursue, and instead went to their own crippled ships. They had escaped, and Valrin guided them into the bleak expanse. Safer waters, at least for now. Phaedus had taken the helm as Valrin went to Adonus. "Vals, you should have left me. You were reckless. You could have gotten yourself and this ship destroyed." He stared at him, seeing the anger in his eyes and the anguish of pain he was in. He smiled. "Seems I need a captain to teach me still." Adonus smiled back. "It does seem so." Rotho knelt down, pushing a strange herbal mixture into the many wounds Adonus had. The bolt from the Dwarven attacker was still in place. "He will need healing, something beyond our skill set. We had supplies on the other ship, but this ship does not seem quite seaworthy beyond having some flashy powers, if you can call them that." Valrin looked around. He did not yet understand the vessel they were on, but there had to be something. It was then a blast of water sprayed the deck. He went to the edge and noticed a whale pushing a wooden box. As he tried to reach for it, he found it just out of reach. Rotho used his axe to pull it closer, and then reached down to pull it out of the water. The chest itself had the same emblem as the door before the place where they had gotten the ship. It was the image of Miras. He opened the chest to find several golden items, none of which he knew what were for. There was a single parchment within, and it was addressed to Valerin directly. He opened the letter and began to read. "Valerin, Stormborn, you have escaped from near death, saved one who believed in you, and now sail upon the seas of uncertainty. You have a vessel unlike any other, and you must learn it and unlock its true powers. There is much for you to discover, but I do say for you to take these devices I have included. Set them upon the aft deck and watch as the powers of the seafarers awaken. From there, you will be led in time to where you must go. There is much more for the Stormborn to do." The message said nothing else. He carried the box to the rear of the ship and took the golden items. Each were a different prism. They were made of gold, but were near opaque. He set each of them on the ship's deck, and they began to spin before floating together, moving into the wood itself. On the lower deck, a stone and metallic altar of sorts formed out of the very wood of the ship. A massive image of what Valrin could only describe as a floating map, made of air, appeared before them. "A map of the sea," Phaedus said. "I do not recognize most of this, but to the far south is where we met up. Mera. I can tell from the outline. But whatever it is moving, like it is the actual sea itself." Valrin stared at the map, seeing a dense cloud cover moving over the image that matched the clouds above. As he stared, he saw an island. He turned the ship and it seemed the map he stared at changed as well. "We will try here," he told the others. He wasn't sure exactly where they were going, but considering they were so far north and none of them knew exactly where to go, it seemed like the best idea. He did not know how much time Adonus had, and as his friend seemed to be breathing faster and in more pain, he assumed not too long at all. In time, they came upon the island seen on the map. Though it was abandoned itself, Rotho was able to find supplies good enough to remove the barb from Adonus. He started a fire and got a small knife red hot. "This is going to hurt, but you know I must," the dwarf warned. Adonus fell unconscious and was struggling to breathe. At the last moment, and to their surprise, a fairy floated down and moved over Adonus's wounds.
Rother quickly removed the barb. Adonus opened his eyes for a moment, and his breathing returned to normal. The fairy crisscrossed over his body, and it seemed that, after being healed by the power of the fairy, Adonus fell into a deep sleep. They departed the island, sailing south for a time as Valrin tried to prepare for what it meant to be a Stormborn. The dwarves of Rugog were not going to simply allow him to escape, but he had beaten them once. In his young mind, for at least now, that was enough. The moon rose, and he did not feel tired as the others were. Though Fadis and Bray both questioned him, he gave them his reasoning, which they didn't believe, but were too tired to argue. As he glanced up at the night sky and millions of stars, the polar light shined a bright green. He closed his eyes. He was Valrin of Trava, Stormborn. His true quest had just begun. This has been Stormborn, A Tale of the Dwemhar, Stormborn Saga Book 1, written by J.T. Williams, narrated by Nick Denton, copyright 2017 by J.T. Williams, production copyright by J.T. Williams. Mage Soul, A Tale of the Dwemhar, Stormborn Saga Book 2, written by J.T. Williams, narrated by Nick Denton. Part 1. Shadows of Old. Valrin sat beside Adonus. It had been 3 days since his wounds were healed. The fairy magic had sealed the wound, and although at the time Rother was confident he was improving, his sureness had begun to fade. The once captain of the truest bliss had not awoken, and his breathing had changed. "Storm is coming," he heard Bray say from behind him. The Roosist touched him on the shoulder. "I will stay with him for now. You've spent every night at his side, and you could use the rest." Valrin glanced at her. "I told you that I no longer need sleep." "Perhaps not, but you are the captain of this vessel. A captain should be on deck. I will stay with him for now." The chambers within the ship were well lit but empty. There were barren shelves and netting for supplies, but very little else. He went back up the stairwell and opened the wooden hatch at the top. He emerged on the deck to find Fadis and Rotho both at the helm. "Storm is coming, Captain," the dwarf said. A long line of black thunderclouds were moving towards them, and the gusts of southern air were as salty as they were relentless. Valrin went to the pedestal and moved his hand over the crystal. The map showed vast seas around them, and no obvious place to take shelter. "We've moved south for the last 2 days, but we cannot seem to get there. The current and the winds are wrong. It's like the gods bid us to stay in this region." Fadis went to the edge of the ship. "The gods can bid all they want, but this storm might have other plans of its own. I haven't seen one so big in quite a few years. Besides, the swells are really picking up. Perhaps we should head back north. It might be safer." Valrin shook his head. "Rotho, you've sailed on these waters for much longer than any of us. What do you think?" The dwarf grunted and looked up at the clouds. "Keep us angled to the storm. We should move east and try to go round. We have a few answers right now. If we can find a place to hide, it might be best." "Are we too far from Mira?" "Yes, and we could have a fight on our hands just to get that way," he replied solemnly. "There are many islands in the far north of the glacial seas, some not so friendly, and some flat abandoned. The ethereal qualities of the far north are a mystery to many. You have many places like Mira, and a bit to the southeast of that, Corson, but many places are frozen ruins of realms of beasts long forgotten. We are lucky not to have been swallowed up by some sea monster, to be honest. There are a few of those in the deep depths, or so the old ice dwarf stories say." "Great. Stories," Fadis joked. Rother gave him a sharp glance. "A man of archery is uncommon in these waters. What is your true story, archer?" "My story matters little, but I aim to make my past better. In current company, since I have little to hide, now I am from Taria, and have been gone from there for 6 years. Criminal? In a way, to some. I let those I love slip away." The dwarf laughed. "Then please, good archer,
do not love us. Though it was meant to be in good humour, Thetis just looked down and then walked to the rear railings and stared out. Valrin could tell he was upset, and even Rotho seemed surprised by Thetis' abrupt actions. Valrin wondered of where he came from, but did not go to him. It seemed best at this point to just let him be alone with his thoughts. The ship was cutting through the water at a now wondrous pace, for the storm seemed to be turning. That, or its grand expanse, was too much for them to outrun, and they were simply losing any hope of having enough time to escape it. "Have you thought of a name for the ship yet, Valrin?" Rotho questioned. He hadn't, and he hadn't really thought to name it at all. "All ships of the sea must have a name," he continued. "This one is no different. It may have powers and be a so-called realm ship, but it's a law of the seas that all ships must have a name." "A law? Well, more of a preference, really. A good luck type, thing." Valrin thought a bit and then looked across the waters. He had nothing that came to mind in the short time he'd actually been thinking of a name. "Well," Rotho said, "it's no matter, but you need to be thinking of something." As Valrin stared out across the water, he saw a haziness appear in the distance. The wind shifted, and Thetis ran down to the lower deck. "This storm is drawing upon us. I will tell Bray to prepare herself." Rotho shifted the wheel in his hands. The ship seemed to jerk against him. "The rudder is giving me a bit of a stubborn pull. Valrin, get over here. Come help me." Valrin went to the helm and tried to work with him to guide the ship. The waves were increasing in size, and the storm had turned the sky black. "This ship can cast fire from its sails. I don't guess you have any other tricks." Valrin grimaced as he pulled the wheel. "I wouldn't know where to start." The ship was overtaken with a showering rain. They began to lurch from side to side in the winds, and the sails began to glow before lowering completely. "What in the god throcka was that?" the dwarf said. "Where are our sails?" Valrin looked down at the crystals. He hadn't touched them. In this moment of distraction, a massive wave struck the ship, throwing him away from the helm. He rolled into the railings, and a large wave of icy water shot across the deck. He sat up and looked out at a series of flashing lightning. There was suddenly an island coming into view. Rotho had seen it too. He turned the wheel hard in an attempt to guide the ship, but it was no good. The ocean tossed them further, moving the ship with haste towards massive rocky cliffs. It was then, in the shroud of the storms, a water cyclone twisted out of the clouds and moved towards them. "Hold on to something!" Rotho shouted. The blast of ice, air, and water moved right up to the edge of the ship and spun them in a rapid motion. The island passed around them in a blur as they were tossed into a rocky cove, crowned with black cliffs and snow-covered ruins. The cyclone moved away from the cove, and the swell of the storms seemed to subside now that they were in this natural protection of the island. "I have never seen any of the sort. This storm has a mind of its own," Rotho shouted, coughing and soaking wet. Valrin got to his feet and looked around. "Dwarven ruins?" he asked. The towers of rock were capped with many structures with dark domes and many broken towers. The dwarf shook his head. "No, the architecture is not dwarven. I am not sure what it is." Bray and Thetis both emerged from below deck. "Is Adonus okay?" Valrin asked. "He is, but we were tossed around really good," Bray said. "Where are we?" Thetis glanced around and made a pointing motion. "I've seen ruins like this, but it was in the south. They are not dwarven or elven. Something else." He strung his bow. "What are you doing?" Rotho asked. "The dear sickly captain needs out of the cold, and for good rest. I will scout ahead, see if I can find something, or somewhere for us to take shelter." The ship had come to rest against a large outcropping of rocks, though Valrin thought to move the ship closer to shore, and perhaps a better spot to disembark. Thetis jumped ahead. Rotho made his way to the edge. "I'll go with him. Make sure he doesn't cause any trouble." As the two of them trudged up a rocky path, Valrin looked to Bray and smiled. "I think I might survive my first few days as a captain after all." She laughed. "It is strange. You are young to be a captain." "Not too much younger than you." "Well,
You don't see me as a captain now, do you?" They both smiled again, and then Valrin looked towards where Adonus was. "I just don't understand. He won't wake up." Bray made a motion with her eyebrows. "Well, I'm not sure," she sighed. "I always heard fairy magic was the most powerful of healing magics. Perhaps he needs a bit more. The only reason he was to his feet and fighting as he was his determination to help us escape, which turning your ship towards the other vessels, well, that was really brave of you." "I have to protect my crew, even if it might cost me." She went to the edge of the deck and looked down into the water. "Miras, I guess, has hope in you as a Stormborn, or whatever it's called, and this ship. I can't seem to explain it. How does it have magical powers?" "Dwemha or sea peoples. I'm not sure the difference at this point, but I'm guessing it has something to do with that." "I don't know. Us Russians never cared for those of other races. I talk a lot of my superiority to most, but that is exactly why my race is nearly extinct." "You have never seen another Russis?" "No, not breathing anyway. I have a memory of my mother and father, a mere fragment of a picture. I see her, and above her is my father. His hands are alight in fire, and my mother's body is badly burnt. I don't remember too much else. Be happy, Valerin, that you do not know your parents. It's not always a memory that you'll be able to remember fondly." He was shocked at her words. His thoughts of who his parents could have been were always fond. A warm feeling, or more so a fictitious story in his mind, from many nights wondering where he had really come from. Now, he wondered if his orphaning was a blessing. It was only a few more minutes when Rotho and Fadis returned in a confident stride. "There's a good place for us up the hill a bit," Rotho said. "It has shelter from the wind and rain, and only had a few cave spiders to deal with." 8 cave spiders, dwarf. 8. And 3 of them nearly shot wads of web on you." "Well, he is right," the dwarf nodded. "He is good with that bow. Got off 3 arrows before I removed my axe from the first carcass." Valrin dropped the anchors. He'd forgotten about that before, and while it was strange to leave the ship where it was better than the ground he thought they could get to. The tides were shifting, and the ground which was covered in water just a bit before were now sands and jagged spikes of rock. Working together, they moved Adonus and carried him up the rocky path. It was a road of some kind, and without concentrating too much on the random cracks and broken steps, Valrin could tell it was well made. He wondered if it had been here since before the great flooding that destroyed the sea peoples. If so, the place could have been on a mountain, or at least, so he assumed. They reached the edge of a large platform, and the wind cut through with a bitter chill. Valrin looked up to see the storm in all of its rage. More of the cyclones spun in the distance. The sea was terrifying in the magnificence of its uproar. He looked back to his ship and saw that, strangely, the water remained very calm, even though the water outside of the cove was still churning. Rotho and Fadis carried Adonus. The captain's hand fell flaccid from his body, and Valrin lifted it up to put it back on his stomach. Bray ran ahead of them and to the obvious towering structure they were heading toward. It was like a temple of some kind, a large dome with arches and columns that ran down either side of it. A center double door was slightly ajar, but seemed to move with the winds, whistling around its edges. Valrin ran ahead and joined Bray holding it open. They moved Adonus in and then shut the doors. The Russes quickly created flames for light, and Valrin jumped, spotting the corpses of the massive spiders. "I thought they were smaller," he yelled. No, lad, they're quite large," Rotho teased. The spider's remains were near the size of a bear. He had seen bear pelts come to his island home in the past, but seeing these monsters was something else entirely. Bray walked to several basins that lined the room and lit them with her magic. Though the coals were long dormant and cold, they came to life with relative ease. It seemed that while this place was long abandoned, perhaps the spiders had only recently taken up residence, though he had no idea where such creatures would come from in this desolate region of the sea. They had a few items from the ship to make pallets, and a small fire gave some warmth. Above them, an opening in the dome let in a gleam of moonlight wrapped in the occasional storm cloud. Adonus still slept, and Bray fell asleep as Valrin looked at her. Fadis leaned against the wall of the room and carved a mark on his bow as Rotho stared into the fire. "What are you doing?" Valrin asked the archer. He finished the strange mark and returned his knife to its sheath. "Marks. Marks for good deeds." "Good deeds?" He set the bow down and leaned back, closing his eyes. "Deeds. When your life has culminated with the product of bad choices, you start trying to do a bit better." He opened his eyes and stared at the fire before glancing towards Valrin. "To be more worthy." Valrin wondered exactly what kind of life Fadis had come from. What bad deeds had he committed? And what was he trying to be worthy of? But he didn't push it. The howling wind outside and the dank smell of the room was enough to upset anyone, without further questioning. The dwarf lay back against a rock and began to sing. "Troubled waters, beyond the coldest reach, I dream of love and mountains high. But ahead I have many ocean nights, a long voyage home, a long voyage home. Axe head dulled from many broken bones, from fearless man and coward elf. I stand upon the rocks of Harrodar, where ancestors roam in the stony home. I cannot weep for those gone away, but I will sing my song, a lonely dwarven song." Valrin listened to his words. They were lonesome and sad. He seemed to sniffle, and they quickly shuffled his hand away from his eyes as he noticed Valrin was watching. "I'm not too great at songs. It's been a long time since I've been away from the halls I called home. Being within these stone walls remind me of those places. Eventually, perhaps we will come across old dwarven ruins. You will see the grandeur of my people, and perhaps put from memory the horror you have seen of us so far. I don't really see old dwarves as bad, just some of them. I'm sure there are many dwarves who are giving and open." Rotho laughed. "Well, just because we're all not bad doesn't mean we're pushovers. Dwarves are a conceited lot. We are proud and we keep to ourselves. That as it is. Once you are our friend, that bond is stronger than hammered dragon ore." "Better than elves," Fadis said. Rotho coughed. "Yes, well, elves are their own sort." "You do not like elves?" Valrin asked Fadis. "I guess you could say that. I had my own issues with them. Where I'm from, back in Taria, I spent a good amount of years fighting elves. I always heard elves were the greatest with bows." Fadis smirked. "Yes, well, they bleed all the same. Practice can take you a long way, but shadows can hide any that do not wish to be seen." "You know," Rotho said, "I knew a ranger once. A rough man, but a good friend of a short time together. He said something like that. Well, before he died." "All rangers die, my dwarf. I just hope to have some say in where my own death takes place." "So you were this ranger, whatever that is?" Valrin asked. "A long time ago, when you were likely a newborn. Rangers protect their lands and the lands of their neighbors. They hold a mutual respect of one another, and generally take the most risk to protect that they love. Kings have been protected and slain by rangers in my lands. But yes, it was quite a few years ago. It was about that time I did away with that part of my life. I came up north. There's less to deal with up here. But there was always some kind of trouble, and a bit of coin to be made." There was a sudden scratching outside of the door. Valrin jumped, drawing his blade nearly out. Rotho was at his feet, and Fadis moved his hand to his bow and worked to get an arrow to string. "Bray!" Rotho shouted in a whispered tone. She sat up and glanced around. The scratching came again, and this time was louder. Rotho motioned to Valrin. "Back up!" Valrin stumbled, but held his sword out. He bit his lip and stood over Adonus. The scratching came again, and the door swung open with a gust of bitter sea air. The fire went out, and a spray of something flew in. "Spider acid!" Rotho shouted,
Bray! The Rusis cast a bright flash of orange flame towards the doorway and engulfed a massive spider. It screamed and crackled as it shrunk to a broken form. Its flesh was orange with melting carapace, turning into a gelatinous mass. Rotho stepped forward into the doorway. His glare shifted to either side, and he sniffed the air as he took slow steps. There was a loud hiss, and he jerked right before slashing his axe into the attacker. Another spider came from behind him, and Fadis released an arrow, bringing the creature down. Valrin then looked beyond his friends and saw several red eyes in multiple spots in the distance. "More of them!" he shouted. Another volley of venom flew their way, striking the ground near Adonus and splashing the wall next to Fadis. The archer fired another 2 arrows at the approaching beasts. 2 fell, while a third hissed and jumped. Rotho blocked with his axe, but the spider knocked him down. The creature stabbed its legs in a forward motion, trying to move over the dwarf and inject its venom. Bray rushed forward and placed her hands over the creature, letting out a brilliant burst of electricity that stunned the beast. Rotho pushed it off him and smashed his axe into it. It squealed a strange sound and then died. "Are you okay?" Bray asked as she pulled Rotho to his feet. The dwarf rotated his shoulder and grimaced. "Yes, I'm fine. I just smell a spider now." Valrin ran to the doorway to look at the dead creature. It was larger than the largest bear pelt he had ever seen. It had multiple eyes and hairy but frost-coloured skin. "Perhaps we disturbed their nests?" Fadis asked as he motioned to the room they were in. "I guess," Rotho said. "But these beasts could not live in this desolate place. There's no food." "Except us," Bray suggested. A sudden series of flashes appeared in the distance. Valrin looked up to see several bright flames heading towards them. "Get back!" Rotho shouted. The flames struck around them, shattering the rocks and causing the stone to partially glow. Fadis had his bow bent, but did not release. "I do not see anything or anyone," he said to the others. A few seconds passed. They all hugged the interior of the shelter. Valrin peeked around the corner, and he saw another flash, this time blue, before several blasts of ice struck at random around them. Then fire came again, this time striking near Adonus. The stones around them began to melt. Rotho and Valrin ran over and pulled him out of the direct fire as another blast came in. Fadis leaned out and released an arrow. As soon as he was in cover again, another series of blasts of both ice and fire struck just near him. "Damn these things!" Bray shouted. The Rusis emerged from the opening with a shimmering ward to block the incoming attacks. There were 2 bright flashes as the blast struck her shield. Fadis filed out behind her and loosed an arrow around her side, striking a figure in the shadows. Valrin went to the door, but Rotho held him back. "We have no magic shield or bow in which to fight with. This is their fight," he told him. Another blast struck the shield, and then Bray dissolved her ward. Spinning, she sent several blasts out to multiple figures on the platform. They each summoned wards, and then immediately dropped them. A voice from their right shouted out, "You fight as a Russish young one. Your hands are alight with arcane power, and your battle zeal is unmatched." "We want no trouble upon this dark night," Bray shouted. "We have an injured man, and we just wish to wait out the storm. We will be gone by morning, we swear." Fadis still had his bow bent. "You don't have to back down from these sprites." Bray was shaking, but not from fear. There was almost excitement in her voice. "They're not elves, and they are much more powerful than I." The one figure who spoke before approached. Fadis immediately stepped forward, his arrow at his cheek. "Stay back!" The figure stopped, and Valrin noticed he simply lifted a finger. The arrow Fadis held at draw disintegrated into embers, and his bowstring twanged empty. He went to draw another arrow when the figure lifted his hand, summoning a large ball of flame. Fadis lowered his bow. "You are Rusis?" Bray exclaimed. The figure paused, lowering his spell. He threw back his hood to reveal a grey-haired man with a scraggly beard. "Some of the last," he replied, "though we do not go by that name anymore. We are the keepers of songs, priests upon this lonely rock. While in deep meditation, we felt the stirring of the seas. A Stormborn has emerged, and the realm ship has a master." Valrin and Rotho moved out of their shelter and crept up to where Fadis and Bray stood. The man who was speaking immediately bowed. "They had said it would be a child. We all felt it as such. You are young. but long shall be your time upon the seas." The man then stood back up straight. "I am Lorlam. My brothers, these fellow monks have taken a vow of silence since your arrival. But know each of them meditate on your future, and we have our ways of providing insight to one another. I am Valrin of Trava, Stormborn." "Ah, yes, Stormborn, a child made in part from the souls of the sea peoples. That cult broke away from the Dwemhar long ago. Indeed, there is much mystery to them. It is our place to help you, or so it seems the waters of the glacial seas have told us." "My friend Adonus, he is back in the shelter," Valrin motioned. "He is not well." Two of the Rusis monks went towards the shelter. "We will see to your friend," Lorlam said. "For now, you should all come out of this cold." Valrin saw Fadis looking around. "Are these spiders some magical creation of your magic? Or," he asked, waiting for an answer. "Or, they were our friends," Lorlam said, with a slight disgust in his tone. "You took one of the few places they seem to enjoy sleeping. They came to us around 2 weeks ago, floating on a block of ice, and nearly died. We cared for them, and were allowing them a place to live for the time being. It was quite a miracle to bring them back to full life from nearly dead." Fedis shrugged. "Well, they aren't nearly dead now." Rotha laughed and slapped Fedis on the back. "Did you not have an injury?" Valrin asked Lorlam. "I saw an arrow strike one of you." "A mirage. A spell on the mind. We were unharmed in our engagement." They both walked with Bray as she followed the other Rusis. Adonus was carried in the arms of the monks, leaving Lorlam and Valrin to walk at the very back. "How young are you, Captain?" "How did you know I was the captain?" "Well, the realm ship has a captain bound to it. Since you are the Stormborn, that would make you a captain. The ship has many powers beyond that of a simple vessel. I assume you know of some of them already." They followed a pathway that took them back past the realm ship and to a large arched dome that made the previous one look like a small closet. There was a massive column in its center, and as they walked around, Valrin saw large torch basins and a hallway. At the end of this hall was a large door. "I do know some of the ship's power. We dealt with the Barb King's dwarves, and Rugog." Lorlam nodded. "I have heard the cries of the ocean and know of the dwarves. Is that who has cursed Adonus here?" "He isn't cursed," Valrin corrected him. "He was hit with a poison barb, perhaps, but not cursed." "I see. Well, poisons work on the body in ways that a curse does not, but there is truth in the other way of things too." Reaching the doors, they noticed large dark circular metal handles with a slight sheen of ice on them. Rotha opened the door and they entered. There was a rush of warm air that Valrin was relieved to feel. The room they entered was a cathedral of sorts. There were candles along all the walls, and a massive library of books as far as Valrin could see. "Much of the knowledge of the old world that we could find has been gathered here. We each spent over 100 years searching the lands for texts and manuscripts to collect, and to guard and study. This is the complete sewing of our works." Rotha and Bray immediately picked up one of the books. "It's a dwarvish metal book," the dwarf said. "I've not seen one of these since I was a child." Lorlam snickered. "Some are simple, a mere textbook for schooling as the dwarf has found. But once we see to your friend, I will show you something that you as a captain will find most useful, no matter what you think you already know of the sea." The massive room where all the books were also had offshoots of small open chambers, with sleeping quarters, a kitchen of sorts, and a large fire pit that billowed a faint smoke into the upper portions of the cathedral and out into the night sky. They proceeded to the large altar, and Valrin joined his crew to observe what the keepers of the songs were to do next. Lorlam went to Adonus' forehead as the others circled around. In total, there were 8 of them. At this point, Lorlam revealed a large staff with a crystal orb that he moved over Adonus in a circular motion. "I never thought I'd get to see another Rusis," Bray said. "We were just talking of this, weren't we?" "Yes, now I just hope they can help him," Valrin told her. "I thought your powers were of elemental magic." Rotha touched him on the shoulder. "These men may have been Rusis, but I think they have moved past the simple knowledge of their race. We shall see." The monks placed their hands on Adonus and closed their eyes. It was the most silent time Valrin had ever experienced. Somehow, though there was no actual sound or light, there was a near palpable power alive in the room that had numbed them all to any noise, except a faint rushing sensation that they could fully feel throughout their bodies. It was like something filled Valrin's ears, but he didn't feel the need to remove it or try to clear his ears. They could then hear again as normal. A hum filled the air that was just audible over the crackling of the nearby fire pit. There was an undulating sound, and then a high-pitched ringing. Slowly their hearing returned, and the monks remained in a bowed position. Lorlam approached them and rested on his staff. "There is something about what has stricken your friend that baffles even our knowledge. We must take more time than I expected. I can only bid you rest here among the books and the comforts that we have here. There are beds in the distant lofts." He pointed behind him. "Please know that we will work to help your friend, but we do now wonder what it is he is stricken with. We see the evidence of the spear, and we can feel the presence of the fairy magic. But it wasn't enough." He then turned and returned to the others around Adonus. "I worry for our dear captain," Rother said, "but these monks seem to know a bit more than us. Sleep without the threat of spiders. I will take it." As the others went to lie down, Valrin followed them, but did not feel the need for sleep. "That is so very strange," Bray told him. "I know. I do not even feel sleepy." She lay down and covered herself. The others were in nearby beds, and from the loud snoring coming from that direction, it seemed Waldo took no time in taking Lorlam's offer to heart. "There are things for me to see here, I am sure," Valrin told her. "You all need your rest. Enjoy it." She smiled and turned over. He left the area they were in and stood back near the entryway of the halls. The keepers of the songs were still around Adonus and did not seem to notice him. He walked back to the large doorways at the entryway and went back outside. The sun was on the horizon, a soft orange glow just above the edge of the sea. The ruins they were in the night before dotted the upper cliffs in a circle around them, though there were periodic breaks where he could see the expanse of the sea. He followed a stairwell up and around the side of the structure they were in. There was an overhang and a tiny crystal sitting in a notch. He climbed up to it and noticed there was a humming sound coming from the pinkish rock. He'd never seen a place like this. Following around to another platform, he could see the back of the island and a large beach here. There seemed to be glowing crystals all along the perimeter. The wind on this side of the structure was much colder. The light of the sun gave him no warmth, and he shivered. He then heard the sound of a lock sliding to his right. He turned to find an opening door. He stepped back at first, afraid of what he had disturbed in this strange place, but to his relieved surprise, it was Lorlam. "No sleep for the captain of the realm ship?" "No, I'm not tired." "When you are at port and it is safe, you should at least try." The old man smiled, and then shut the door behind him. "You are a curious boy, Valerin. What drew you to come outside?" He hadn't really been drawn outside, in his opinion. "Nothing really. I guess I just wanted to see. I thought Rooses were much rarer, and to find so many of you in a place like this, I had to see what else was here." "An adventurous spirit. Something needed in the glacier seas. This place was built by the Dwemhar, our sworn enemies, if you can call them that. Most of the intricacies of such a building have faded away. There are places beneath that still hold secrets, but having my blood prevents it. I have pierced the veil of magic and seen crystals within. No doubt something your ship uses. I don't really know. It uses crystals for its powers, but I just do not know too much else." Lorlam smiled. "Well, first I bid you bring your ship around the edge of the island into the cove below. I believe I can help you in at least a small way. The area below has a port of the ones who built your ship. There is a place I wish to show you, but I want your ship to be in a safer place." "Is it not already?" he asked. "Dwarven vessels could still find it there. Although I find their chance small, I deem you bring it into the protected port. There is a veil upon it that from the outside waters makes this region invisible, save massive cliffs. Follow the cliffs around and you will see the path open to you. Do not worry. The storm from before is well gone, and I may have had a hand in guiding your vessel here. Valrin peered at the man. You created the storm. Not quite the storm, but the forces of the water that drew you towards me. It is no matter now. Just bring your ship this way. Valrin returned to his ship. It was a good but careful run to make it back to the vessel. He felt strange leaving the others, even though it was only for a moment. He had never been alone upon the sea, and pulling the plank up that led from the ship to the shore was a strange moment for him. It was hard for him to imagine ever being alone on the sea. As he went to the helm, he thought of what Lorlam had said. It was odd the Rusis had actually pulled him towards the island, but it did not seem he had any negative intentions by it, and thus far, he and his fellow monks were helping them beyond what just about anyone else could. He steered the ship away from the shoreline with only a bit of the sail up. The crystals below the helm glowed brightly. The water was calm outside of the cove. He turned to the right and began sailing around the edge of the island. The cliffs to his side were massive and dark. With the pale grey morning sky above him and the whistling winds cutting from behind, he felt alone, but was strangely at peace. As the ship rocked forward and back as he steered around jagged rocks coming up from the sea, he kept along the cliffs until it seemed the rocks moved away from one another and a passage appeared. As he crossed into the path, he gasped, as now he was within a port. He looked behind him to find that there were no cliffs at all, though they had been real enough just a moment ago. It was a powerful mirage created by magic. As he guided the ship into a massive cave underneath the structure that before he and Lorlam were standing above, he saw that Lorlam was waiting for him. The ship began to move on its own, and Valrin tried to fight the wheel, but he could not. The vessel drifted against a long black stone to the right, and with a strange click, the ship was set against the wall. Glowing runes appeared on the ground by the ship. He stepped off and noticed Lorlam was staring up at the walls. The entire structure seemed to be glowing. For so long I have awaited this day. It is strange, finding it all as it was foretold. I still question exactly what this all means. The events of a few days ago happened very quickly. In time you will understand it more clearly. Now, let me show you something. He led Valrin further into the cave and to a massive doorway covered in ice. There were effigies covering it. The Rusis placed his hands on the door and used flame to melt the ice. Through many translations found across the oceans, I have determined that this was at one time a shipwright's quarters. Though I dare to see it, the markings of Vancouver upon the outside, etched on the floor. Valrin noticed the runes and what appeared to be the image of a ship. Though he couldn't read it, he did see the sharp slashes, almost cruel marks on the ground. Vanku, composer of the songs of eternity, a god of death, the god of death, if death could be a god. He is far from here, far from you. You must not fear that which is sealed away. Your fate is beyond his reach, for this place is marked as a tomb. I deem you to be careful. You want me to go in there? He nodded. You must know more of your ship, and I have felt the power from within this place, but have not been able to go in there. Your friend Adonus will need more than I have here, Valrin. I have an elixir maker that can do much more than craft simple potions, but I will need something from the south. Go into here and seek out what you can find. When you are done, simply return to the halls above. I will prepare the others for your journey. Valrin pulled open the door, and a strange smell struck his nostrils. This passage has not been opened since it was sealed. Lorlam went to reach into the doorway, and the air shifted, suddenly pushing him away. And it's one you will have to go into alone. Valrin drew his blade and stepped in. He looked back to Lorlam, who pulled an unlit torch from his robes. He lit the tip with his powers, and handed it to him. Good luck, Stormborn. Valrin stepped forward, and the doorway shut behind him.
He looked ahead to see a long hall with strewn objects all over the floor and archways well above his head spaced out every few feet. There was ice along the walls and no sense of warmth to be found. He began forward. His every step echoed down the halls. He looked around to large open expanses on either side, seeing what he thought was movement, only to see tattered cloth blowing from slight gusts in the boughs of the caves. It appeared as if the mountain rock itself had grown into the structure. The rock piercing through the ornate panels of the hall was sheer and pointy. There were several broken pillars littering the path and torn manuscript pages. He continued on, spotting several doorways, but finding them all blocked. He wasn't sure what to make of this place overall. He came to a large circular room and found the skeleton of a ship on a raised platform. There were crystals and ore lying about. A large smelter, long, cold and barren, took up the wall to the right, and large doorways flanked one another where the completed ship could be moved out. There was a single pedestal and a metal protrusion sticking up. Valrin sheathed his sword for the moment. There were no other rooms he could see, and so far the sealed passage had simply been empty. He went to the switch on the pedestal and took hold of it, looking around as if someone was actually going to see him touch it. He took a deep breath and twisted it. There was a rumble beneath his feet. The smelter to his right roared to life, and bright crystals in the corners of the room began to spin in place, giving off a radiant glow to the surroundings. A series of panels to his right opened along the wall, and he saw several manuscripts in crystals, like the ones on his ship, upon a large shelf made into the wall. He smiled and went over to the wall. He took one of the 4 books and thumbed through it. The language was that of the Dwarves. He could tell that, but nothing else. But Rotho said the Dwarves didn't build this place. He took the books away one by one. He did not know their significance, but he knew Rotho would be able to read them. He then went to the crystals. Rolam told him these somehow helped power his ship. He would need them at some point, but as he grabbed the crystals, he heard a lever fall behind him. He turned, spotting something glowing gold on the opposite side of the room. He set the crystals down and drew his sword. At this moment, he wished to have someone else with him. Rotho, Phadis, Bray, any or all of them really. There was a strange scratching sound. He noticed that several golden lights moved toward him in an erratic way. There were 4 in total. As they drew closer, he noticed they were like small turtles, except metallic. One by one, they came to rest in front of him. They were mechanical. They had small gears atop their backs with blue crystals atop their heads. One of them was flashing, and in a sudden flash of lightning, the turtle changed forms and became a small golden tower. A voice then came. "If this room has been awoken, I will know the plans set forth before have come to pass. We were deemed evil by our masters. We of the sea were the last of the sect who believed ourselves truly different. We could not escape the flooding of old. We were the dissenters. We seek redemption, and through my work here, I will have done my part. Stormborn, you have awoken. Your path will lead to our salvation, and if the gods will it, my work here will be enough. I was Arnea, shipwright of the once Grand Dwemha. I bestow upon you not only the texts to teach you of the old realm ships written in a language I believe will survive the true tests of time, but moon crystals to keep your ship well powered. With you, I bid you take my assistance. They are sea turtles, but you will find that even on land they work quickly. They can repair your vessel and will work to assure it stays floating beyond the days of the Stormborn. But to most, they will never be seen, and that is as it should be. Only another such as yourself can truly use the powers you possess. I bid you one last request. Retrieve my body and return me to the sea. I would much rather rest outside of what has become my prison." The golden tower became 3 turtles again, before each of them turned into small golden balls. Valrin picked each of them up, noting them no larger than his hand. He noticed a small brown sack near the shelves where he found the crystals, and worked to put the assistants and the crystals in the bag. He thought of how Arnea had left him the strange message, and his last request. He gave thought to ignore it, but then noticed the doorway in the direction the assistants had come from. It was now open. No doubt from the assistants, but he hadn't noticed it. He guessed it must have been another veiling spell, like the one outside the island. He proceeded forward to enter a room adorned in hasty markings and covered in red splashes. He noticed a strange smell in the air, not of rotting corpses or of foulness of that sort, but something else, something like some kind of food. He walked towards a glowing light on the wall and noticed it was a small fire. He then looked to see a frail man lying on the ground. He jumped at first, but then cautiously knelt down and found the man was still warm. Blood pooled around him. His eyes were open and his mouth was agape. The man could not have been dead for a very long time, yet this place was sealed. He wondered if someone was in there with him. He scanned the room, but did not see anyone or anything. Valrin then noticed a dagger lying on the ground under the man. He reached down and touched it, and in his mind's eye there was a flash of memory. He saw the ceiling of the room. The frail figure before him was a proud man, but was deeply saddened as the doors to the outside were sealed, and he sat alone, surrounded by his assistants. I have eternity to wait. I will wait within this room until eternity comes to pass. Alone I am, always alone. Tormented by the songs of Vanku, the deceiver. I cannot escape. Once the time comes, when I feel the Stormborn open the way, I will have death at last, though I will no doubt try to obtain it before then. Valrin then saw the image of the old man aging over many, many years, until at last he sees the man smile before driving the dagger into his stomach over and over. The man collapses. The cold bite of the air took Valrin, and his hand seemed stuck to the dagger. He saw the image of the man again, and the dagger fell from his hand with a clang. At this point, he realized the man had been trapped in this place until his arrival a few minutes ago. There was a small window to the outside world that Valrin noticed in the corner of his eye. That was this man's only way to see out for however long he had been sealed here. He had not been as lucky as the Dwemhar in the place Adonus and the others had stumbled upon a few nights ago. This man had been cursed, and he felt a strange pulling in his mind that he wasn't the only one who was cursed to live as such. Valrin, though small, was able to lift the man still dripping in blood and carried him back out. There was something sweet of the notion, the act of returning one of the ones he somehow could almost call family to their resting place. The feeling of death was heavy upon him, but as he reached the outside again, he went down past his ship to the edge of the docking platform and tossed the body into the seas. Goodbye, Arnea. He knew from the visions he had seen before with the others that those who preceded the creation of the Stormborn were a separate cult of the Dwemhar. They regretted what they had become, and they sought redemption. At least this one had found it, in some form. Part 2. Mysterious Friend. Valrin was covered in blood. As the body of the now-dead Ancient One disappeared into the black, cold waters of the sea, he looked around for the path that Lorlam had taken to get to this place. He found a stairwell that led back up and began the spiraling path to the peak where before he stood with the Rusis. He looked down at the blood smears on his arms. He had never had the blood of another person on him like this. As discomforting as it was to him, he saw the honor in carrying out the final act wished of him. He felt the bag containing the crystals and the assistants, along with the books written in the Dwarven language. Arnea must have thought much of the Dwarves to assume they would survive the unknown amount of time that would pass waiting for the Stormborn. He went back to the doorways to the halls where the others were. The sun was up higher in the sky now, and he wondered what Lorlam would actually tell them of Adonus. As he entered and began down the stairwell, Bray immediately saw him, and her eyes grew large. "Valrin, are you hurt?" Rother and Fadis quickly joined her, followed by Lorlam. I'm not hurt, he told them. Bloody, but not hurt.
What happened?
Fadis asked. The blood is not mine. There was a man. An ancient man. I don't really understand it, but he's been alive since, well, before now. The place was empty and cold, but slowly I was able to determine some secrets. He handed the books to Rother, written in your language, and from what I can guess, they will guide us with the realm ship. I also found crystals, he said, looking at Lorlam.
The power I meditated on and found beneath us was more than these simple trinkets. There was a man beneath us?
I don't understand it myself, Valrin said. He was there. A few days ago, we witnessed visions within ruins to the west. There we saw the sea peoples and their talk of the coming floods. They spoke of going out to the world and awaiting the Stormborn. I thought this was meant as a more spiritual sense, not literal. Did the man see anything else? Bray asked. He spoke of Vanku and hearing his songs.
A tormented one? Rother questioned. A what? There is belief that some who awe the gods of death will not be allowed death. Perhaps this ancient one was one of them. Or perhaps he is the key to the old prophecy of the north, of the ones who will release death, or so it is spoken, Lorlam said. That's an elven prophecy, Rother stated. That was a prophecy of the far northern glacial seas, spoken by Vanku himself, when he was sealed away. But we digress. This is not of the Stormborn's concern. That man is dead, but I do worry of what more will be uncovered. He turned from them and went back to Adonus. There was now a single monk standing over him, and the others moved around the halls in silence. The glacial seas are a dangerous place. The way you must go, the danger will not be magical in nature, but dwarven. You must go south of here, to a city called Corson. It is where you will seek out Trilsa, a man who calls that place home. He knows of the dwarven potion trades, and how to find one who makes them. Lorlam went to a large stone circle with several cups arranged atop a platform. This is an elixir enchanter of the sea peoples. I can use this to determine what any potion is made of, and in that, determine a cure. Your friend was not simply poisoned, as like one who is struck by a barb or a stingray, or the slap of a jellyfish of the south. This was a poison that went deeper and was blessed with dark magic. This is beyond my skills, and I fear if more of this exists. Your friend will remain here safe with us, but you must seek out Trilsa. He is a friend of mine. Just do not use my name as you know it. He knew me as the Mage of Ice. Tell him this, and he will help you. Corson, I have a cousin who runs an inn there. It has been a good while since I was there, but I will be happy to see him. Be happy we're not elves. They do not like elves there at all. Sounds like a fine place, said Fadis. Valrin went to Adonus as the others prepared to head to the ship. He knelt at him and put his hand on his chest. We will return. Rest, friend. He stepped back and into Lorlam, who was standing behind him. We will watch over him. Keep faith in your crew and your ship, and may Miras watch over you. They exited the halls and hurried their way up the stairwell leading back to the ship. You moved the ship? Bray asked. Yes, an enchanted cove of sorts. Fadis shook his head. Why is everything enchanted, cursed, or somehow not just good wood and iron? Coming from a man with an elvish bow, Rother asked. It is only elven wood. I made it myself. I've learned to avoid elven weapons. They're not worth the trouble. Rother shook his head with a grin. One day we will sit down, and you would tell me about your adventures before here. I have to assume it is quite a tale. Valrin led them down to the ship, and Rother stared at the docked vessel. How is this ship tied to the dock? It's like it's locked in or something. You seem quite disturbed by this, Bray teased. It's just, I've never seen such a thing. I've seen many dwarven mechanics, and this is beyond all of that. These docks were built by the same people who built the ship, Valrin told him. The doors ahead took me down to the shipwright's room, where a partially constructed ship was abandoned at some point in the past, though I wonder if it was before the floods. How did the ship get to the water? I assume they lowered it. You ask questions that make my head hurt thinking of answers, Rother said. I will look in these books. Perhaps we will find answers to your questions, and mine. Oh, and the next time you're going on an adventure, wake us all up.
I agree, Bray said. It wasn't an adventure, more like a small journey into a long-sealed place.
An adventure, Rother stated again. That's what you had. As Valrin touched the wheel of the ship, whatever hold was on the ship released, and the sails came up slightly as they moved away from the docks. They made quick speed leaving the harbour, and Valrin brought up the map in the centre of the ship. He looked across the vast seas and noted Trava. Corson would be to the west of your home island, lad, Rother told him. He looked over and saw an island. There, he pointed. Aye. As he adjusted the ship, the map shifted with them, and he could tell they were moving in the right direction. He manipulated the crystals near the map and was able to see a much greater expanse of the oceans, but most of it was unknown to all upon the boat.
We've been to many of the islands of the lower glacial seas, Bray said, but the far north is known to be both icier and more dangerous. Adonus was always wary of going that way. The islands we were on before were still in that region, but it's my guess that's why the keepers of songs have been left alone.
They also don't cause the dwarves trouble, Rother suggested. I could see the dwarves seeking to add that place to their kingdom at the first notice of trouble. Then we must protect them, and ensure no dwarf save you ever finds out about them, Valrin said. The island became a mere outline behind them, and several new islands appeared in front of them. Each had its own look, character, and likely story hidden to the common passerby. There were penguins on one, and at least twice a seal emerged to watch them as they sailed by. The sunlight was a welcome sight, but it was nearing the time of year where it would not be out as long. As they travelled for a few hours, it became clear that they would make it to their destination sometime at night. Valrin had handed the wheel over to Bray, and it seemed that Rother had learned something from his readings. Let me see the crystals you retrieved, he said excitedly. Valrin pulled them from his bag and handed them to him. It seems that these use moonlight to recharge the crystals of the ship. I have told you how the further northern regions of the sea have many secrets. Valrin nodded. Well, these crystals have properties that allow them to pull radiant magic from the air itself. At least, when you are sailing in these waters. It takes in lunar magic in the air and somehow stores it as energy. Now, I assume if you were to go south of the waters, this effect will lessen and eventually fail. But that's what these are for. Rother went to the back of the ship and moved his finger along the wood. A switch flipped down, and with a flick, he opened several compartments on the back of the ship. Taking each crystal, he placed them in literal holders that closed around the crystals, securing them. Now, I've found a bit more about the helm crystals. The translations are rough, but I can tell you of the four main ones you have. The top one engages the weapon we saw before, the arcane flames, while the one at the bottom can raise a ward, similar to what Bray can do. There is also a lockdown for the ship, a type of security. The ship will only be accessible by you in this case, and it will be surrounded by an impregnable shield until you come near it. That is strange. How can the ship have this kind of power? The best I can see, the sea peoples were using a mix of Dwemhar crystal magic with that of the Rusis magic and a bit of Dwarven mechanics. I'm just now touching the surface, but at one time, these ships could do magnificent things. Even fly, if you can believe it. Now come, dwarf, Bray shouted. No ship like this can fly. Rother thumbed through one of the books and revealed a picture of several realm ships at flight against a cloudy sky. Bray shook her head. Well, if there is something this ship can do, then you might as well figure it out so we can get to Corson before dark. That seems the problem, though, Rother added. The magic that powers the ship will go dark over time. I assume small actions will use less magic, but large actions, such as flying, if the vessel can't do it, would take a significant time to recharge. We should keep to the sea and to normal sailing actions as much as possible. We don't need a fight, Valrin said. But we should always expect one, Fadis said, suddenly, standing and looking out. A dwarven vessel is to our left. Valrin and Rother both turned to see a ship travelling west along the same path as them. Rother took the wheel. We need to keep our distance. The dwarf reached to where the crystals were and twisted a knob on the right side. You can control the sails here, he told Valrin. The ship slowed its pace, and the Dwarven vessel drifted further away. He turned them further north. We will approach Corson from the north. I would rather arrive late than be captured by dwarves. A nasty lot. Damn sea pirates. Then we get to a place where your own cousin is. Yes, and we should be fine there. If we run into any trouble, I can easily take on a few angry dwarves. But I don't want to risk alerting the entire Dwarven navy to our presence. They're no doubt looking for this ship, in whatever form they remember it. Do you think Rugarg would have regrouped that quickly? Fadis asked. Oh, yes. He went back crying to the Barb King, and from there, they will search these seas for us. They may send Rugarg in his own groups, or perhaps they will have him hit up a few travelling pods of whales, while another bastard comes after us. Where is the Barb King at? Valrin asked. He has an island chain to the east. They call the place Gurundothrak. It is a long mountainous region where his floating palace is suspended above the great open ocean, and it keeps him from being attacked. It is a marvel to see, to be honest. Massive towers scale at the mountains, and chains stretch down to hold the abomination above an arcane and hand-stirring sea that makes short work of any approaching sea vessel. It's of the same design as the magics that protect Mera, but his is also active, and none who ever came up against him ever made it to the Palace of Thorns. He is protected by countless dwarves, and even more foul creatures, so if you had any thoughts of going after him, I say keep it for mind. Valrin had thought of it, but now he didn't even know if he should say it. Fedis chuckled. I can tell that the boy seeks blood. A good way to deal with your problems is to head straight for it, but even better, wait until you can make your enemy hurt in the worst possible way. Valrin stared at him. I do not want war with them. This is not my charge as a Stormborn. Well, what is? Stop troubling the boy, or you can find yourself a new ship in Corson, Bray snapped. I do not mean to trouble him, but once Adonus is healed, we will need to move forward in a way that makes sense. We're not going to float around and see what dwarf finds us, and how we might escape again. No, Bray said. Once Adonus is better, we will seek out the ones of wisdom who hid within the world. We will trust Valerin. That will be with or without you. Fadis walked away from them. Valrin smirked at Bray, who did the same back. She was constantly standing up for him, but since they had met, it seemed like she was a bit more playful toward him. He kind of liked it. As Fadis went to the front of the ship, Valrin followed him. Thank you, he said. Thanks for what? It seems like I'm causing you more trouble than good. You're a faithful person. You have more than done your part protecting and helping the others. They might not like what you say, but you're trying to help. Before I was on the truest bliss, I only had a handful of people who actually cared about me, and only one of those I can say never took advantage of me. My Aunt Tua. She was a vampire and an elf, but she protected all of us in the end. I would hope that if I was to die, that I would do so in action that protects others. So you're telling me you're already planning your death? Well, no. Listen, Valrin. I've seen enough death for the both of us. There is no honor in death. It is bloody, messy. It smells. My actions before heading north a few years ago resulted in many unnecessary deaths. I had thought to revoke my vows as a ranger, but I didn't. I did as honor would have me do. It didn't get me too far. Fadis paused for a moment. He took a deep breath and then closed his eyes, and then looked directly at Valrin. I see a zeal in you. That king of barbs is not liked, but the people are too scared to rise up against him. I'm not saying start a war, but if you have an arrow drawn and your enemy is in front of you, there is no harm in letting your bolt do the dirty work. Valrin nodded. I'm happy to have you in this crew, Fadis. Just, well, watch it with the others. Strange coming from a child, but I will do so. You know I'm not that young. Young to me, little guy, young to me. They shared a smile, and Valrin went back toward the helm. Their journey had continued with little issue at all. The moon was high in the sky when Rortho pointed and nodded. Land ho! He said in a less than exuberant voice. Corson was ahead. Its dark outline had a few specks of light, and fresh snowfall covered the island. How long has it been since you've been here? Fadis asked. 10 years, 4 months and 14 days. Specific? Bray said. My kin and I had a bit of a falling out. Perhaps we should avoid them then, Valrin suggested. Oh, no. He's one of the few I trust. He has a nice inn, too. As they moved the ship around the west side of the island, they came to several wooden docks. Valrin looked up at the actual city and noticed a series of elevated wooden platforms and larger houses. There is another area to dock, right by the inn. We will go there. Rother guided the ship around the edge of the island to a separate inlet with a few small sailing ships and mostly empty docks. Generally, this is only for ships in repair, but my good cousin will not care. They pulled up along the docks and threw ropes to tie off. Fadis jumped off first, followed by Bray. Once the ship was secure, Valrin and Rother joined them. Rother pushed himself to the front of the line. Come on, he said, making a motion with his hand. Valrin looked around at the black sand beaches and dark rocks that were sheen in the moonlight. The ocean had washed away the snowfall, revealing the volcanic rock that made up the island. Be happy it isn't winter yet. During the dead winter, this place is under so much snow, you can barely walk the paths. There was a large 2-story house ahead. It was red in colour and had a sign hanging in front of the door that was in need of some paint, but it could still be made out. Valrin took a moment to make out the blocky runic letters, but read it to himself. Spitting crabfish. Rother pushed open the door, and they entered. Valrin immediately smelled the aroma of an odd-smelling stew. Rother! A man bellowed out. Valrin pushed his way past Fadis to see another dwarf approaching Rother. You stay away for many years, yet now you come on the evening of the christening of my new bar. I just received this beautiful dwarven-made top for the bar, the same bar you helped me build for the inn, before you left me to join in the misadventures of some captain. There was no one else in the inn at this hour, and Valrin was actually happy about that. He was looking around when Rother's cousin walked toward him and knelt down. Fadis immediately drew a dagger, and the dwarf looked up. Some rougher types, my cousin and a child. He's my captain, Eurus. Aye, truly such a young captain. My name is Valrin, he told him. We are looking for a man named Trosa. The dwarf stared at him. He has a hovel in the far north of the island, but he also killed my most recent spice runner. Not the greatest thing to happen. I've been making a point to cook more for the locals, and well, fish becomes bland in time. I will need to find another to go south. We're not here to run spices for you, Rother said. I need to speak with you. We've had trouble with Rugag. Has he been here recently? The dwarf looked outside and then back to an obviously stern Rother. No, not in some time. Most dwarves have stayed away. Most elves too, ever since that ordeal with the elf who killed all of those poor fishes. Elves haven't dared step foot on this island. Though that was well over what? 100 years? Well, he didn't die, and those poor bastard sprites will outlive us all. Damn them, Rodo. Come on and sit down. The dwarf went to the door of the inn and locked it. I'll get you something to eat. Just a moment. Eurus went behind the bar and retrieved bowls before serving them all a bit of stew. Valrin ate it, and the warm broth was soothing to his throat. The taste was of Arctic fish, but it also had the most fragrant herbs. Ha! The dwarf said. It must be good. No one is talking. There was a sudden knock at the door, and they each jumped, turning around. Calm down, the dwarf said. He went to the door and shooed them off. My good cousin is here. We'll open tomorrow. Go on, go to bed, you sea cucumbers. He shut the door back. Pesky drunks. You really shouldn't tell them I'm here. Rugag knows of me. He leaned onto the table. I do not know what trouble you're in, but it doesn't need to find its way here. I may not agree with them, but they are dwarves. Our people. Rother finished his stew and stood. My cousin, you and I will have a drink and talk of our people. They will go to Trosa. We are pressed for time and will depart tonight. The other stood as he did. Very well. Take the road outside and head east. It will dead end and you will find a rocky recess high atop the hill.
There you will find Trosa. Beware, he is a testy man. Ulthar looked at them. Find him. Get what you need and get back here. If Rugar gets any sense that we are here, he'll be on top of us quicker than I like. Bray and Valrin immediately went to the door, and Fadis sheathed his knife he had kept out since entering the inn. As the door shut behind them, Valrin shivered at the cold of the outside compared to the inn. That was a bit abrasive, Bray commented, but none of them had anything else to say of Eurus. This way, Fadis said. The road away from the inn was desolate and dark. There were many houses, much like the fishing houses that Valrin had grown up seeing on Trava, but no one was out at this hour. Unlike Mira, the land was generally flat and most of the structures looked identical. A dark place, Valrin said. Soon it will be dark at all times in these regions. I kind of look forward to it, Bray said. At least we'll be able to hide easier. The way out of town became less and less a path, and more of just open rocky ground. The city was now behind them, and ahead was a hilly region from where they could observe the sea clearly in all directions. For the longest while they just walked, expecting to find something, but only finding more rocks and uneven ground that even made careful walking difficult and dangerous. They continued up, avoiding drop-offs and following narrow paths, until at last they began into a small inlet with a beach of volcanic glass. Here, just visible in a rocky house, was a man sitting outside smoking. "Who are you to come this way?" the man asked before they had even got close enough to warrant saying hello. They continued walking at first, but the man stood. "Who are you?" he shouted up at them. "Friends of the Ice Mage," Valrin said. There was silence, and the man set his pipe down before hobbling toward them. "You know the Ice Mage?" he asked them. "Yes, and he needs your help." The man quickly turned away and went into his house. They paused for a moment, unsure of what they should do. "So what now?" Bray asked. Valrin went forward, leaving the two of them, and headed directly for the house. They ran to catch up with him, when just before the house, the sand gave way and they fell straight down, landing in a shallow cave just above their heads. "What in the—" Fadis began as he pushed himself up, but the man came to the opening. "You fell for a simple trap, and I'm supposed to believe you are friends with the Ice Mage." "We are," Valrin said. "We need help with something. Our friend was struck by a strange poison." The ground began to move beneath their feet. "I know something about poison, but have you ever heard of a seaweed trap?" The ground began to upturn, pieces of sand and shell churning in the bubbling water around their feet. "No, we haven't, but this is hardly something we are curious about," Bray said. The man above them laughed. "You will soon learn what it is." "Trelsa, we did nothing to you. What are you doing?" "I've seen assassins before," he said. "I've hid it for so long, the dwarves know I'm here, but after I killed the first 20 they sent for me, they agreed to leave me alone. Now you seem to know more about me than I care, so I assume they sent you masquerading as my friend's friend, to let you allow me close. But no, that will not happen." Several twisting arms of seaweed came up. Bray attempted to burn it away, but her flames did nothing to the enchanted plants. Fadis pointed at Trelsa. "You are making a mistake. If we wanted you dead, you'd be dead." Charming words from someone in a trap. Valrin drew his sword, but the seaweed grabbed hold of his arms, pulling him down. "I am Stormborn, and I demand you release me from this trap." "Stormborn? Why would I care of that?" "Because this poison does not just poison one, it curses them too. The Ice Mage, your friend, told me you were the only one who could help us. He said you could be trusted, and if we do not return to him, he will search us out and determine what happened." The seaweed suddenly stopped. "Sharp words for a young one. Perhaps you were not assassins." A single rope came down to them. The seaweed receded. "Come, now." They climbed back out to see that Chaucer was again smoking his pipe. Fadis sneered at the man, and Bray let out a spark of electricity streak off her fingertips. "Good thing I did not kill a Rusis. The Ice Mage always has an affinity for those. We once went on a quest to retrieve his staff. We had to avoid a poisonous beast, and I needed a rare ingredient to make a salve to protect him from its venom. It was a fun adventure, and one of a few we partook in." "Why treat us like this if we know the name of your friend?" Bray asked.
He took a long draw from his pipe and exhaled. I wasn't going to kill you, but many have died in my sandpits. The deal is that most assassins are cheap, particularly the ones the Barb King sends. Most plead with me, curse me, say the glory of the Barb King will endure. I'm used to that. You three are different, using words like Stormborn and such. I'm curious of that. I do not know that term. It doesn't matter the words, Fadis said. The boy told you of a poison. How can you help us? You were sent for Evern, in truth, dear man. Evern? Valrin asked. Yes. Another poor man. Elf. He's from the far south. Narasond, I believe the city is called. He lives further south than this. You would draw close to dwarven places going that way, but if you're friends of the Ice Mage, you no doubt will be fine. Evern deals in the more odd potions. I know a good deal, and I am an expert, if ever there was one, but Evern is a true master of plants, poisons, and the like. How do we find this elf, Evern? Bray asked. Just dead south from Corson, you will see an oddity in the sea. A mushroom, green in colour, dots the island, giving it a strange appearance to the stark white and black of the glacial seas. I do challenge you not to eat them either. I had a friend do that once. And? Valrin asked. I said, I had a friend do that once. Valrin wasn't sure if this was an attempt at humour, or the man was serious. Thank you, Trosa, for your time. The man nodded and lifted his pipe. Tell the Ice Mage his old friend misses him. Another adventure would be a fun excursion. We will, Valrin said. As they left the man to his pipe, they made a hurried walk back to the village. Did Lorlam actually say he would hunt a man down? Bray asked. No, but I wouldn't want to anger the Ice Mage myself, so I figured it would work. Lying now? Fadis asked. Now don't go telling Adonus I taught you that. I assure you, he will assume it was me no matter what I say. They made it back to the inn to find Rotho and Eurus standing outside. Rotho approached them. So? We must go south, Valrin said. South? We have to find an elf, a man named Evern. Rotho looked over to Eurus. There will be dwarven vessels that way, Eurus said. We have to do as we must, he replied. Good tidings to your cousin, Eurus told him. Perhaps when you get done with what you're doing, we can head south for a bit, to Haradar or Mekranok. It would be a glorious good time. He embraced before Eurus looked at the others. Anyway, good luck to you all. Know that this is a safe place if you need to hide. I will do what I can for you. The dwarf went back into the inn, and they headed for the ship. Did you have a good conversation with him? Bray asked. An enlightened one. The dwarves are searching for us. They have already been here looking for a child captain. It seems our adventures to the far north have indeed spread out in rumour and talk among the dwarves. So they are hunting us, and they know to watch for Valrin? Fadis asked. Yes. I hope in going south that we do not need to go to any other city. No, Valrin said. Only to an island and an elf. Some would say that's a bad idea as well, Fadis said. You all know I'm not a fan of sprites. As they pulled away from Corson, they sailed with haste in a southerly direction. They spotted torchlights in the far east. Rotho pointed. Dwarves, likely. Those are large ships. Should we sail further west? Fadis asked. No, in the dark they cannot see us. We would be good to continue south as is. Hopefully our next meeting will not take us any closer to the dwarves than is needed. The others had laid down, and Valrin guided the ship south. He had seen no other islands, and he kept a keen eye out for the strangely green-covered island he expected to see at some point. He looked up to the stars, trying to remember the passage of time and the constellations that Adonus had taught him. He was a captain, but he felt almost lost at the task. To him it didn't help that he was looked at as special to some degree by the others, yet also still a child. He knew he was young, but he had to set himself from the boyish image he had. Perhaps in time, that chance would come. It was still just before dawn. The clouds had shifted away, and a purple hue struck the horizon. The water had become calmer, and for a good while, Valrin moved the ship towards a trio of high-reaching islands. They were the first they had seen since they left Corson, and he had worked to assure he continually headed south. The first of the two islands was obviously not green at all.
There was red algae that grew around the base of the tall island. As he moved the ship around it, he noticed it was actually very small in width and seemed to have a rocky extension that connected to another island. This one was larger, but it too lacked the green mushroom he was told would make a blatant finding of Evern's home obvious. At last, he circled around the third island. It was of sheer rock and the largest of the three. There were no plants, no animals, not even holes carved out by the sea. He made it around the edge of this one, when just before he turned to move away, he saw a small beach and mushrooms with green tops growing on it. Yes, this is it! He turned the ship and twisted the knob to lower the sails. As he did this, the ship ran aground and tossed from one side to the next. Without prompting or activation, the assistance Valrin had retrieved from the ship right before came to life and rolled across the deck with a slight hum to their movement. They turned to the four-legged form and scurried over the edge of the boat that had run aground. He dropped the anchor as his dishevelled crew stumbled atop the deck. "Sounds like you tore the outside of the ship," Rotho said. "What happened?" "We're here," Valrin pointed. Rotho turned and looked at the island. "So we are, but Throcka be blessed. Don't tear about the deck of the vessel. I don't know a shipwright who could actually fix this kind of ship." Fadis strung his bow. "An island with green mushrooms and an elf. Those sound like the perfect ingredients for a fun time." The front of the ship was still resting on the sands. They leaped from the ship to the sand and formed a line as they walked toward a shadowy, overgrown beach. Valrin looked behind and didn't notice any danger or any signs of the assistants. They were quick at their work and were most definitely out of sight. As they walked up the beach, a white snake fled from beneath the sand and disappeared into the underbrush ahead. Fadis put an arrow to string and moved ahead of them. As he got to just about the spot the snake had disappeared, he turned around to wait for the others. A moment later, a spear from the tree struck between them and Fadis. A white smoke billowed from the shaft, and Valrin felt his strength drained. He fell to the ground and looked at the others, who'd been stricken the same way. He was unable to see clearly, and his arms and legs did not want to work. He felt himself being dragged. The ground went from sand to that of hard rock, and then he could only see darkness. He heard ringing in his ears. He tried to talk, but couldn't even hear himself. He felt sick, but was too weak to even move. He was lying against something hard, but he could do nothing but listen to the ringing. Part 3. Underrealms. It was a good while, but the annoying ringing eventually stopped, and then his vision cleared at nearly the same time. The others were there with him, but they were all bound. "Valrin?" Bray said. "What happened?" he asked. Rotho grunted. "Elven trickery, some type of poison. Short-acting, or so it seems." "Yes," a voice hissed from the shadows. "Short-acting, but with purpose." Valrin saw the white snake from before. It slithered between them, hissing as it did. It returned to the shadows. "It is a strange group to have on my lonely island. I do not expect visitors. I rather like to eat them." Valrin looked around and was shocked to see skeletal remains of either human, elf, or dwarf hanging above them. "You have found the lair of Everin, and I must question why." The snake returned, slithering over Valrin's boots before twisting back to the shadows. "We seek you for your assistance. We were sent by the one known as the Ice Mage to a man named Trosa. Trosa told us you were an elf who could help us with poisons," Valrin told him. The snake emerged again, but this time on the shoulder of a strangely opaque elf. Aside from blackened curved nails, his pointed ears were so long they twisted around his neck. The elf wore the skin of some animal and had a crab claw hanging from his shoulders. "So you come here not as an offering or a mere shipwreck, but to ask me about poison?" "Aye, but we'd appreciate it if you let us go so we could talk as decent people," Rotho said. "I am not what you would call decent people. I am not welcome at decent places, but my snake here, Rasi, likes me." The snake twisted around his neck and down his body. The snake went to Valrin's hands, and he could feel it nipping at the rope. "Rasi likes you all, but I still think it would be better roasted. The bones of dwarves have a hardy compound for a lethal poison. Valrin's hands were freed, and he stood.
Rasi slithered over to Bray next, and began to bite at the rope holding her.
I free you, Evan said, but I do so out of happy hopes that you will not kill me. I am no mere elf as they would call me. I am a shadow elf. We are known to be dangerous.
I've never heard of a shadow elf, Fadis said.
It is good then. We were assassins once, a typical profession for the name, but most of the shadows never live as other elves in trees of the blessed aether, or in decent places.
They were all free now, and though Fadis made a motion for weapons, Rotho dissuaded him. If Evan wanted to kill them, he would have done it. There was no reason to provoke him.
Come with me,
Evan beckoned. They followed the elf deeper into the cave system. Luminescent bugs scurried along the walls around them, and the elf lit their path with a staff that glowed in orange colour. The cave opened up into a cavern with a wooden bridge that was flanked by trickling waterfalls. Valrin looked over the edge of the bridge and saw multiple glowing plants at the bottom of the cave.
I grow many things, Evan told them. Most you cannot get in any other place than here. I have travelled far and long to obtain this rare flora.
So you are into alchemy? Rotho questioned. He ignored Rotho for a moment, leading them up a narrow stairwell. They ascended to a tower of sorts, where the ocean winds cut through the stones.
I will take you to my home, so we may sit and speak in more comfort than the caves.
In the darkness, it was hard to actually see the elf himself. He was simply a hooded figure leading them on. They walked across a stone walkway, and Valrin paused to look out of a hole in the passage. The sea was beneath them. Are we leaving the island?
Yes,
Evan replied.
That is but one of three. My home is in the one we go to, although it is not as simple as that.
Reaching the island, they came to a room of vines and large leaves that wrapped up into a small opening of sunlight.
Follow me to more comfortable places, dear friends.
The elf stepped into the vines and smiled at them as he descended into the undergrowth. I think I will wait here, Fadis said.
Come now, Archer. Let's not get scared,
Rotho said. They each stood on the vines, though Fadis was still reluctant, and slowly began to descend. Valrin felt his feet tugged at first, but then a snaking trio of vines twisted over him, and he took a deep breath as his head was covered. He couldn't see anything. He felt for a few moments that he was falling. The sensation came several times, but each time the vines grabbed hold of him again. This is not the most comfortable situation I've ever been in, Fadis said in a garbled speech. It was a few more moments before Valrin felt his feet released. A second later, and he found himself falling a few feet and standing in fresh sod. They were in a large cavern. Mushrooms grew in every spot they could see. Evan stood above them, just up a small stairwell, his staff shining orange light upon them. Valrin noticed that his staff had carvings of flowers of differing kinds and a skull at its head. Atop it was the glowing crystal. It looked very similar to the staff Lorlam used when attempting to heal Adonus.
I heard your question, dwarf, and of course I am into alchemy, herbology, and every other named science of growing herbs and plants, in general to otherwise shape the world. You were the fools to search me out about the poison after all. This way.
They followed a large stairwell that narrowed to a circular passage. As they walked down the passage, Valrin stopped to look out of the windows. He saw fish. What in the gods is this? Fadis said.
You're religious?
Rotho said. I may become it if this place begins filling with water. Valrin touched the glass and noticed one of the fish came toward him, stared. It reminded him of when he was near Miras with Adonus. They were actually underwater right now. He peered a bit longer, and then went to join Evan in the next cavern. There wasn't much of the traditional sense in the elf's quiet abode. There was a shelf with several books, a simple bed and a few foods on a bare table. However, on the back wall of the cavern, there were several instruments and bubbling concoctions. There were heads of multiple animals in glass jars, along with what appeared to be at least a few human skulls.
You admire my sciences?
Evan asked him. I just have never seen anything like this.
I studied in the College of Fadabrim when I was a young boy, Earth magic. I was a most studious student, but I knew even then that I had a knack for the more unpleasant sciences. Tell me, why have you sought me out? Valrin looked to the others and then back to the elf. Our friend was struck by a dwarven bolt. He fell unconscious, and we used what we could to remove the barb. We were fortunate to have fairies that healed him further, and we thought that he would just sleep it off. But then he hasn't awoken. You were sent to me then? Yes. The Ice Mage mentioned that the potion has a curse attached to it in some form. He is poisoned, yes, but he is also cursed. The elf looked down and rubbed his head. A strange poison to have these qualities. But you are in luck. I happen to know of a place. It is where the dwarves once gathered their poisons, an island to the east. There are dwarves that way, but if we are quick, we can get what we need. I take it that is what you want. A sample. The Ice Mage said that he can create an elixir from it. Evan snickered. Your friend must have access to a great piece of magic to do that. Valrin remained silent. Keep your secrets, then. It is no matter to me. So, are you going to tell us where to go? Phaedus asked. Dear man, I said that we can get what you need. We implies I am going to. There are many poisons crafted in the Dwarven Isles. You mean to take us near the actual capital city? Rodo asked. Yes, but just near it. If you want to source the poison they are using, we must go to where they obtain it. I know of this because for a time, I created the poisons. You must trust me, Dwarf. I know what these bastards of the sea do to those who come against them. I had questions of your allegiances, but now I know you wish to avoid them as well. Evan let his snake curl up and around his staff. My home will be well without me. The fungus needs to grow. They need their time alone, and to be without my constant tinkering. Evan said little else. He gathered a few trinkets into a bag and donned a robe before pushing them back through the passage towards the vines. Who built this place? Rodo asked. Who else? Me. It is not dwarves alone who can craft. I sometimes close up my home in my mushroom cavern and take to the sea to find rare shells and maybe a fish for dinner. It is not often I get the unlucky dwarf or elf who is marooned on my island. Evan chuckled and stood beneath the vines. Valrin and the others joined him, and they were pulled back up. Valrin couldn't decide if going up or down was actually worse, but it was actually faster the second time. They made it back out through the cave and across the miniature jungle-like region of the larger island. You do realize it's too cold for anything you have here to make any sense? Bray asked the elf. Finally, the quiet one speaks. If I had known you would ask such a foolish question, I would have not desired you to open your mouth. Evan pointed up to the edges of the cavernous expanse that covered the actual trees. I have spells in place that feed the trees and provide a way to regulate the careful climate I need, along with a ward to protect it from the cruel cold winds. Have you for not noticed that it is not cold in most of my happy home? Valrin nodded. I had. Nope, you didn't notice. And people wonder why I disappeared. I cannot stand people. Evan boarded the ship on his own with the others following. You have a nice ship. A strange ship, too. Perhaps there is more mystery here that can be revealed. You mentioned Trilsa, a man in Corson. But you also mentioned an ice mage. I do think there is much more than you have spoken of. He stared at Valrin with a questioning glare. Perhaps, Valrin told him. Once they had boarded, Valrin pulled the anchor and allowed the ship to be pulled away from the shallow docking he had performed. Rodo was on the bow of the ship and looked over the edge. No damage that I can see, and I didn't see any before, so I guess your little crash was okay for the ship. Little crash, Evan said. Rasi was nearly crushed by your behemoth smashing into the sand. The snake appeared out of one of his sleeves and slid across the deck of the ship. Did the snake have to come? Phaedus questioned. The snake is more valuable to me than any of you. If you want my help, you will be blessed to have Rasi with you. She is an albino Arctic water snake, but she has been with me for so long. She is beyond a simple snake. Pray that you do not need to see that. Valrin guided the ship to the east. He went to actually switch on the map, but Rother shook his head. He is a stranger, and I would prefer he did not know every secret. Evan was sitting cross-legged on the front of the ship and humming as his snake circled around him. Bray stood somewhat behind him and actually knelt down to try and pet Rasi. "Don't encourage it," Fadis said. Rasi slithered toward her and brushed her hand before returning to her master. "Captain," Evan said, "keep your ship heading east until the evening. We will come to a large island with ruins of a dwarven tower. It is there. I worked for many years gathering herbs and developing poisons for the Barb King." "How close were you to the man?" Valrin asked. "Very. So close I could have attempted to poison him, and I might have poisoned his wife." "Is that why you're hiding?" Rother exclaimed. "You tried to kill him?" "I did not try. I did. Just because his body is alive does not mean his heart is. I struck him harder than the hand of death upon its own self. He never knew it was me. I set fire to my home upon the island and dragged a corpse onto it to make my disappearance easier. Dwarves are a superstitious lot, especially these dwarves. The Barb King became obsessed with finding rare artifacts. He once poisoned an entire island of men just to convince the patriarch of the island to unlock a door." "You mean you poisoned an entire island?" Fadis stated. "Indeed." Evan looked at him with a discerning eye. "You make many statements, man. I sense you do not like Evan and Rasi." "Your snake is fine. I have issues with elves." "As do I. It is why I eat them. Have you ever tasted the blood of those otherwise eternal?" Fadis became silent after that. They made swift time, spotting an island ahead. Valrin pointed it out to Rother. "It seems we have found it," he told him. Rother walked to the bow and seemed confused as they drew closer. "Evan, you said this was a dwarven ruin?" "I did," he said, still sitting on the deck. "There is a large construct, and I do not believe it's ruins any longer." Evan stood and looked out toward the island. "They delved into the mountain?" he said. "Not surprising," Bray commented. "Dwarves tend to do that." "Not that mountain. There was a darkness upon it. It kept them away. They didn't even like visiting my lab back then. Indeed, this has become more difficult. Valrin, take us south. There is another place we can hide until dark. I dare not approach that place while any light is still upon the sea." Valrin turned the wheel hard, taking them south and towards an outcropping of rocks. If they had been spotted, it wasn't obvious yet, but he guided the ship into the towering formations. As the ship slowed, they began to be tossed by the rolling waves of the ocean. "Cast off anchors," Evan commanded. The Shadow Elf had a much more serious demeanor now. He tapped his staff on the deck of the ship and Rasi curled up it. "We will wait, and then we will need to figure out our next path. I cannot stress now the importance of your work, Stormborn." Valrin looked at Bray and Rother. He walked toward Evan. "How did you know?" "Really, you question me. A realm ship with a boy captain? It may be eccentric by some standards, but I know the prophecy of the Stormborn. The Barb King was obsessed with it. My concern now is that his obsession has driven him to doing something else. If he has delved into that place," he said, pointing towards the other island, "then he is willing to risk much. The Barb King thinks he is you. He believes he is Stormborn, but he believes, too, that he is meant to rule. Boy, I do not care for your purpose, but I know what terror was within that place. Many islands of the glacial seas hold secrets. That one was a coven of witches. Witches from the south, the far south. Itsu magic, or so they say." "Itsu?" Rother asked. "They have been gone from our world for some time. They can still be felt, still be learned of, and still be researched if one tries hard enough. The magic within that rock, the souls of the damned trapped beneath, that is what powered the crucible for my poisons. I had no desire to seek out that power, but if the dwarves have, we must be on our guard." Everyone went to the edge of the ship. "We must wait for darkness. Then we will determine our path." As they waited for the sun to go down, Rother studied the dwarven books Valrin had found, while the others went down below to make a bite to eat. It was a simple enough dinner, but cold. A rolled mash of minced fish and a dash of spice. Braid started to make some hot tea, but a passing-by fishing vessel scared them into dousing the fire and instead remaining still. Darkness fell, and Evan pointed to the island. "Now, Valrin, I bid us go." They pulled up the anchor and began back towards the island. They could tell from even afar that there were many watchtowers and high walls. Though made of wood, they would still prove enough to keep them from easily scaling them. A patrolling ship made its way around the island. Valrin made a careful turn to avoid it. "The old port is walled in," Evan said, "but they have an option for us. There are caves that they do not know of. We can go that way. Though there are still risks, it will have to be enough." "Where is the cave?" Rother questioned. "Beyond the outlooking reach of the walls on the east side." Valrin looked towards where Evan directed, seeing a bluff and sheer cliffs. He guided the ship that way. "The caves will work," Evan continued. "There is a passage within that leads up to my old lab, and the source of the poison. It is an effigy of the demigod of Itsu. Has anyone heard of Varika?" "That is a word for spider, at least in Dwarven," Rother said. "Close enough. For her poison is of the most potent. I would dilute it with less harmful ingredients. I dare not use the most potent and pure for a poison. It can capture your very soul. Once you drain the victim of blood, you could enchant powerful objects by bathing said objects in the blood. Whereas a vampire, you could drink it and gain a knowledge. A useful skill for some." "Where is this cave?" Fadis questioned. "I see no breaks in the rock." Valrin moved the ship along the sheer side of the bluff. "Drop your anchor, Stormborn." Valrin did so. Evan shed his robes and secured a satchel around his neck. His skinny form was pale, but though his face was rough and his hair scraggly, his elven blood kept his body as pure as a child. He took his staff and went to the edge of the ship. "Breath of gills, come." He struck the water, and several strands of greenish plants wrapped around his staff. "The cave is here, but under the surface." "That water is freezing," Bray said. "How will you be able to find some underwater cave and deal with the cold? How do you know your enemy is not waiting for you on the other side?" Evan laughed. "It is a cave, and none know of it save me. I sealed it when I left. Trust this shadow elf, that he knows more than you in this matter." He went to Valrin and handed him some of the plants he retrieved from the water, and then also gave him a small stone. "Ember rock. Place it against your body, and the cold will flee from you. Once we are in the water, place the plant in your mouth and breathe." "Where is mine?" Fadis said. "You're not going alone with the boy." "Your bow is cheap. I will take the girl. She wields no weapons, but is in your company. Rusis, I suspect. You did not just happen to be with the Stormborn. If you knew of the Ice Mage, then each of you have purpose. But for now, your purpose is here on the ship." He handed Bray the same things he had just handed Valrin. "Be careful," he told Rother and Fadis. "I cannot promise an easy escape." As they went to the edge of the ship, Valrin looked over to see the patrolling ship coming toward them. "I will have to move further out and hope the moon stays hidden," Rother said. "Bray, take care of them." She nodded. Both of them placed the ember stones against their skin. Evan jumped in, and they followed after him. Valrin expected cold, but he didn't feel it. He knew he was in the water, but it didn't even seem wet. He just felt sensations around his body. "Now, under," Evan commanded. Valrin placed the strange grass in his mouth and sunk down. He suddenly felt the plant come to life. It went down his throat, and it felt like he choked, followed by a sensation of something in his nose. He was able to breathe suddenly. It was almost like back with Miras, but much more uncomfortable. Evan signaled for him and Bray to follow him towards the darkness of the rocks. He kicked and did a wide breaststroke, moving quicker than Bray, but barely able to keep up with Evan, whose long legs seemed to propel him at a speed beyond what was capable of them. They dove deeper, pausing before they got to the actual rock and letting themselves fall downward. Darkness surrounded them. Valrin looked up. He could see the waves striking the rocks above him, and he felt the power of the currents changing. At least, he thought it was a current. He jumped when something touched his back. He jerked around to see a large squid moving past. Bray's eyes became huge, and she kicked like crazy to get next to Evan. The squid moved off, and Evan seemed to be laughing at them. He made a motion with his staff, and they continued to follow him, but Bray was now literally right next to him. They made it to the underwater rock, and Evan moved his staff along the rocks until its light illuminated a large silver handle. Moss hanging and shifting from the handle nearly hid it completely. Evan took hold of it and pulled. It didn't budge at first. He took his staff and placed it onto the metal. There was a flash, and it fell open before breaking from its hinge and floating down into the depths. Evan disappeared into the small cave. Bray motioned for him, and they debated who would go in first. Bray eventually won, and he pulled himself into the opening. He couldn't see anything at all, but he kicked and reached upward. His fingertips broke the surface, and as his mouth hit the air, the plant that helped him breathe fell off. He didn't see Evan. Bray came up next and glanced around. "There is a way up," she said. He followed her to a ledge and pulled himself up to another platform. It was there, now a bit higher. They saw Evan sitting on the body of a dead dwarf. What happened?" Bray asked. "Well, that is an unintelligent question. I swear, do you say anything with thought? The dwarf died. Might as well use him as a seat." "Did he call for help or anything?" Valrin asked, grasping his sword. "Call? He can't even move. He's as stiff as brick." Evan tapped the dwarf's head with his staff. "This bastard probably came down here to rest and never went back up. That is why you don't go into other people's things." "Well, it is a passage in a place they occupy," Bray said. "You can't expect them to stay out." "Are we done, Russes? I have dealt with your kind before. They did not talk nearly as much." Evan tapped his staff again and stood. "Come now. We don't want to overstay our welcome in my old home." He gave Bray a swift shake of his head and then lifted his staff. Rasi had come with them. The snake dropped down to the ground and slithered ahead. "Rasi will watch out for us. Dwarves can be crafty with traps. There may not be any, but Rasi will search none the less." They followed the elf through a large passage and then up a series of stairs that made an angular ascent towards another large door. The door itself was already blasted open. Evidence of fire marks and smoke surrounded it. "This was locked and sealed," he muttered. "Dwarves delve too deep into places they shouldn't." Walking in, they found a ransacked room that seemed to greatly disturb the elf. He made long strides, shifting through tattered books and kicking broken furniture out of his way. "This way to my old lab," he told them. As they followed him down a narrow hallway, they came to a large room with rubble everywhere. There was an image of part of a spider in the wall, but the statue in front of it had been broken. "Divrika, they have really messed up your sacred place."
Evan, they tempt me with the most delectable temptation."
Valrin and Bray both jumped. Valrin drew his sword, and Bray held a spell of fire in hand. "She speaks to us freely," Evan said. The shadow elf seemed to tour of this. Clearly he did not expect it. "Divrika, long have I prayed to you. Now I hear of a poisoning curse."
"They have tainted me. They have fed me delights. I serve their needs in the place known as the Black."
Part 4. The Black. "What is that?" Valrin asked.
"It was the edge of the old ruins," Evan said. "If you look at this statue at the top of the Grand Cathedral, my dear Verika speaks of her altar beneath her feet."
He lifted his hands.
"Dear Verika, what do you wish from me to obtain a piece of your venom?" "Claim it from the intruders. Spill their blood within my chasms."
The room shook, and Valrin felt his heart thudding in his chest.
"Well, this seems easy enough,"
Evan said light-heartedly, as he now had a quick step in his walk. "We can't just attack them," Bray said. "We do not have the power to do such a thing. There's just 3 of us."
"4, he corrected.
No, 3. He motioned for them to follow him and began to walk.
"I am sorry, dear Rasi. To Bray, you're not a person. Do you see why we avoid people now, my fair snake? Do you see why we feed on them when they happen upon our happy island?" He led them out of the room into a large balcony that was partially broken. They moved quickly in the shadows and crossed a narrow path that was open to the outside. Valrin spotted the constructed woodworks and the dwarves patrolling them.
"There's no way we can get out that way," Bray said. "Let us hope he has a plan."
She pointed for him to follow after Evan. The elf had already made it to another passage, and his staff glowed brighter as he peered into the passage before he dimmed it. He knelt and waited for them. Rasi climbed back into his robes to hide. "We go this way into the black. Watch yourself. This place is home to the pets of Vareka. I did my best to avoid this place then. Even Rasi did not care for those." Valrin drew his blade and nodded to Evan. The elf turned and began to feel his way into the darkness. The stairwell twisted downward for some time, and then there was a large opening with a single torch burning on the left side. "They have defiled this place. I dare to wonder how much they have delved into," Evan said with annoyance. There was a rank smell and a thick musty film in the air. "I have come here on many, many occasions. The pets of Vareka will know my scent, but strangers may prove troubling. If they show their fangs, I say step back slowly and do not proceed." Valrin heard Evan whisper something after his last word, and his staff began to glow. A pale orange light revealed a horror before them. There were massive spiders. At least, they looked like spiders at first. Much larger and more grotesque than even the ones they had dealt with just a few nights ago. It looked like they were actually kin of spiders. They had fewer legs and thicker bodies, and the best part was that they weren't moving. Valrin stared at the creatures. There were no glistening fangs, and no sounds of claws scraping the floor. There were several more of the creatures a bit further down, but most of them were broken to the point their legs were cracked and riddled with marks. Evan knelt to one of them and brought his staff close to its head. "Dear friend of Vareka, the dwarves must have done a number on your souls." He looked up at Valrin and Bray. "They took their poison and defaced the poor creatures."
"A dead creature is better than one threatening us," Bray said.
Evan stood up and jerked back toward the path. "There was a time, dear Rossis, that I would have turned you into a plant for such a comment. But I do fear this development." His glare turned to a smirk, and he pointed to the beasts. "These creatures were not dead for too long before now. Something has moved the dwarves to push into the black. I do not dare guess what horror they have teased Vareka with. She is not easily pleased." They continued forward, passing more of the dead creatures. Valrin stepped around the massive legs of one that had died in the center of the path, and was happy that the creature was dead. He dared to wonder how they would have gotten away from such creatures, had they, as Evan mentioned, showed their fangs. The path came to two large doors. They were very dark, regardless of the staff light that Evan moved from side to side. He pushed open the door carefully, peeking in and dimming his staff further. He pushed the door open and motioned them to follow. There was another stairwell and a strange blue light shining on the walls. A chant was in the air, but Valrin could not distinguish the words. "Dwarven magic," Evan hissed. "Mind your ears of this sea vomit." They made their way down the stairs and came to metal gates that were 2 times the height of the elf, but slightly ajar. There were large statues of the creatures from before on either side of the gate. "The holy entrance defiled," Evan stated. He motioned for them to stay and put his staff out in front of him, slowly creeping through the gate. Valrin went to peek around the corner, but Bray put a hand on his shoulder.
"Wait, let Evan tell us to proceed."
He shrugged a hand off, and they both peered around. The elf was already a good few paces away, and was also peering around the edge of a second threshold. He turned to see them and signaled for them to proceed, but put a hushing finger to his lips. Valrin went through with Bray just behind him, and went to the other side of the threshold. Evan pointed, and Valrin looked into the room ahead. He spotted a massive blue fire hovering above the protracted legs of a spider on its back. The spider was actually some kind of statue, a place for vile incantations. There were bodies of bleeding elves lying all over the actual altar built into the center of the spider. They had been prisoners, or it just seemed that due to their appearance. Their skin was sallow and tight, and their eyes moved slowly, but with blank gazes. Their blood was thick and bubbled out of their bodies like it was old. A dwarf appeared and lifted a large bony staff into the fire. He brought it down towards the bodies, and there was a screech from many of them. Their eyes widened and became a bright white, and from their mouths poured a white smoke. "Brothers," the dwarf said, turning toward them. Valrin and Bray both jumped, and the dwarf continued to speak. "Brothers, arise. Stand from your silent praise." Valrin looked around the corner to see that the dwarf wasn't talking to them, but to many dwarves in black hoods who were standing up. Their forms had blended into the shadows, and now he wondered how many dwarves were actually in the Sanctuary of the Black. "We feed the creature Varika the blood of Eternals. Through my powers we have kept them alive, to tease the beast, and allow the flavors to come. We call forth the Great One from the realm of gods. May she bless us with more of what the mountain has hidden from us. We serve our Barb King, for he is wise. He has foreseen the forces of the sea to play a part in a great undoing of a shrouding darkness, when beasts of old would come from the realm that is deemed evil by the world. Our king will slay them, and in so, creep toward the great god Throker in power. The gods of the north know not the strength of the Barb King. He is great. He sends our fleets to claim the treasures of the prophesied Stormborn. He will claim what is his, and I will command legions in time. A prophecy speaks of elves from the shadows who will undo this prophecy. They will close the gates so that the world will never have the trials of the coming darkness. Elves from the very seas that surround us, brothers. They will not destroy us, but our king intends to poison all who live within these seas. Be it men, creatures of the sea, or anything that comes up against us. But especially the elves. He will not be stopped, but he must have more blood of the Breaker." Evan closed the threshold and touched Bray on the shoulder. "This is a mad dwarf. He speaks of that which he does not know. He speaks of the one who will awaken what has long been silent. He speaks of the prophecy of the glacial seas, so old to even myself that I am surprised even the Barb King knows of it." "What are we going to do?" Valrin asked. "We must do as Varika has told us. Prepare yourselves." The dwarf spoke again, lifting his hands into the sky with his back to them. "I give you the full flavor of the Eternals. Know that this offering from Irikau, servant of the Shroud, last church of the dead one in these icy waters, bless us with more of your essence. And know he will fill this altar with many of the eternal blood." The dwarf stepped back, and the legs of the statue came to life. With a red glow to the stone, it began to move inward, squeezing the bodies and taking what last bit of life they had. The blue fire below sucked into the center of the glowing red, and from the edges of the statue came a bright, glowing green substance. Irikau reached up into the air. From his hooded form, Valrin saw only his greyish hands, reaching over the pouring green fluid. "Thank you. We embrace your darkness. Forgive us of slaying your guardians. Do forgive us dwarves for not earning our way into the sanctum before now." A scratchy voice spoke within whispers of wind pouring in around them.
"Poison is words spoken as guilt to embrace the betrayed. I give more of my essence, but it is for who claims it."
Evan stepped into the void and sent a blast of yellow energy from his staff. The dwarves closer to him flew forward and began to shake violently. Valrin stepped out with Bray and stood behind Evan, who sent a second bolt of yellow energy into the one called Irikau. The dwarf fell to the ground, shaking. The dwarves spun, drawing staves of their own, just to fall to a blast of poisonous earth magic wielded by Evan. Rasi slid forward. She jumped onto the neck of one of the dwarves before biting his face. The dwarf screamed and fell to the ground as the spot Rasi had bitten began to rot immediately. Valrin stabbed one of them in the throat, but he discovered the spell of the elf had already begun to cause blood to pour from their eyes and noses. Valrin's blade was mere mercy. Bray shot a blast of electricity into a group who tried to flee to the other side of the room, dropping them to the ground. Evan then blasted another shot of his staff toward them. All of the dwarves who were standing were now dying on the floor. Praise be to Varika. Dear Varika, I now take some of your essence. Evan took out several glass bottles and sampled the glowing substance from the statue. This is all that is needed. Enough of the need of you, Valerin Stormborn. Valrin rubbed his blade against his boot and sheathed it. Evan handed him one of the vials. He held it up, looking at the strange fluid. Now we can return, he said to Bray with a smile. We have what we need. Do you have what you need? A voice grumbled from their side. Bray pulled Valrin back as Evan flipped his staff towards the mound of dwarves. The one called Irakau stood up. His eyes glowed red. You cannot throw down a servant of the shrouds with me, earth magic. I am of death. I command the earth to split and pour forth those to serve me as needed. Dwarves are more than mere iron and hot metals. Irakau lifted his staff towards Evan. Elven waste. You cannot kill what is dead. Irakau threw back his hood in an arcane wind of purple magic that enveloped him. It is a lich, Evan cried. Stormborn, flee from this place. Flee now. Bray grabbed Valrin. Now, we must go. A blast of green magic struck Evan, and he cowered under a growing ward of gold he used to push back at the Lich's attack. The Lich shouted, None will escape! None will leave this rock! A shrill scream pierced the air as Valrin turned to run with Bray. He felt horrible leaving Evan, but the elf was the only one who stood a chance against the power of the Lich. As they climbed up the stairwell, they jumped the steps before pushing open the black doors. There was a loud horn call that bellowed through the ruins. They know we're here. We must get to the ship. Sprinting down the hall of the dead spider creatures, they came to the stairwell, and Valrin remembered the outside path. As they reached the top of the stairwell, they took to the open-air path and made their way down the side of the mountain to a platform. The water was below them, but they would have to follow the ruins to get lower. Dwarves were behind them. They could hear their gruff voices and the shuffling of their heavy boots. Bray hugged the wall, and Valrin hid behind crumbling ruins just a few paces from the opening that led towards the stairwell to the black. Several dwarves stopped at the stairwell. Master Irakau shouted, He must be in trouble, one said. I'm not going into that place, no matter the pay, and you can tell the Barb King that yourself, another one said. The larger dwarf arrived with several other dwarves behind him. Get down in now, or I will give you to the Lich to do what he wishes. Without further debate, the dwarves began to move down, and the larger one stopped at the opening and peered out. Valrin was well hidden, lying on his stomach and looking through a crack in the rock. He was impossible to see. The other dwarves descended, but this other one stepped outside. Though Valrin was well hidden, Bray was much more visible. She clung frozen along the wall and attempted to make herself as flat as possible. The dwarf stepped towards the ruins where Valrin hid. He sniffed the air. Damn dark magic, he said to himself. The dwarf spat just near Valrin and then turned to walk when he paused. He was looking toward Bray. Valrin looked up, and she stared directly at the dwarf. He wasn't sure if the old dwarf's vision was bad, or if he was pausing to make his findings shudder in fear before he announced himself. He unslung a large hammer and stepped forward. Come, you little rat. You've been messing where you shouldn't. Valrin noticed now that Bray had tried to move further away from the dwarf, and now her hands were holding her on the rock she clung to. No weapon either, the dwarf said. Valrin had to do something, but he doubted his skill. He'd fought a dwarf once, but this one was much better armoured, beyond that of the mere sea pirate he had fought before. The dwarf smashed his axe into the side of the ruins. The rocks forced Bray to jump further up. She had no leverage to get back to the platform and possibly attack the dwarf, and there was nowhere for her to run. The dwarf was at the edge. Come on, little lady. I'm not much into weaker species, but you'd fetch me a bit at the gambling hall back home. Valrin gripped his sword. His hands were sweating, and he struggled to control his breathing. In a quick jump, he pushed up and ran for the dwarf, thrusting his blade into his back. It didn't pierce the armor, and the tip got stuck before he jerked it back. The dwarf stumbled as he turned. With a yell, he stomped forward, swinging at him. Valrin jumped back, the head of the hammer just missing him. He had to choose fast, either run further back or attack his adversary. He had to do it, and as the dwarf recovered from his swing, Valrin moved forward quickly, slashing the dwarf's hand and piercing the dwarf's unguarded hand. He then pushed down again, further taking advantage of his opponent and shoving the dwarf with his shoulder. The dwarf fell backward, hobbling on the edge of the precipice for a moment. Valrin steadied his footing as he grabbed the edge of the ruins to keep himself from falling. In a moment of unexpected shock, he watched as the dwarf tumbled down the rocky ruins into the depths of the sea below. Bray had already begun to climb back over and now managed to climb to a better spot and jump to Valrin. That was amazing! You did better than I hoped. I am sorry. I tried to get up above him, and well, I didn't do it. You saved me. He took a moment to think about what had happened. It was the first time he had actually done it. He looked down over the edge again. He had killed that dwarf to save his friend. It felt strange to him, and he still didn't believe he had actually done it. Valrin nodded at her and twirled his sword. Let's go and get away from this place. Bray looked back towards the opening and saw no other dwarves. Further away, they could see large torches coming alight along the battlements. She went to the opposite edge where the earlier event had unfolded and pointed. There's a ledge, and it looks like it's another stairwell. We may have to jump, but we can get to the sea. Once we get there, we can't swim to them without the stones that Evan gave us, and their magic is gone. How are we going to signal them to get us? We can do it. Just watch. You know I can figure out something. She gave him a quick grin. They climbed down a section of the rock to a barely visible ledge that ran towards the platform Bray pointed out before. Once on the platform, she looked above them and scanned the area. Okay, the rocks we were hiding behind are that way. She summoned a large flame from her hands. I just hope that they're there and watching. She sent a blast of fire at an angle across the ocean. It began to trace upwards, and then exploded into a bright orange flash. Now we go down the stairs. The dwarves are so dense, they would take time to figure out what that was, and by then, we will be gone. They went down the stairwell and went to another long pathway. This one seemed to be straight and run directly out and away from the island. Hopefully it would work to get them lower to the water. There were rocky arches overhead, and at least twice Valrin thought he spotted movement above them. As they came to an open area where the water was just below, they found themselves very close to the wooden battlements that were blocking the original entrance when they came in. Bray looked out from them and saw a shadow moving across the water. That is them. They are coming, she said. It was as perfect as they could get to. The area had deep water and an open spot where the ship could come in fairly close. We will need to go to them. They can only come so close to the walls, Bray told him. Valrin scanned the battlements above him. There were a few lone dwarves on watch, but he guessed many of them had gone to the Lich. He thought of Evan. He liked the elf. Though he was a bit strange, he had a passion for his work. Valrin reached and touched the vial of Erika's essence. This was the only hope they had for Adonus. They just had to get back to the island. Valrin, into the water. They're nearing a shore. He slipped into the icy water. His feet slid in the gravel shore. They were in a cove, so the waves of the sea were not too much a concern, but he slipped into neck-deep water. He felt the feeling of daggers shooting through his body. He kicked, seeing his ship drawing close. Hey, alarm! Ring the bells! Alarm! Alarm! A voice shouted from behind them. Valrin turned and glanced behind him. A dwarf was on the edge of the wall, pointing. He seemed confused, as if no one had heard him. He looked back out, just as an arrow caught him in the head. Fadis was on the railing of the ship, and already had another arrow all ready to cheek. Valrin began to swim harder. The ship turned and slid in the water. Fadis was now above him. Valrin looked up as a rope splashed near him. He gripped it as he was pulled into the boat. Where is the elf? Fadis asked. We ran into trouble. He stayed behind so we could escape.
Bray! Fadis shouted. The Rusis began into the water. Valrin was shivering uncontrollably. Rotho came to him and set him down before going to the edge with Fadis. Valrin tried to control the chatter of his teeth. He checked that he still had the vial, and it was unbroken. Thankfully, it was intact. There was a sudden shudder to the sea and a loud crashing sound. He stood up, fumbling forward as he did, and gripped the center pillar of the ship. The fortress was burning with a green fire, and a large section had been destroyed. Dwarves were strewn across the wreckage, and a single figure with a glowing orange staff ran up the battlements. "Evan!" Valrin said. There were many dwarves emerging from the ruins. Fadis drew another arrow and took down the closest to the elf. "Rotho," Valrin said. "Once we get Bray, we'll have to move to assist the elf." Rotho nodded and looked down to the water. "Bray, what are you doing?" Valrin went to the railings and looked for Bray. She'd returned to shore and was making her way towards the battlements. "Damn Rusis!" Rotho growled. Fadis ran along the deck of the ship. He released several arrows as Rotho moved the ship alongside the walls. "Valrin, I've been doing a bit of reading and have a good hand at this ship now. You will need to catch up if this works right." Valrin watched as the dwarf manipulated the crystals. The sails of the ship shifted in the wind, and the wooden poles of the ship began to glow red. A moment later, a blast of electrical bolts shot up and over the edge of the walls, sending dwarves flying over the side. Bray made it to the walls just after that, pulling herself up and joining Evan. The Rusis and the elf sent blasts of magic into the dwarves, throwing them to their deaths. Valrin watched as Bray summoned a massive ball of fire and then sent a blast in a brilliant flash towards the ruins. It split off and streaked before battering the dwarves, still clambering up through the burning wreckage. The ship was now just next to them, and Evan stepped onto the railings. Bray was still moving forward on the battlements, casting her spells. From the glowing arcane ruins came a scream, a ghostly shrill unlike any Valrin had ever heard before. In the flames of the broken-down tower emerged the Dwarven Lich, Irikal. He floated just above the ground, moving his staff in a circle as many of the dwarves were brought back to the realm of the living. "You will not escape, Stormborn. You were foolish not to flee while you could." Bray sent an arcing bolt of lightning toward him, and he met the attack with a greenish bolt of his own. The whips of electrical bolts twisted and rippled in all directions, but Bray was not backing down. Evan sent a blast of his own, but the magic already in the air caused his attack to dissipate. He'd spent too much of his energy as it was. He was too weak. The undead dwarves were swarming around the Lich and slowly began to creep towards Bray. Fadis released several arrows, taking them down one after another. "To the ship!" Evan cried. Bray tried to step back, but she couldn't. Her feet wouldn't move, and her attack was beginning to fail. In her distraction defending against the main spells from the Lich, she had not noticed several miniature wisping spells, like shadowy hands creeping towards her legs. The spells wrapped around her and began pulling her towards the Lich. "He has entrapped her," Evan said. Fadis fired an arrow, but it was deflected by the arcane winds now rushing over the area. "Damn magic," he cursed. Valrin looked behind his ship, and he saw the Dwarven patrol vessel advancing on them around the edge of the island. Evan stood with his staff out. "Ranger, draw an arrow." Fadis drew back an arrow and looked back at the elf. Evan's staff began to glow a bright red. Energy swarmed from his staff to Fadis's bow. "Take down that Lich," Evan said. Fadis released the arrow, and this time the lightning couldn't deflect it. The Lich turned toward them for a moment and sent a blast of magic into the air, but the arrow flew straight into his side. "A dwarf can never defeat an elf, you rock-scraping fool." Bray pushed herself up, now free from the Lich's grasp. Irikal fell backward, grasping at his wound as the arrow began to disintegrate, leaving a large festering hole near his ribs. The Rusis ran towards the ship and leaped. As soon as Fadis grabbed hold of her, Rotho turned the ship and raised the sails. The patrolling vessel moved to pursue, but Rotho made a quick adjustment to the weapons of the vessel and sent a blast of fire at the sails of the dwarven ship. They pulled away from the burning fortress and vessels of the dwarves, catching swift winds, speeding them north.
Evan ran to the back of the ship, and Valrin joined him. In the distance, the Lich was standing again, and a green and purple smoke rose from the side of his body. Thaddeus drew back another arrow, but Evan tapped his bow down.
He is powerful, very powerful. I have killed more of him with my enchantment on your bow, but being a Lich, he is mostly dead already. I have no spells to turn him to dust, and it would take great magic to defeat him. Save your arrows. If you are a vampire, well, you could bite him. But we are fresh out of vampires among our companions, I assume.
Evan exhaled and collapsed to the deck. Bray, too, was lying down, and Valrin went to her.
I had to help him. He helped us. And, well, you helped me. So I did what I did,
Bray explained. Valrin hugged her. I know Adonus would not be too happy with a move like that.
Ha! He'll never know. And now we have what we need.
They moved quickly north. Valrin brought up the star map for a moment to confirm their heading and took the wheel from Rotho. The Shadow Elf had proved his loyalty to them. Bray went to Evan, who was now meditating just behind Valrin. He opened his eyes before she spoke, smiling at her. He stood up and took her hands.
I have been harsh with my words to you, but I'd be dead if it were not for your skills and courage. I will not think of you as a lesser, but I might still find your words a bit unintelligent.
Bray gave him a peculiar look.
I guess I would take that as a friendly insult.
Evan chuckled.
That is fine. You go find rest in the lower quarters. I will speak with our friend here for a while.
As Bray went below deck, Evan sat down next to Valrin. Thaddeus abruptly walked up at the same time.
Evan, how did you know? How did I know what? That you wish to hide that you are a ranger?
Thaddeus stared dumbfounded.
Well, yes. I told them at one point, but not you. No man can shoot a bow as you. You use elven wood, and from what I saw, release arrows with the skill of my distant kin. I care less for titles, but you are a ranger.
Fair enough, Elf. It seems my past is suddenly showing up in my present. They began to walk away. Evan nodded, even though Thaddeus didn't see.
Yes. How many years will it take for you to return to who you left?
Thaddeus stopped walking for a moment, looked back with just a glance, and kept walking away. Valrin looked at Evan. Thaddeus hasn't been with us very long, but he has been a great help.
I am sure of that. Rangers are loyal to what they believe in. To push someone to run from what he knows to come to the glacial seas is significant. That man is stricken with grief, but it does not concern us now. To have peace, he will have to deal with that what pushes deep down within himself. Enough of him. So it is true that Stormborn do not sleep upon their vessel.
So far, Valrin said, but I do think I sleep sometimes. I'm not sure how it works.
It will take time. This vessel is a marvel of the sea peoples. I know of them back in the south, but it is more of a rumor to be true. In Fadabrin, we had many books from the north. It was a marvel to know of what was here before the ice moved in with the torrential waters. It is said the land itself sunk, creating the seas. A horrible but wondrous marvel if you think of it. The islands are the tops of massive mountains. If only we could explore them all.
Valrin nodded. Perhaps it would be great. But at the same time, delving into that island back there had its own trouble. Can any really be trusted to not cause evil with what they find?
No, he replied plainly. No man, nor elf, nor Rusis. Not even the mermaids of the ocean could be trusted with that. But that is not our choice. We cannot control everything. That is where the empires of the world fail. You cannot control what you do not understand. Even if you think you have any degree of actual knowledge of it, there are wondrous powers and horrid curses. We cannot restrict their use, but we can do what is right. Look at me. I eat any who come upon my island. I do it to survive. I do not leave my island except on extreme need. I left to embrace the one called Stormborn. That is what I have determined is right. I know we must travel with haste to save your friend. He paused for a moment.
and I am undecided of my path afterward. Rasi the snake slithered away from him and went up the wheel of the ship, crossing over Valrin's hands before wrapping up on his arm. Oh, dear Rasi, you have found yourself a friend? The snake's cold skin gave a further chill to Valrin's arm, and he stroked the snake before it uncurled and returned to Evan. Perhaps we will stay a bit longer then. They had been travelling for a few hours. Evan had fallen asleep just behind him. The sun crossed over the horizon, and grey clouds rolled over them. The sea was chaotic, and he felt a deeper dread than he had felt before. He kept his eyes on the horizon and held the wheel steady. He felt a haste to their actions beyond just Adonus' condition, and he did not know why. The others awoke after some time and made quick work to prepare a meal and a bit of coffee. He gave the wheel to Rortho and ate and drank with the others. They did not seem to sense the feeling that he felt. They were happy, joking. Even Fadis, who seemed to have a sadness upon him at most times, was more relaxed. Valrin went to Rortho, who was holding the wheel and reading one of the Dwarven books on the realm ships. This vessel is so complex. I seem to have found a mention of it having the ability to move into places of the gods with ease. I do not understand this. The gods are not even in the same world as us. So a different realm. This is a realm ship, as we call it. Well, yes, Rortho agreed, though he was a bit perturbed being called out on the obvious answer. I just can't fathom such a thing. I also do not see a crystal or a way to activate it. You will, Valrin said. I'm in no hurry to meet more of the gods. The one was life-changing enough. Well, well, the great poet will deem your death in many, many years from now, I'm sure. You can see them then. Be happy you're not a mere man. They say they do not transcend to an afterlife when they die. Something about them being too curious of their own world to believe that another exists. Some even say this will lead to their own destruction. They were never meant to last. The dwarves have no need of them anyway. Fadis had overheard the conversation. Talking of men, are we? The dwarves I know have plenty of need for us. Lots of traders in the Taria regions. Well, there is a little trade thing. But, well, fine. Rother just shook his head. Some men are useful. Some men like Fadis here, a bit more than a simple man. It is those who stand out in the short lifespans that the songs are about. They are rare. I assure you there were no songs of me, dwarf. Not yet, Valrin suggested. Don't go getting too much faith in me. I will likely let you down. Fadis went to the rear of the ship and peered out over the water before looking down. Valrin shifted the wheel in his hands and again felt a deep dread. Now it seemed that others felt it too. The relaxed conversations had ceased. The air had dropped to a deeper cold, and it was not just the sun beginning to sink again below the horizon. Fadis, Rother said, due west on the horizon. Do my dwarf eyes deceive me? Fadis walked over to the dwarf and squinted. Ships! Many ships! Bray and Evan both looked out. Did they pursue us? Bray asked. No, there are too many of them for that, Rother replied. They were already coming this way before. I'm not sure why. The island of the Keeper of Songs is hidden. Perhaps no more, Evan said. Perhaps the Barb King chases the Stormborn. He has many spies, many rocks that have eyes, and birds who are loyal to who holds the feed. Valrin spotted the island of the Keepers of Songs ahead. Valrin, we may not have too long here, Rother warned. We must hope the favour of Midas is with us. He was even more unsettled now. He guided the ship to the east. As they crossed around the side of the island and entered the veiled harbour, Evan jumped, thinking they were going to strike the rocks that made up the hidden way. The ship seemed to guide itself through the passage as they approached, and as they reached the dock, the ship secured itself once again. Valrin jumped off ahead of the rest and made his way quickly to the inner hall. Their time was running out. Part 5. Sacred Bonding. Valrin pushed open the door of the hall and made his way towards Adonus. He could see the captain lying where he'd left him, but something was wrong. The monks surrounded him and held their hands out, summoning small flames. Lolam looked up
as Valrin ran up to them. I have it! I have the poison! Lolam looked around the others and took the vial from him.
I was worried they had caught you. We have seen dark omens in the stars. He glanced down at the poison. This is pure. Beyond pure. Was Trilsa doing well?
He was, and he mentioned that he wishes to go on an adventure with the Ice Mage.
Lolam turned from him. Now that was a fun little foray.
As the others finally made it to the hall, Lolam went to a large white altar. His staff began to glow with a red hue, and he moved it over to the altar, causing the runes to glow. He set the vial of poison down as he made marks with his fingertips on the stones. The captain looks worse, Bray said.
Lolam nodded. He has fallen closer to the realm of death. We have chased away the coldness of Vanku with our powers, but his time is short.
Lolam took the poison and poured it over a crystal in the center of the altar. The crystal became cloudy with black smoke, and then began to vibrate in place. A few moments later, a green hue poured forth, rolling off the altar.
It will take time, he said. If this is what has stricken Adonus, I will be able to mix a potion to heal him.
You have little time, Rother said. A fleet of dwarves approach. We must hope the stormy waters from before can keep them from reaching the island, and not propel them into it, as what happened to us.
We guided the waters to bring you here, Lolam announced to them. It was fate for you to come here, and a fate we have long awaited. Much is changing. The dwarves will come, but I have hope in this place.
He turned to the old Rusis men standing around Adonus.
Brothers, long have we hidden here, though we have left many times to search out more knowledge and keep all that we got secure. We must do what our ancestors did not. We must guard this island and not allow ourselves deceived.
What can we do? Ambush? Fedis asked.
That may stop a few, Bray said, but we are too few for it to matter. Valerin, we should take everyone and leave. We can sneak from this place before they get here.
That cannot happen, Lolam said. We must remain here to heal your friend. I will try to prevent the searching of this place. The ships will prove troublesome, but I believe you four can do something of it. There were 2 towers on the edge of the island. One stands on the northernmost peak, the other is on the south. He pulled 2 crystals from his robes. Place these in the pedestals of those towers, and we will gain favor from the gods, at least for a while.
Rother and Valrin took the crystals.
Shadow Elf, Lolam said. I see you standing near the back. You come with them after so many years of hiding? It isn't like I had much of a choice. We didn't leave the dwarves in the best manner. Plus, there is a lich working with the dwarves. The beast holds exceptional power, but not too much for a Rusis, if I can still call you that.
You know each other?
Bray asked. From long ago, Evan said with a smile. I thought the old ice mage dead. I would have you know this young girl saved my life. He pointed to Bray. She is a fine Rusis, and I would indeed be dead without her aid. I am not yet, but even if it becomes so, Lolam took a deep breath. You know what must be guarded. There was a moment of silence. Evan stared in disbelief at Lolam. Truly? Still within the north? Yes. I could not risk it at any place else. With the coming of the Stormborn and the Barb King's wrath, you still think it wise to? Tell me what choice I had, Elf. South to your kind? Evan gripped his staff and then walked forward. Very well, Rusis. We will see what comes of such news. Evan walked out to the hall, and all the keepers of songs followed him. What was that about? Valrin asked. If it becomes necessary, you shall know. But for now, I await the way to heal your friend. Go quickly to the towers. The Shadow Elf and my brothers will speak with those who approach our cove. Perhaps they will be able to deal with our incursion. Lolam turned away and went to Adonus. He knelt down and began to recite verses to a song Valrin didn't know. Well, I and the archer will go to the southern tower. You and Bray go to the northern, Rother said. I have little faith that these dwarves mean to talk. The Barb King knows more than we do of our moves. We were betrayed by the crew last time. I do not know how the dwarves have learned of this place, but we must do all we can to survive. They hurried out of the hall and made it to the outside world. Fedis and Rother went south, and Bray and Valrin went towards the other tower, though Valrin couldn't see exactly where they were going. They followed a path to the structure they'd stayed in the first night they arrived, and moved past it along a rocky path that reached up into a higher region of the island. From this height, they could see to the cove and noted the assembly of the monks along with Evan. "Who do you think betrayed us? How did they know to come to this island?" Valrin asked. Bray pulled herself up to a ledge and then helped Valrin do the same. It was a narrow path, but it was the only way to continue going up.
"I don't know. I wonder if we were betrayed to start with. The Barb King does have many spies, but it must be more than that. I will be happy when we are on the water again, and far from the lands where dwarves can easily surround us."
As they reached an area of more ruins, Valrin could see the sea and many ships approaching. There were at least 20, and with their massive lanterns and boisterous crews, they were in no way trying to sneak up on the island. They reached a tower with a large rock at its center. The tower reached high above the island and had an orb at its top. As Bray moved into the tower itself, Valrin looked behind them to see the other tower to the far south of them. It looked like Rother and Phadis were moving just beside it. Bray leaned over the large round rock and noticed there were carvings in the rock. There was a small hole that she could feel on top of the monolith.
"This must be it," she said. "I don't see any way into the tower itself, and this seems like a place for the crystal."
Valrin reached to where she pointed and placed the crystal in the hole. There was a sudden humming that filled the air, and above them, a bright flash lit the orb in a brilliant white fire. To the south, the same thing happened with the other tower.
"Good," Bray said. "Let us get back towards the main hall."
They made the careful track back the way they had come, and Valrin noticed that several of the dwarven vessels had turned into the cove. Though Bray led them back towards the hall and the others, he wanted to go see what words the dwarves sought to have with Evern and the Keepers of Songs.
"This isn't a good idea," Bray said.
"I want to know what they've come here for, especially if we're the reason they're here." As they made their way back down the pathway that led to the cove, Valrin noticed that the dwarves were already disembarking and rowing towards the island itself. The monks stood as tall statues along the edges of the cove. Evern stood on a rock, with his staff crossed in his arms, and Rasi at his feet. As the dwarven vessel made landfall, Valrin noticed a dwarf, who jumped onto the sand with several other dwarves with him. It was Rugog, the one from before. "Happy Island of the North, we dwarves come to claim what is ours. A ship came here, a special ship. I do not believe you could have missed it." Rugog was shouting to all the monks, but they did not move or show a response. Their hands were at their sides, and Rugog looked up to Evern, who was shaking his head. "Great," the dwarf moaned. "An elf. This place is a whole trove of lost knowledge and people, wasted forms of life. I have you know that we have worked for a long time to give your people something very special. Perhaps I should give you some." Another dwarf shuffling behind him grabbed Rugog by the shoulder.
"The Barb King said no, not before it's ready. If you do not kill him, he will learn what the poison is and work on an antidote."
"Oh, for a poison acquired in the south, from the Spider Queen?"
Evern asked. Rugog looked to the dwarf who had spoken, and then glared at Evern.
"Your people are beaten, elf. These ruins are now the property of our king. All of you monks," he shouted, "will come with us or be burned where you stand. My king seeks your knowledge. The gods have spoken to the Barb King and bestowed upon us your location. My kin will take what is ours. Every rock and huge stone is ordained by the highest as ours. You will surrender it to us."
The line of monks did not agree. Their hands suddenly erupted in magical light, their elemental spells ready.
"They already know," Rugog said. "This elf said the words exactly. Use the poison. End this before it costs us too much."
The dwarves on the beach reached at their belts, grasping tiny glass stars with a substance inside.
"Now!"
Evern shouted. An arcane blast of lightning, fire, and ice erupted from the beach, striking the dwarves on approach to the shoreline, along with the ones already standing there. Rugog grabbed one of the dwarves and blocked the monk's blast before throwing several vials against the rocks nearest to him. The monks nearest to them fell to the ground, coughing, and began to shake violently. Evern jumped down, slamming his staff in the sand and sending up a tangling vine of seaweed that wrapped around Rugog and brought the dwarf down into the sand. He ran forward just as the dwarf had freed himself and smacked Rugog on the head. Another dwarf made it to the beach, and the entire shoreline was suddenly engaged in battle.
Valrin went to stand when Bray pulled him back. "We must get to the hall and Adonus. There are too many here." Evan was now engaged in a duel with Rugog. The dwarf wielded a large staff with the bones of some sea creature as his weapon of choice. "Fire upon the island! Kill all who are not dwarves!" he shouted. The dwarves then turned to the closest ships and made a motion with their hands. Evan stammered back, keeping his distance as the dwarf brought forth another vial of the poison. "It is made to kill your kind, but it will work on any. These monks are nothing. Perhaps you should just give up." A moment later, Valrin watched as several flaming rocks came flying from the ships and struck all over the ruins of the island. A gaseous haze poured out of the stones. Bray covered a nose and pulled Valrin up, this time not letting Valrin keep them there. They ran for the doorway to the halls. He turned to see Evan and noticed the elf running from the dwarves and not too far behind them. Ahead they could see Rother and Fadis at the hall. Fadis loosed several arrows over their heads. Another volley of the burning rock struck behind Evan, and looking back, they could only see a hazy fog of cursed death covering the island. They made it to the hall and barreled through the door. "Poison!" Rother shouted, struggling to catch his breath. "Likely the same they used on Adonus," Fadis said. "Only a different form." Evan made it through the doorway next, with Rasi squirming up and down his body. Bray shut the door and put down a latch to lock it, at least for the time being. The other Russes are dead," he said. "How did you escape it?" Valrin asked. "This stuff cannot hurt me. I've embraced the kiss of Varric before, but dwarven steel is a different issue." He revealed that his hand was cut with a deep wound. "I worry little of wounds such as this. It will heal," he said. "I managed to strike the one they call Rugog really well before I fled. They were dragging him back to the ship the last I saw." They made their way back to the actual hall to see Adonus floating above the stone altar. Lorlan was chanting as a greenish hue floated around both of them. The others stood silently as Lorlan continued his spell. Adonus's body floated down and then back up. The green smoke flowed into his body, through his nose and mouth, and then back out and dispelling into the air. This happened several more times before his body floated back down to the stone. Valrin noticed that many wares of herbs and bottled substances had been dumped out and scattered around Adonus. Lorlan stopped chanting and opened his eyes. "This poison is horrid, but not impossible to heal, at least some. I have stopped its process within your friend. It is weakened. The poison loses its potency with a mix of herbs from all corners of the world. But I fear more of this poison." "The poison covers the island," Evan said, "and your brothers have fallen to its effects." "So it shall be, and so it is." He looked to Valrin. "I am happy to have met you, Stormborn, but it seems my fate is tied to that of the Dwemha beneath this place. But you will leave here. You will embrace that which I have not in some time. Evan, do not fail me, old friend." There came loud smacking sounds from the doorway. "They come," Lorlan said. "You must take your friend and take a secret passage out of this place. Come, I will show you." He began to walk away, and Rother and Fadis went to Adonus. "Lorlan," Valrin said, "I do not understand. We activated the towers as you wished, but it did not stop the dwarves, and Adonus is not any better." "Your eyes deceive you. Look at your friend." Valrin went to Adonus, and he noticed that the captain's eyes stared at him. Rother and Fadis lifted him up, and he seemed to reach out to Valrin. "He heals, but I am afraid the curse will remain in part. Your friend will be troubled, but he will be alive. Now come, quickly, this way." Valrin could hear the pounding on the doors. Evidently they were stronger than they looked. Lorlan took them down a side hallway they had never seen before. It was a dark path that was colder and began to wind around a center column and further into the mountain. As they came to a lower level, Evan lit his staff with arcane fire and painted the dark corridor in orange. Lorlan stared at each of them. "This is where I leave you. Follow the pathway as far as it goes and press on the stones marked in runes. That will take you to your ship. Be from this place and go to the other I love in this world. The one I die for now." "What do you mean?" Valrin asked.
Come with us.
I cannot save everyone, Valrin, and most of me is already dead. His face became extremely pale, and green wisps of smoke rose off his skin. I have long awaited here alone, and while I gave the appearance of many, my brother monks were not as you would think. They were all pieces of my own spirit. They were parts of me. It was old magic, Valrin, something you had heard of before. My kin died below us, and I die now. Tears fell from his eyes. I was Rusis, and I was Dwemha, and then I failed and became as a cult you know as the Sea Peoples. None must know the secrets of the Dwemha folly. You must never admit you know the link between the Ascended and the Lost. I go to finish what you began upon this holy island, and I would take as many as I can of the Dwarven filth with me. Roland began to glow in a golden hue. He lifted his staff, and in a flash, both he and the staff disintegrated. His poisoned body became as green mist on the floor. A moment later, there was another flash, and a brilliant light ascended back up the stairs. He learned to ascend as the old ones, though I wonder what he does. I do fear I know. Evan paused and looked at the others. We must hurry. The group moved with haste down the hallway, coming to the dead end in the runic stone. Valrin pushed the stone and the passage opened up. They could see the night sky ahead, and a roaring wind met them as they emerged into the cold. Valrin could see a ship ahead of them, moored in the harbour. They made their way down several stairwells and around the edge of the cave near the doors of the lower levels. Valrin got to the ship first and went to the helm. The others quickly boarded, and the lock that held the ship released. The cave began to rumble, and it seemed the entire structure of the island was faltering. Cracks formed in the walls, and the water churned as the monolithic stones in the harbour began to quake.
What is this?
Ray asked.
It does not matter, Vadis cried. Get us out of here, Valrin.
He moved the crystals at the helm, and the sails lifted, engorged with the wind. They fled the harbour as the very mountains that made up the ring of the protected area turned to dust and fell. The winds blew over them, pushing the ship away from the island. Valrin turned to see if any dwarven ships were following, and he could not make out anything but a brilliant light shining over the island. The 2 towers they had activated were electrified and shooting bolts of lightning all over the ruins. He checked the heading of the ship, and then looked back again. There was a flash of light and a blast of wind, and water propelled them east in a hastening pace. The outline of the island began to fade as the ship was pushed further and further away. Suddenly, it felt as if the wind stopped, and the ocean moved backward under the ship. They were jerked across the water. The ship began to spin, and the front of the ship now faced the direction they had come from. Another flash came, and a massive explosion of water and rock shot up into the sky, sending a dazzling light in all directions. The night became as day for a moment, and then all they could hear was the sounds of the ocean tossing the ship back and forth. Valrin's eyes burned, and it seemed everyone else was having the same issue.
What was that?
Rodo asked.
I have never seen such a thing, Evan said. Not in my entire life. That was beyond what I thought he was to do, but no less terrifying.
He was one of the awaiting souls of the Sea Peoples. Everything we saw was because of him. It was always just him, and he kept his secret as long as he could, Valrin said.
What magic was that? No mere magic, Evan said, but they'll have to imagine our problems with the dwarves is done. At least for a while.
Then Rugog is dead? Valrin questioned.
Valerin,
a familiar voice said. He looked down to see Adonus staring at him.
It really worked, Valrin said. You're healed.
Adonus began to sit up, but faltered and fell back. Rodo knelt down and lifted him up.
It's okay, Captain. We have you.
Adonus stared at Valrin.
I dreamed I had died. I dreamed I was choked by a spider. I saw blackness in the frigid, icy wasteland. I heard songs and then felt the warmth of life again. I saw myself high above the sea. I saw the Barb King. I killed him. I then saw a place familiar to me.
but yet a place I have never seen.
His head fell backward, and he seemed to no longer be conscious.
Adonus!
Bray said. He slowly opened his eyes.
I am so tired. I feel weak.
The poison was strong, Evan told him. Whatever cure you were given will take time to fully nourish your body. Adonus nodded to Evan, seemingly not caring that he had no clue who the Shadow Elf was. Adonus then turned to Valrin.
Valrin, we must go to the place I saw. It is a place of old and a place of spirits, a place where our fates await for us.
Okay. Does it have a name, or do you know which way to go? Though he wished to answer, and he opened his mouth to do so, he fell unconscious again. This time, he remained that way.
We will take him below deck, Rother said. At least this time I will have better faith in him getting better. He hasn't looked this good since before he was injured by the Dwarven bolt.
As Fadis, Rother, and Bray took Adonus below deck, Evan went to Valrin.
We must honor the one they call Lolam and do his bidding. Until your friend knows of where he seeks us to go, it is pointless to wander. We must go to where Lolam spoke. He had a child with a human woman long ago.
A child? Valrin asked.
Yes. The Ice Mage had his fun, but it was too risky for him to take his love and child to where he was. It was a long time ago when he nearly let that regret destroy him. But I have made my own trips to check on her. I must admit that I had stopped for a while. I had actually thought Lolam had since taken her. She is of age to leave that place. I can say that at least she grows strong and in a sanctuary surrounded by those loyal to the gods of the north. It is not too far away. A shrine of Dim, the god of winds. One of many temples in the glacial seas. But it is not mere chance that she is there. It is time for her to be released from her sacred vows to the gods and embrace the call of the Stormborn, as her father did.
Valrin chuckled. So easy to break a vow? What if she doesn't want to come? Evan looked down to his staff and smiled as Rasi curled out of his robes and over his hand.
Then, I must kill her.
This has been Mage Soul, a tale of the Dwemhar, Stormborn Saga Book 2, written by J.T. Williams, narrated by Nick Denton, copyright 2017 by J.T. Williams, production copyright by J.T. Williams. Elfbane, a tale of the Dwemhar, Stormborn Saga Book 3, written by J.T. Williams, narrated by Nick Denton. Part 1. Wind Temple of Suia. The winds of the north blew against Valrin's face. While the others slept beneath deck, he held the wheel of the ship. Evan had told him to keep his current heading. As the moon trekked over and behind them, he expected to see the light of the sun soon. He didn't know how long this journey would take to this temple of the god Dim, but the sea was not going to give them an easy journey. The events from the days before were still fresh in his mind. Evan seemed to know much of the Stormborn, and even Lolam's past, though Valrin had thought they didn't know each other that well. Evan had said that either Lolam's daughter would come with them, or he would kill her. Valrin wondered what would actually transpire once they got to their destination, wherever that was. The morning lights of the twinkling stars, nestled by the purples of the early dawn skies, gave him comfort. He knew the others would be awake before too long, and he was hoping to speak to Adonus. In time, the way below deck opened, and Rother emerged. He stumbled his way around and looked about, bracing his arms to the cold winds.
Valrin, do we keep the eastern track? It feels much colder this way.
The winds have been harsh, but I've kept our path. A moment later, another emerged from below. Rother took the wheel.
Go, Valerin.
It was Adonus. He looked around with a bit of confusion and then spotted Valrin running toward him. They embraced.
It worked,
Valrin said.
It did,
Adonus confirmed.
Though I spoke with Rother before I came up. You were taking well to being a captain, traveling to a Dwarven fortress, meeting a living shadow elf. I thought they were all dead.
Valrin laughed. No, he is very much alive. He has a snake too. Rasi. A snake? Adonus gave him a peculiar look. Well, ships need a crew, and I see you've managed well enough without a very large one. The ship helps a good deal. On the island we were at before, I found a shipwright of the ancient ships. He was a man who the god of death had forbidden to die. He finally killed himself a few moments prior to when I discovered him in a hidden room. It seems that my mere presence was enough to free him from the bonds prohibiting his death. It was just before discovering his body that I was given these strange mechanical turtles, capable of repairing the ship, and Valrin suddenly felt dizzy and stumbled backward. Adonus gripped him. What is wrong? I don't know. I feel like my head is leaving me for a moment. The ship tossed from a rogue current and then spun to the side. Whoa, Rotho said. There are no currents like this in the open sea. Adonus felt his head. You do not feel as if you are sick. Valrin laid back and began to breathe hard. As he looked up, he saw flashes and felt as if he rode just below the waves. The ship was all around him, and he could feel his chest thumping. Have you had any rest? He heard Adonus ask. He shook his head, but couldn't speak. Stop the ship, Adonus said. Aye, Captain. Rotho dropped the anchors. As the ship slowed to a stop, Valrin could feel his breathing getting easier. At this point, Bray, Evan, and Fadis joined them on deck. What's wrong with him? Bray asked. He is too tired, Adonus said. The ship has given him power, but he is still new to it. You shouldn't have pushed him to do what he did. You, he pointed to Rotho and Bray, should have stopped him. Valrin shook his head, but Adonus didn't see him. Rotho pointed back at Adonus. The boy insisted. He was my captain. You were in no place to give any wisdom, and Valrin would have had it anyway. I did not know what danger there was to him not sleeping. I thought it was part of the ship. Adonus randomly let out a scream, and then shook his arm and head. The effects of the curse, Evan said. You are not well. I'm fine, he shouted back. He then collapsed, grabbing his head. Bray went to embrace him, and his hand jerked up to stop her. I'm fine, he said out of breath. I just felt so angry and cold, like before when I was sick. Your soul grew near to the eternal choirs of Vanku, Evan said. Lolam dragged you back to this life by the powers of Varika's venom. Strange happenings can be expected, however unfortunate they are. Valrin began to feel better himself and managed to sit up. Adonus looked at him and shook his head as he uneasily stood up. I may have been out of reach while I was unwell, but you must know that if your ship is at dock, you can rest. You may have to force yourself, but no magic can take away the functions of your body. You must give yourself rest in order to survive. At least for now, the binding of yourself with this ship is very new. We will continue on now that you are better, but I bid you at least sit and have some coffee. As Bray made them a few cups of dark coffee, and they went through what little supplies they had for scraps of food, the ship began heading east again. The wind still blew against them, but as the sun began its slowly trek along the horizon, Evan went to the edge of the railings and pointed outward. We draw near to the temple, he told them. Valrin looked out. He could see a strange mountainous island ahead. It had a large wisp of cloud surrounding its peak, and even from a distance, he could make out the sheen stone of a structure that stretched across the island itself. He was curious about this place they were going to, and what further mysteries they would find. So, what kind of isle is this, Evan? Fadis asked. A monastery to the wind god Dim, in a place of peace and meditation that has a ward of magic to protect its inhabitants from darker things. Evan let the last few words trail off. I assume this ward was placed by her father, Fadis asked. Evan stared at Fadis. In a way, yes. He did send me to acquire what was needed. But do not trouble yourself about the ranger. She is mine to deal with. I am the closest she has to family, and frankly, she doesn't need any distractions, so keep your thoughts to yourself. Well, I don't like your assumption, Elf, but I will be sure to mind my words. Fadis rolled his eyes in annoyance. The Shadow Elf walked towards the front of the ship, leaving the others near Valrin at the helm.
A daughter locked away from the world? I think I've heard this story, Ray said.
If she's anything like Lolam, she will be in no need of assistance, Rhoda stated. If Evan has threatened to end her life if she does not come with us, I worry about what exactly she is. With the poison that the dwarves have, we have to hope that she is willing to help us. From there, we need to figure out what place Adonus speaks of. He said it was an old place with spirits, Valrin said.
Good luck figuring out what our destination is from those hints, Ray said.
As they came closer to the island, Valrin could see the temple much better now. It was a large tower with pipes near the top of it. They heard a humming sound, especially as they drew closer. There was a dock ahead, and from what they could see, nothing like guards or defences. Approach the docks, Evan said. I depart first, alone. Otherwise you will be picking the ship off the bottom of the ocean floor. Fadis put an arrow to his string as they approached the docks. As Valrin directed the ship into the moorings, Evan jumped to the docks. Rhoda threw him lines, but the elf ignored them. Do not tie off in a place you are not sure about. I thought you all were the sailor's dwarf. He stomped away, his staff slightly glowing as Rasi jumped onto the ground before him and slithered ahead. He disappeared beyond a wall. A gust of wind blew upon them. The massive horns of the island sounded, and several tips of the towers began to glow a bright gold.
A temple of Dim? Bray said. I know little of the wind god.
I've never understood the gods, Fadis stated. I mean, why must everything have a god? The winds, the mountains, the sea. Can't they just be their own substance without a holy recognition? You are but a man, Fadis. Your substance was made to teach those of the other races, and no more. Do not question the gods or their ways, for they are beyond you. The great poet created us all to feel his word underneath the mother sun. Thoughts like yours led to the great loss of life in the ages before. I get your words, Rhoda, but there was so much loss of life just from these supposed gods. When have they ever actually helped us? The ship, Valrin said, from Miras. That was you, he pointed out, and Adonus made his way to your island with a crew, on a ship that went further north than I had ever gone without any gods to help you. Not to mention this ship, something crafted by a lost race, and again, not a god. But it was a god that blessed us with the tools to burn away the fogs, to tell us the path to take to actually reach this ship that was underwater. Miras raised it from the sea floor to the surface, and then when Rugog captured us just after, Miras sent his creatures to assist us. How else do you explain our escape? A bit of luck and a daring captain. 2 of them, actually. Not to mention a Rusis, a dwarf, and a man with a bow. Valrin nodded. I would not be a captain without the gods. Fadis shook his head. Perhaps, but it wasn't the gods who led me here, nor was it the source of the courage you had to turn the ship and save Adonus and Rotho here. The gods care little for us, and any holy types who say otherwise should be drowned. About that time, Evan returned with a man wearing a bright blue robe. Good people, Evan began. We are welcome to come inside and attend to what we need. The man in the blue robe bowed as he reached the edge of the ship. I am Sir Toa, priest of Dim, and wind color of this temple. I welcome you to our remote sanctuary. The wind suddenly gusted and blew through those on the ship. Our gods welcome you as well. As they tied off the ship, Adonus stood, albeit shakily, as Rotho helped him off. Fadis returned his arrow to his quiver and motioned for Valrin to go. As Valrin exited the ship, Sortoa bowed again. Stormborn, I have heard of you in whispers of the wind and know some of your plights. You are safe here for the time you grace our presence. You will all be as honorary guests. Fadis nodded with an uncertain glare as Evan shook his head. I doubt it will be deemed honorary by all, Evan said. Take no worry, Sortoa told him. She has grown stronger and has found peace in your utter abandonment of her. They began to walk, and Sortoa continued. It has been several years since you were near this place, and in that time she has learned meditation to increase her influence, telepathy, along with spirit convergence, and of course, the elemental magics. As they made their way around the corner, they came to a large silver door with the emblem of a cyclone on it. Sotoa motioned toward the door, and the winds from above twisted down and the passage opened, revealing a long marble stone corridor with white fire glowing from torches. The walls themselves were inscribed with writings, unlike anything Valrin had ever seen. "So from your words, she has both of her parents' powers, and a bit more of the Ice Mage's blood," Evan said. "It would seem as such is true. Lorlan was a powerful man, and his offspring is something else entirely." Valrin noticed that the hallway had several wings that led off to either side. Robed monks stood in the openings, and he had a sudden feeling of slight fear, but also awe. "I sense you're wondering, Stormborn. Those who inhabit this place have only allegiance to the one called Dim. We see not elf or dwarf or Rusis, but only the soul, as it is intended to have balance in the world." They reached another door, and Sotoa turned to them. "You have come at a time of meditation in our great hall. The one you seek, Evan, is one of our leaders in such realms, given her powers. Please do not speak until she is finished. I do believe you will be proud of Avium, daughter of the Ice Mage, Evan." As he pushed open the door, twisting winds glowing in a deep pink in the center of a massive chamber met them. There were many others in robes, just like Sotoa, sitting cross-legged around an elevated platform. Valrin noticed a single figure sitting atop it. As they approached the assembly, Sotoa motioned for them to sit, as he did the same. The figure sitting on the elevated platform had golden yellow hair that curled slightly in the winds. The figure then reached out with her arms and twisted her wrists. From either side of them, windows opened, and a rush of spectral blue and red magics swarmed in and twisted into the cyclone at the center. The assembly began to hum, and the figures slowly rose from the platform. At first, Valrin thought they were standing, but then, as the winds converged around them, he noticed a female now looking out at them. Her eyes glowed white, and her body floated above those who continued their long, bellowing hum. She slowly descended and stood below the platform. The winds began to recede, and she breathed fast. The glow around her faded away, revealing her stark blue eyes. Her blonde hair curled around her as the cyclone that before was pink turned to a whitish hue. She wore white linens curved around metal armor on her shoulders. She pointed toward them, and then abruptly began to walk their way. "My lady," Sotoa said, but she did not look to him nor Valrin, but to Evan.
Shadow Elf.
"Yes, Avium."
Tell me, why do I see you here now, when I have not seen any of my father or you for so many years?"
Evan stood and leaned on his staff. "I had no contact with your father until recently."
"Then you come still and not him. What more must I do to prove my worth to him? I demand him here now."
"Mind your words, Avium," Sotoa said. "The winds bring much news upon our soul. Your father has deemed it time. I will reveal more of him to you, but he cannot."
"What trouble have you two gotten into this time? I remember your stories, your ordeal with the dragon and the crystals. Do adventures keep him away?"
Evan looked down for a moment. "Avium, your father has fallen. Dwarves with poison attacked his island."
"Poison?"
She reached out and grasped his head with her hands. Her eyes flashed white for a moment, and he slapped his staff forward with a blast of magic. "Watch yourself," he shouted.
"I saw what I needed. Poison like you used for the Barb King. So you are the reason."
Sotoa stepped forward. "You must find peace and seek wisdom, my—"
"Now is not the moment for your teachings, Windcaller."
She gripped Evan by the neck and summoned a ball of sparkling light in her hand.
"Tell me, Elf, how much were you paid?"
He grasped, gripping her hands. Rasi shot out from his robes and wrapped around her neck. She released Evan and began pulling at the snake. Evan brought his staff down and bathed it in orange light. She fell to the ground and struggled, but then relaxed. "You killed her," Rordo shouted. "No, dear dwarf. She is asleep." He shot a glare at the Windcaller. "Sotoa, I am not too impressed that the piece is so violent. This is exactly what Lolam feared. This is why her father trusted you and your kind. She is a moment away from being just as her mother. Several of the monks came and picked up Avium, carrying her to a resting area where they laid her down and covered her. Then they lit incense and began to chant over her. Come, Sotoa said, we will speak further of Avium. He led them down another corridor to a large circular room. It was a tower with windows on the eastern side that looked out toward the horizon. The monks had designated this area for all of them to lay down. Valrin actually felt very tired, but he, like the others, wondered much of Avium. He would turn to the lower level where the monks brought a small meal to them. Fish, Rother said, and berries. A good meal for many days out at sea, Fidus said. Not like our lack of supplies has been a primary concern. Evan was the only one not eating. He nibbled a piece of cured meat. Salted pork? Rother asked. Close, dwarf. I keep a bit on my persons for when I am in a quaint setting. Rother's eyes became larger than Valrin had ever seen. You eat my kin in my presence? Within the place of the holy gods? He began to stand, and Fadius grabbed him. Evan chuckled. No, not really, dwarf. If I'm to eat dwarf, I prefer it fresh. This is a crab-based food, dipped in a weaker poison to up my resistance to certain sea creatures. We all have our dietary needs. He took another bite of his food, and Rother sat back down. Valrin looked to Adonus, who stared at his empty plate. Do you want some food? Adonus looked up, almost surprised that someone had spoken to him. Do you not hear it? Do you not hear them? The monks? Bray asked. No, the songs. Valrin stared at him, noticing a fear in his eyes. I have tried to block them out, but I can't. These songs are so loud. You must meditate. I will teach you, Evan said. It is dangerous to drift to death and return. Very dangerous. Adonus sat back and nodded to Evan. Valrin noticed Evan seemed on edge near Adonus, like he didn't trust the man before him. About that time, Sotoa came back into the room. I trust the food was acceptable. Aye, it was, Rother said. It is hard to satisfy the dwarven visitors we have, and you are not the only guests we expect. We have visitors from the south coming this way. The winds bring forth many upon the edge of darkness. He returned to Evan. If her father has fallen, as you say, then it is a dark time indeed. He ascended, as the peoples of old, and combined the magics of his blood to destroy that where he was. I know that when he brought her here as a young child, he warned against her bloodline. Her mother was an angry woman. An evil resided within her like no other, and she was nearly unstoppable. My kin stopped her. You do not openly kill as many as she did within the Shadowlands and simply continue breathing. She wasn't like that before. But of her demon, I cannot speak of. It is said it was a dark presence that took her. Before that, she was what I would call a friend, at least for a time. I do not know what happened, only that she was stopped. The greatest fear I have is that when a demon of that level of power inhabits you, it leaves a part of itself within you that will haunt your children. I fear that power will return to take Avium. Well, their daughter has many powers. She learned of the Dwemhar powers first, and though we tried to conceal them, she was able to manipulate the world around her before her first Rusis spell. She has been taught the way of peace, but her parents' abandonment has helped create a woman that resents the very world meant to protect her. Had she been a baby and never known them, it might have been different. But you do not take a child from what they know and not expect adverse effects. Lolam was not the type to raise a child. Sotoa's demeanor changed, and the wind seemed to shift around him. Then he should have known what the risks would do. She is powerful, unlike any in these realms. She's been taught that at one time her power will be needed for the gods of the north, but her mother's demon will likely return to claim her. She now meditates in the upper sanctum to reclaim her peace. It is likely she will struggle with the truth as long as she remains here. Well, it is time, Sotoa. With the Stormborn in the world and the events of the Barb King, it is time for her to go into the world. It was her father's last wish to assure she was well. I hold no allegiance but to those I call friends. And with these new friends," he motioned to the others, "I have discovered that the poison meant to wipe out all who challenge the Barb King is upon the glacial seas. It is no coincidence this boy has claimed his ship." Sotoa suddenly glared at Valrin. "Where are you from, Stormborn?" "I am Valrin of Trava." "Valerin, a good name, a strong name. You will need strength to survive these seas." "Vals," Adonus said. Valrin was surprised that Adonus remembered. It was a comforting reminder that his friend was still there. "Vals or Valerin? Well, both are good. Evan and I have much to speak of for the time, but your crew is welcome here. Night is coming, and I do bid you sleep." The conversation was not a mere coincidence to reach the point where he told him to get sleep. A moment later, Evan and Sotoa stood and departed. Valrin and the others went to their room in the upper level of the tower. He lay down and felt a ripple of energy from his chest go down his back and then, in the strangest of feelings, move away from him. As he closed his eyes, he saw a ship docked outside. He then, for the first time in many, many days, fell asleep. A scream pierced his ears. Valrin found himself standing on a beach. Trees burned around him. Elves grabbed at their throats. He saw his ship torn apart beneath a grand tower that reached up into the heavens. A haze, like smoke, but with flashes of orange magic, surrounded him. Rotho stood next to Bray, who looked up at him. Her skin bubbled from her bones, and he saw death overtake her. He tried to walk, but found himself struggling to free himself from the dead around him. The water behind him turned to ice. He then saw 4 elves appear in the distance. 3 were boys who appeared much older than him, and there was a younger girl. He watched as the haze-like magic covered them, and they collapsed. Then he began to hear a tune in his mind, a song like an organ he heard on a grand ship that had come to Trava once. Darkness shrouded his sight. He felt his body shaking, and then he saw his ship again docked outside the Wind Temple of Suia. In the distance, with the early morning sun behind him, a ship approached, and he saw dwarves aboard it. Part 1. Wind Temple of Suia. The winds of the north blew against Valrin's face. While the others slept beneath deck, he held the wheel of the ship. Evan had told him to keep his current heading. As the moon trekked over and behind them, he expected to see the light of the sun soon. He didn't know how long this journey would take to this temple of the god Dim, but the sea was not going to give them an easy journey. The events from the days before were still fresh in his mind. Evan seemed to know much of the Stormborn and even Lorlam's past, though Valrin had thought they didn't know each other that well. Evan had said that either Lorlam's daughter would come with them, or he would kill her. Valrin wondered what would actually transpire once they got to their destination, wherever that was. The morning lights of the twinkling stars, nestled by the purples of the early dawn skies, gave him comfort. He knew the others would be awake before too long, and he was hoping to speak to Adonus. In time, the way below deck opened, and Rotho emerged. He stumbled his way around and looked about, bracing his arms to the cold winds. "Valrin, do we keep the eastern trek? It feels much colder this way. The winds have been harsh, but I've kept our path." A moment later, another emerged from below. Rotho took the wheel. "Go, Valrin." It was Adonus. He looked around with a bit of confusion and then spotted Valrin running toward him. They embraced. "It worked," Valrin said. "It did," Adonus confirmed. "Though I spoke with Rotho before I came up. You were taking well to being a captain, traveling to a Dwarven fortress, meeting a living shadow elf. I thought they were all dead." Valrin laughed. "No, he is very much alive. He has a snake too. Rasi." "A snake?" Adonus gave him a peculiar look. Well, ships need a crew, and I see you've managed well enough without a very large one. The ship helps a good deal. On the island we were at before, I found a shipwright of the ancient ships. He was a man who the god of death had forbidden to die. He finally killed himself a few moments prior to when I discovered him in a hidden room. It seems that my mere presence was enough to free him from the bonds prohibiting his death. It was just before discovering his body that I was given these strange mechanical turtles, capable of repairing the ship, and Valrin suddenly felt dizzy and stumbled backward. Adonus gripped him. What is wrong? I don't know. I feel like my head is leaving me for a moment. The ship tossed from a rogue current and then spun to the side. Whoa, Rother said. There are no currents like this in the open sea. Adonus felt his head. You do not feel as if you are sick. Valrin laid back and began to breathe hard. As he looked up, he saw flashes and felt as if he rode just below the waves. The ship was all around him, and he could feel his chest thumping. Have you had any rest? He heard Adonus ask. He shook his head, but couldn't speak. Stop the ship, Adonus said. Aye, Captain. Rother dropped the anchors. As the ship slowed to a stop, Valrin could feel his breathing getting easier. At this point, Bray, Evan, and Fadis joined them on deck. What's wrong with him? Bray asked. He is too tired, Adonus said. The ship has given him power, but he is still new to it. You shouldn't have pushed him to do what he did. You, he pointed to Rother and Bray, should have stopped him. Valrin shook his head, but Adonus didn't see him. Rother pointed back at Adonus. The boy insisted. He was my captain. You were in no place to give any wisdom, and Valrin wouldn't have had it anyway. I did not know what danger there was to him not sleeping. I thought it was part of the ship. Adonus randomly let out a scream, and then shook his arm and head. The effects of the curse, Evan said. You are not well. I'm fine, he shouted back. He then collapsed, grabbing his head. Bray went to embrace him, and his hand jerked up to stop her. I'm fine, he said out of breath. I just felt so angry and cold, like before when I was sick. Your soul grew near to the eternal choirs of Van Ku, Evan said. Lolam dragged you back to this life by the powers of Varika's venom. Strange happenings can be expected, however unfortunate they are. Valrin began to feel better himself and managed to sit up. Adonus looked at him and shook his head as he uneasily stood up. I may have been out of reach while I was unwell, but you must know that if your ship is at dock, you can rest. You may have to force yourself, but no magic can take away the functions of your body. You must give yourself rest in order to survive. At least for now, the binding of yourself with this ship is very new. We will continue on now that you are better, but I bid you at least sit and have some coffee. As Bray made them a few cups of dark coffee, and they went through what little supplies they had for scraps of food, the ship began heading east again. The wind still blew against them, but as the sun began its slowly trek along the horizon, Evan went to the edge of the railings and pointed outward. We draw near to the temple, he told them. Valrin looked out. He could see a strange mountainous island ahead. It had a large wisp of cloud surrounding its peak, and even from a distance, he could make out the sheen stone of a structure that stretched across the island itself. He was curious about this place they were going to, and what further mysteries they would find. So, what kind of isle is this, Evan? Fadis asked. A monastery to the wind god Dim, in a place of peace and meditation that has a ward of magic to protect its inhabitants from darker things. Evan let the last few words trail off. I assume this ward was placed by her father, Fadis asked. Evan stared at Fadis. In a way, yes. He did send me to acquire what was needed. But do not trouble yourself about the ranger. She is mine to deal with. I am the closest she has to family, and frankly, she doesn't need any distractions, so keep your thoughts to yourself. Well, I don't like your assumption, Elf, but I will be sure to mind my words. Fadis rolled his eyes in annoyance. The Shadow Elf walked towards the front of the ship, leaving the others near Valrin at the helm. A daughter locked away from the world? I think I've heard this story, Bray said. If she's anything like Lolam, she will be in no need of assistance, Rhoda stated. If Evan is threatened to end her life if she does not come with us, I worry about what exactly she is. With the poison that the dwarves have, we have to hope that she is willing to help us. From there, we need to figure out what place Adonus speaks of. He said it was an old place with spirits, Valrin said. Good luck figuring out what our destination is from those hints, Ray said. As they came closer to the island, Valrin could see the temple much better now. It was a large tower with pipes near the top of it. They heard a humming sound, especially as they drew closer. There was a dock ahead, and from what they could see, nothing like guards or defences. Approach the docks, Evan said. I depart first, alone. Otherwise you will be picking this ship off the bottom of the ocean floor. Fadis put an arrow to his string as they approached the docks. As Valrin directed the ship into the moorings, Evan jumped to the docks. Rhoda threw him lines, but the elf ignored them. Do not tie off in a place you are not sure about. I thought you all were the sailors, dwarf. He stomped away, his staff slightly glowing as Rasi jumped onto the ground before him and slithered ahead. He disappeared beyond a wall. A gust of wind blew upon them. The massive horns of the island sounded, and several tips of the towers began to glow a bright gold. A temple of Dim? Bray said. I know little of the wind god. I've never understood the gods, Fadis stated. I mean, why must everything have a god? The winds, the mountains, the sea. Can't they just be their own substance without a holy recognition? You are but a man, Fadis. Your substance was made to teach those of the other races, and no more. Do not question the gods or their ways, for they are beyond you. The great poet created us all to feel his word underneath the mother sun. Thoughts like yours led to the great loss of life in the ages before. I get your words, Rhoda, but there was so much loss of life just from these supposed gods. When have they ever actually helped us? The ship, Valrin said, from Miras. That was you, he pointed out, and Adonus made his way to your island with a crew, on a ship that went further north than I had ever gone without any gods to help you. Not to mention this ship, something crafted by a lost race, and again, not a god. But it was a god that blessed us with the tools to burn away the fogs, to tell us the path to take to actually reach this ship that was underwater. Miras raised it from the sea floor to the surface, and then when Rugog captured us just after, Miras sent his creatures to assist us. How else do you explain our escape? A bit of luck and a daring captain. 2 of them, actually. Not to mention a Rusis, a dwarf, and a man with a bow. Valrin nodded. I would not be a captain without the gods. Fadis shook his head. Perhaps, but it wasn't the gods who led me here, nor was it the source of the courage you had to turn the ship and save Adonus and Rotho here. The gods care little for us, and any holy types who say otherwise should be drowned. About that time, Evan returned with a man wearing a bright blue robe. Good people, Evan began. We are welcome to come inside and attend to what we need. The man in the blue robe bowed as he reached the edge of the ship. I am Sir Toa, priest of Dim, and wind color of this temple. I welcome you to our remote sanctuary. The wind suddenly gusted and blew through those on the ship. Our gods welcome you as well. As they tied off the ship, Adonus stood, albeit shakily, as Rotho helped him off. Fadis returned his arrow to his quiver and motioned for Valrin to go. As Valrin exited the ship, Sortoa bowed again. Stormborn, I have heard of you in whispers of the wind, and know some of your plights. You are safe here for the time you grace our presence. You will all be as honorary guests. Fadis nodded with an uncertain glare as Evan shook his head. I doubt it will be deemed honorary by all, Evan said. Take no worry, Sortoa told him. She has grown stronger and has found peace in your utter abandonment of her. They began to walk, and Sortoa continued. It has been several years since you were near this place, and in that time she has learned meditation to increase her influence, telepathy, along with spirit convergence, and of course, the elemental magics. As they made their way around the corner, they came to a large silver door with the emblem of a cyclone on it. Sortoa motioned toward the door, and the winds from above twisted down and the passage opened, revealing a long marble stone corridor with white fire glowing from torches. The walls themselves were inscribed with writings, unlike anything Valrin had ever seen. "So from your words, she has both of her parents' powers, and a bit more of the Ice Mage's blood," Evan said. "It would seem as such is true. Lorlan was a powerful man, and his offspring is something else entirely." Valrin noticed that the hallway had several wings that led off to either side. Robed monks stood in the openings, and he had a sudden feeling of slight fear, but also awe. "I sense you're wondering, Stormborn. Those who inhabit this place have only allegiance to the one called Dim. We see not elf or dwarf or Rusis, but only the soul, as it is intended to have balance in the world." They reached another door, and Sortoa turned to them. "You have come at a time of meditation in our great hall. The one you seek, Evan, is one of our leaders in such realms, given her powers. Please do not speak until she is finished. I do believe you will be proud of Avium, daughter of the Ice Mage, Evan." As he pushed open the door, twisting winds glowing in a deep pink in the center of a massive chamber met them. There were many others in robes, just like Sortoa, sitting cross-legged around an elevated platform. Valrin noticed a single figure sitting atop it. As they approached the assembly, Sortoa motioned for them to sit, as he did the same. The figure sitting on the elevated platform had golden yellow hair that curled slightly in the winds. The figure then reached out with her arms and twisted her wrists. From either side of them, windows opened, and a rush of spectral blue and red magics swarmed in and twisted into the cyclone at the center. The assembly began to hum, and the figures slowly rose from the platform. At first, Valrin thought they were standing, but then, as the winds converged around them, he noticed a female now looking out at them. Her eyes glowed white, and her body floated above those who continued their long, bellowing hum. She slowly descended and stood below the platform. The winds began to recede, and she breathed fast. The glow around her faded away, revealing her stark blue eyes. Her blonde hair curled around her as the cyclone that before was pink turned to a whitish hue. She wore white linens curved around metal armor on her shoulders. She pointed toward them, and then abruptly began to walk their way. "My lady," Sortoa said, but she did not look to him nor Valrin, but to Evan.
Shadow Elf.
"Yes, Avium."
Tell me, why do I see you here now, when I have not seen any of my father or you for so many years?"
Evan stood and leaned on his staff. "I had no contact with your father until recently."
"Then you come still and not him. What more must I do to prove my worth to him? I demand him here now."
"Mind your words, Avium," Sortoa said. "The winds bring much news upon our soul. Your father has deemed it time. I will reveal more of him to you, but he cannot."
"What trouble have you two gotten into this time? I remember your stories, your ordeal with the dragon and the crystals. Do adventures keep him away?"
Evan looked down for a moment. "Avium, your father has fallen. Dwarves with poison attacked his island."
"Poison?"
She reached out and grasped his head with her hands. Her eyes flashed white for a moment, and he slapped his staff forward with a blast of magic. "Watch yourself," he shouted.
"I saw what I needed. Poison like you used for the Barb King. So you are the reason."
Sortoa stepped forward. "You must find peace and seek wisdom, my—"
"Now is not the moment for your teachings, Windcaller."
She gripped Evan by the neck and summoned a ball of sparkling light in her hand.
"Tell me, Elf, how much were you paid?"
He grasped, gripping her hands. Rasi shot out from his robes and wrapped around her neck. She released Evan and began pulling at the snake. Evan brought his staff down and bathed it in orange light. She fell to the ground and struggled, but then relaxed. "You killed her," Rordo shouted. "No, dear dwarf. She is asleep." He shot a glare at the Windcaller. "Sortoa, I am not too impressed that her piece is so violent. This is exactly what Lorlan feared. This is why her father trusted you and your kind. She is a moment away from being just as her mother." Several of the monks came and picked up Avium. carrying her to a resting area where they laid her down and covered her. Then they lit incense and began to chant over her. "Come," Sotoa said, "we will speak further of Avium." He led them down another corridor to a large circular room. It was a tower with windows on the eastern side that looked out toward the horizon. The monks had designated this area for all of them to lay down. Valrin actually felt very tired, but he, like the others, wondered much of Avium. He returned to the lower level where the monks brought a small meal to them. "Fish," Rother said, "and berries." "A good meal for many days out at sea," Fadis said. "Not like our lack of supplies has been a primary concern." Evan was the only one not eating. He nibbled a piece of cured meat. "Salted pork?" Rother asked. "Close, dwarf. I keep a bit on my persons for when I am in a quaint setting." Rother's eyes became larger than Valrin had ever seen. "You eat my kin in my presence? Within the place of the holy gods?" He began to stand, and Fadis grabbed him. Evan chuckled. "No, not really, dwarf. If I'm to eat dwarf, I prefer it fresh. This is a crab-based food, dipped in a weaker poison to up my resistance to certain sea creatures. We all have our dietary needs." He took another bite of his food, and Rother sat back down. Valrin looked to Adonus, who stared at his empty plate. "Do you want some food?" Adonus looked up, almost surprised that someone had spoken to him. "Do you not hear it?" "Do you not hear them? The monks?" Bray asked. "No, the songs." Valrin stared at him, noticing a fear in his eyes. "I have tried to block them out, but I can't. These songs are so loud." "You must meditate. I will teach you," Evan said. "It is dangerous to drift to death and return. Very dangerous." Adonus sat back and nodded to Evan. Valrin noticed Evan seemed on edge near Adonus, like he didn't trust the man before him. About that time, Sotoa came back into the room. "I trust the food was acceptable." "Aye, it was," Rother said. "It is hard to satisfy the dwarven visitors we have, and you are not the only guests we expect. We have visitors from the south coming this way. The winds bring forth many upon the edge of darkness." He returned to Evan. "If her father has fallen, as you say, then it is a dark time indeed. He ascended, as the peoples of old, and combined the magics of his blood to destroy that where he was. I know that when he brought her here as a young child, he warned against her bloodline. Her mother was an angry woman. An evil resided within her like no other, and she was nearly unstoppable. My kin stopped her. You do not openly kill as many as she did within the Shadowlands and simply continue breathing. She wasn't like that before. But of her demon, I cannot speak of. It is said it was a dark presence that took her. Before that, she was what I would call a friend, at least for a time. I do not know what happened, only that she was stopped. The greatest fear I have is that when a demon of that level of power inhabits you, it leaves a part of itself within you that will haunt your children. I fear that power will return to take Avium." "Well, their daughter has many powers. She learned of the Dwemhar powers first, and though we tried to conceal them, she was able to manipulate the world around her before her first Rusis spell. She has been taught the way of peace, but her parents' abandonment has helped create a woman that resents the very world meant to protect her. Had she been a baby and never known them, it might have been different. But you do not take a child from what they know and not expect adverse effects. Lolan was not the type to raise a child." Sotoa's demeanor changed, and the wind seemed to shift around him. "Then he should have known what the risks would do. She is powerful, unlike any in these realms. She's been taught that at one time her power will be needed for the gods of the north, but her mother's demon will likely return to claim her. She now meditates in the upper sanctum to reclaim her peace. It is likely she will struggle with the truth as long as she remains here. Well, it is time, Sotoa. With the Stormborn in the world and the events of the Barb King, it is time for her to go into the world. It was her father's last wish to assure she was well. I hold no allegiance but to those I call friends, and with these new friends," he motioned to the others, I have discovered that the poison meant to wipe out all who challenge the Barb King is upon the glacial seas. It is no coincidence this boy has claimed his ship. Sotoa suddenly glared at Valrin. Where are you from, Stormborn? I am Valrin of Trava. Valerin, a good name, a strong name. You will need strength to survive these seas. Vals, Adonus said. Valrin was surprised that Adonus remembered. It was a comforting reminder that his friend was still there. Vals or Valrin? Well, both are good. Evan and I have much to speak of for the time, but your crew is welcome here. Night is coming, and I do bid you sleep. The conversation was not a mere coincidence to reach the point where he told him to get sleep. A moment later, Evan and Sotoa stood and departed. Valrin and the others went to their room in the upper level of the tower. He lay down and felt a ripple of energy from his chest go down his back and then, in the strangest of feelings, move away from him. As he closed his eyes, he saw a ship docked outside. He then, for the first time in many, many days, fell asleep. A scream pierced his ears. Valrin found himself standing on a beach. Trees burned around him. Elves grabbed at their throats. He saw his ship torn apart beneath a grand tower that reached up into the heavens. A haze, like smoke, but with flashes of orange magic, surrounded him. Rortho stood next to Bray, who looked up at him. Her skin bubbled from her bones, and he saw death overtake her. He tried to walk, but found himself struggling to free himself from the dead around him. The water behind him turned to ice. He then saw 4 elves appear in the distance. 3 were boys who appeared much older than him, and there was a younger girl. He watched as the haze-like magic covered them, and they collapsed. Then he began to hear a tune in his mind, a song, like an organ he heard on a grand ship that had come to Trava once. Darkness shrouded his sight. He felt his body shaking, and then he saw his ship again docked outside the Wind Temple of Suia. In the distance, with the early morning sun behind him, a ship approached, and he saw dwarves aboard it. Part 2. Songs of Harodar. He opened his eyes and realized he had been dreaming. He'd been sleeping for a good amount of time, but he felt like it had only been a minute. Everyone slept around him. He sat up, feeling his heart beat in his chest at the thought of the horror he had seen. If this was what sleep would be for him, he didn't want to ever sleep again. He stood up and went to the window, noticing that the morning sky was just beginning to glow from a still sleeping sun. He went downstairs and to the room where they were in before. He saw Evan standing with his hands behind his back, staring out to sea. Valerin, you stay awake for days upon days, and yet still awaken as I'm sure you did before you knew the name Stormborn. Valrin smiled. I used to get eels for the fishes in my town. Eels. Good for poisons. They used them for bait. Evan nodded. A shame to serve such a malign purpose. Did you go to Lolam's daughter? I did, and she understood much without me speaking. I'm amazed of her powers. Will she go with us? If you mean will I have to kill her? Well, that is still to be decided, but as long as she uses her powers for good, we have nothing to fear. Dwemhar blood is a strange substance. Though they did much good for the world, one who has the taste of darkness can be a force that even the gods can struggle to contend with. You must fear any merging of Dwemhar. Rusis were naturally aggressive, so you can see that the two together, as with her father, it is a very careful balance. When Lolam and I spoke of our foray, it was a fun time, and there was much we did afterward. He wanted his staff, and well, quite a few creatures placed in our path by the trickster god Wara guarded it. He showed a bit of his shadowy side then, but he could balance out his power, something she must do. If I sense anything but, I will be forced to destroy her. Can you do it? Evan looked down at him with a smile, but said nothing. Valrin was not sure if this was overconfidence or sureness. He heard someone approaching and turned to see Avium. At first he was alarmed, but she was much calmer now and smiled gently at him.
Valrin,
she said. Avium.
Please excuse our first meeting and accept this second one.
She bowed to him, and he did the same to her.
Everyone tells me that you knew my father and that he sacrificed himself for you.
For all of us. And you. He said so. She looked down for a moment and then nodded.
You are like me, Valrin, without parents, but with a guardian who watched over you for a time. I had Evan, and you had your aunt Tua.
Valrin looked at Evan, and then back to Avium. How'd you know that? Who told you? Evan grinned.
None. But the vampires have a way of seeking out remedies for their afflictions that do not involve the natural diet they seek. I had heard about you then. I knew the prophecy and of your arrival to Trava. But I also knew it not my place to say of your true purpose, though I know the elf vampire knew of it. Perhaps this can be one of the ways we can trust one another.
Avian went to the windows and looked out.
I look forward to our journey, and wherever we plan to go. I still do not understand my purpose, but I am prepared to try.
Then we must prepare, a voice said from out of view. Valrin turned to see Adonus. The once captain of the truest bliss approached Evan and offered to shake his hand. Evan did so with a careful glare. You feel more yourself. For now, sleep and silence have helped some, but I will still take your offer of meditation, though I've never been a real type for that kind of practice. I know clearly where we must go and how to get there. It is north of here and not too far. A cave of crystals, a place of very old power, masked by magic itself. Like a ward? Evan questioned. No, a place of the actual creation of magic. A place where I believe we will find something locked away for the Stormborn. I know I have struggled since my near death, but there are a few things certain. This is the next part of the Stormborn, and I must kill the one called the Barb King. Valrin and Evan just stared at him.
So you're sure of your path?
Evium asked. I am. It is what I saw when poisoned, and what I must assure is completed. He looked at Valrin. Do not fear. I am me. But coming close to death, I realized my path. I am not to claim a realm ship. That was your fate. But I must go after the one who took my chance. The one who took my version of the necklace you had that your Aunt Tua held for you. Do you know that the king believes himself Stormborn? Valrin asked. I do. And I will not allow any chance of him harming another soul, as long as I still breathe. They were all somewhat surprised by Adonus' sureness. I have already woken and told the others. They will join us soon. Soon was an understatement, as immediately Rortho, Bray, and Phadis came downstairs. Phadis approached him with a confused expression, and a single eyebrow raised. So you wake us up to begin this quest before the sun comes up, and we find you just now advising the captain, Evan, and the one who tried to kill Evan, of your plan. Avian bowed to them.
My apologies for our first meeting. I assure you that my emotions are secured away from that of my actions.
Phadis stared at her. I'm not really sure what that means. It is the way she has been taught, Evan said. Emotion is a great motivator for many. But to let that control you, well, can be quite bad for shadow elves or anyone else you might come up against. She is our friend and ally, and we shall see what good Adonus has in store for us in the north. They began to prepare for the journey. As Evan, Adonus, Avium, and Rortho conversed with Sotoa about supplies, Phadis and Valrin exited the Temple of Suia and went towards the ship. The sun was cresting the horizon, and the ship floated against the dock with fresh snow on its railings. How do you like all of this? Valrin asked Phadis. I'm not sure what to say about it, that I can tell you. It is a strange place, these glacier seas. All of my years spent here, and there is still something new to learn of it. I do think about going south again. Soon, maybe. I will think it's time. I don't know. The ranger became quiet, and Valrin jumped onto the deck of the ship. He pulled open the way to the inner part of the ship and then looked up. Something was approaching. He could hear the break of water getting closer. Thaddeus, too, heard the sound, but a deep fog rolling over the distant waters obscured their view. A horn called. "That is a dwarven horn." Thaddeus reached for his bow, but did not have it, and Valrin's sword was back in the room he had slept in. Valrin exited the ship and went to Thaddeus, who pulled him back towards the temple. The large ship emerged from the fogs not too far from the docks and made a hard turn left to avoid striking the dock itself. But this was no dwarven ship. Thaddeus had his hand on Valrin to push the boy behind him, but now he squinted. That vessel was made by men, the people of Srun, the great island nation to the south. It is what I guess you might call dwarven in build, but not a ship of Rugarg or the Barb King. They had some dealings with those I fought with back in Taria. The ship, about the same size as Valrin's, moved up to the dock. Sortoa emerged from the temple and looked at them as he moved towards the new vessel. "Do not fear these. They are not as the ones you called the enemy." As they slowly followed behind the Windcaller, Valrin saw that dwarves were indeed on the vessel. They wore heavy black armor and massive hammers inscribed with runes hung on their backs. "Hammer songs. I welcome you to the temple of our Lord Dim. I trust your journey was a good one." The dwarves moved out of the way of another dwarf and a man of about the same build and stature as the staunch dwarves. "I am a prince of the Allen nation, and have now paid my price to the dwarves of Haradar. I am a shameful man, and attempted to steal from their home city on my visit. I confess my crimes before those who hold me accountable." "I hear your crimes," Sortoa said, "but I cannot free you of your debt to them, for I do not see it as such." One of the dwarves stepped forward. "That man is a foul weakling of his kind, and I do thank you for accepting our request to come here. Dwarves used to make many pilgrimages here. It is long since we had them come this way. I am happy to have some of your people on this island. Though, know we have other guests, some who have dealt with dwarves you come to speak with." The dwarf walked towards Valrin, and he couldn't help but be fearful. The man was massive, larger than Raw, though, and had notches and scratches in his armor. "What is your name, boy?" "I'm Valrin." "Norakas, Hammer Song of Haradar. I see fear in your eyes. I'm not the first dwarf you've seen. What have those of the glacier seas done to you?" Thaddeus stepped between them. "Nothing to speak of as of now, Norakas. I know of the Hammer Songs. Your zeal is unmatched, or so the songs say." Norakas nodded. "So it is so, but I have no quarrel with those except of my own kind. Is this your boy?" "No, but crewmen of our ship will want to meet you. No, we are not friends to dwarves in this region." The dwarf shook his head. "I fear I may not be either. Those of my order sent to guard the one called the Barb King have failed to send word of their doings. We are here for many reasons, and we will deal with our kind. Do not get in our way." "Well," Sortoa said, "let us go in and you can pay patronage to Dim. He has been without the prayers of the dwarves for some time." They entered the temple, and Valrin watched for the others. It was Bray who noticed them first and quickly approached as Evern, Rotho, and Adonus walked out of a storeroom. Rotho dropped his sacks and brought his axe to hand. In a flash, the Hammer Songs brandished their weapons. Valrin stood right next to Norakas. The runes of the axe glowed, and there seemed to be a hum in the air from their weapons. Bray had summoned spells of ice, and Evern held out his staff. Norakas spoke first. "Dwarf, you serve the Barb King of Gorindothrak." "No, I do not. Hammer Songs here." He lowered his weapon, and the others around the room did too. The monks of the temple and Sortoa seemed surprised and partially angry to the shows of force happening within their holy halls. "We are Hammer Songs directly from Haradar. Something is foul within this ocean, and we come to investigate. I am Norakas, and these Hammer Songs are my brothers. If you have no issue with us, then we will not resort to violence unless we are threatened." They lowered their hammers. Evern clapped. "Dwarves, so many dwarves in the icy north. If only I was back home." You, Nurakas said. You are of the east, of the Shadowlands. I am of the glacial seas, and I and this crew you see before you make no question of your deeds, as long as you do not question ours. We trade spices, that is all. Valrin wondered of the lie Evan had just said. It seemed a good enough excuse. No questions, but you are the strangest group of traders. Sotoa coughed as to gain everyone's attention. If you will not be killing one another this wonderful morning, can I, in the breaths of Dim, offer a small meal for you all? Offer accepted, one of the Hammersongs said. Lorks, go get our drinks, Nurakas said. The human companion immediately went back toward their ships. Slavery is not something we in the service of Dim appreciate. Noted as such, Sotoa, Nurakas said. There is a place for slavery when debt is owed, but there is a fine line there. To claim a slave, just to do so, or because of their race, is dishonorable to say the least. Valrin and the others worked to finish stocking their ship, with several rations of food and general supplies that they might need, as Sotoa led the dwarves to an actual dining hall. Valrin and the others went to join them there before they departed north. In the hall itself was a large table, and the dwarves sat along one whole side. As Valrin sat down near the end of the table, Nurakas noted and motioned him over. This way, young one. I wish to speak to you. Both Adonus and Rordo followed Valrin to sit next to him, as the dwarf waved off the tea offered to him, and instead sipped a large ale that the human had poured for each of the dwarves, from their own personal barrel that no doubt was not the easiest container to get up the long stairwell they had taken from the lower halls. Valrin sipped his coffee, and noticed that the dwarves really were nothing like the ones he had met before. Their armour, for one, was not well suited for the works of sailing. It was bulky and cumbersome, but did not seem to inhibit their movement at all. What are you looking at, girl? One of them asked Bray. Your armour is a bit cracked. I had always heard that dwarves had the absolute best armour. We do, he said back in a harsh tone. But dragons have some of the sharpest teeth you might ever be lucky enough to be devoured by. He paused. If you have to absolutely be devoured by such a beast, that is. But that day was not my last. No. And the one that did this now has a permanent place above my family's hall in Haradar. Good, Rhoda. There's no need to scare the Rooses, Nurakas said. Forgive Rhoda. Sometimes I think that dragon came a bit too close to roasting him. Rhoda looked over at Nurakas. It wasn't like you were much help. There were 8 dragons. I took down 2, including the one headed toward you. You should show a bit more respect, brother. Though it was an obvious tease, Rhoda grumbled to himself. So you head to the city? Rhoda asked. Aye, we need to see what the Barb King is doing. My masters do not trust him. The last time we heard from him, he claimed the sea was his to command. At that time, we thought he was telling a story of old or recounting something in a song. It seemed as such, at least. Now our brothers have ignored our messages. We will figure it out. So you go to the actual city? Adonus asked. Yes. In 2 nights there will be a grand coronation, or so we have discovered, and it is supposed to reveal the greatest discovery in our people's history. Or so our spies have told us. Would you need another to go on your journey? Adonus's question caused every one of Valrin's crew to stare at him. We need none, unless you have need to go to the city. Evan grabbed Adonus by the arm. We do not go that way. We told you where we needed to go, and the dwarves are looking for Rhodo for stealing that fish. We cannot go there. Aye, I would recommend not returning for some time until we deal with whatever is afoot there. If a dwarf is forced to steal a fish, then there is trouble indeed. We will seek out the truth. Adonus looked to Evan, and then to Bray, as they both rubbed him on his shoulders. You spy on them? Vadis asked to try and get the attention of Adonus. In what ways we can. I do not lie to you here within the holy halls. I fear my brethren have fallen from sanity. There are few of us now, but know that the dwarves of the south will do what is necessary to assure our kin stay within bounds of sanctity. Know these issues are dwarven, and you shouldn't worry of our plight. Us dwarves can handle this issue. There was a silence at the table, and Valrin stood up. We should go, he told the others. A boy captain? Nurkas asked. No, he's my first mate, Roder said. Come on, crew, to the ship. The others stood up to keep the deceit legitimate. Valrin knew they could only trust these dwarves so much. Sotoa joined them. They went downstairs and found Avium, garbed in a dark cloak, standing before the cyclone. She was wearing leather boots and looked nothing like she did before. She turned to them as they approached her.
I saw the arrival of the dwarves, their less than happy exchange. I saw it better to remain away from the main conversations.
It is good now, Valrin said. Are you ready?
I have all I need, and I've done away with the robes at the temple. We do not need that kind of attention.
They exited the temple, and while the others went to the ship, Evern, Valrin, and Avium stood with Sotoa. When you were a child, I never thought the day would come when you would leave our home. I had hoped for a better departure than this, but the others are assuring the dwarves remain where they are. Sotoa looked to Valrin. Though I do not condone dishonesty, I am a man of this world who has seen what it is capable of, with or without the gods' desires. Your secrets are safe with us. The dwarves have no view of your departure, and Dim will watch over your journey. Sotoa turned back to Avium. Remember what you've learned here, what has brought you pleasure and happiness, and what happened when darkness attempted to snare you. The power of your ancestors must not be misused. She gripped his hand and bowed, kissing them.
I depart as a saint of Dim. I will follow what has been laid before me. I will bring honor to the gods of the north, and not terror. I will protect those covered by the winds, and in time, return to my home in the clouds to be with Dim everlasting.
Go, my child. Onto the ship. Avium turned and Valrin noticed that Evan was smiling, something the elf rarely did, except when making a joke or a strange comment, as he was known to do. I will watch over her, Evan told Sotoa. May the winds of Dim guide you all. They bowed and went to the ship, as Sotoa returned to the temple. What happened with Adonus back there? Valrin asked. We are fortunate that Phadis came up with something to detract attention from him. That is what happened. As they boarded the ship, Adonus stood at the helm. The others moved the remaining supplies below deck while Valrin untied the ship and joined Adonus. As Valrin steered the ship from the docks, he activated the sails and they began north. With a gust of wind to speed them forward, they were on their way. The wind temple of Suia passed to their side, and a quick-forming fog veiled the island. Sotoa was true to his word, but this was more for the dwarves, still likely in the dining hall, so they wouldn't catch sight of the ship, than actually hiding in the temple. Adonus looked around nervously, and was not at all the confident captain Valrin remembered. What is on your mind? Valrin asked. I can't believe I asked to go with the dwarves. I don't understand why I said that. Valrin gripped the wheel of the ship tighter and tried to figure out the best words to say. Adonus continued. I feel so drawn to that place. I see myself killing the Barb King. He has caused and will cause so much suffering. I've seen it and cannot explain it. Avium came to the helm and smiled at Valrin. Adonus continued, almost not noticing Avium and stuttering. I just keep seeing him. The visions don't leave.
Adonus, Avium said. I do not know your full story as of right now, but be careful of your visions. It is difficult to discern what is a true vision of the future and what is your own imagination.
Adonus nodded as Evan approached them. Come, Adonus. I will take you below deck, and we will work on meditation. You must learn to quiet your mind, friend. As Adonus went with Evan, Avium shook her head.
Everin said he was cursed with a variation of dwarven poison.
Yes, it is how we met your father, and I am sorry for his death. She looked away and went to the railings of the ship.
I am not. Evan said he ascended, and in his final moments melded his magics together to protect you and his crew, along with destroying the invaders. I take some form of solemn comfort with that. I knew I would leave Sweer in time, but I wasn't sure how. Sotoa was good to me my entire life, and so was Evan, but I always prayed that it would be my father to comfort me. I felt like I was trying to be good enough for him, that it was what I was training for. Then I learned of my mother from Everin, and I wondered if he was scared of me.
What did she do exactly?
Exactly. She slit the throats of 1,000 Shadow Elves' children to prove a point that her race was superior to them and would not fall to their fear. They killed her, paraded her body through the cities in the east, and then desecrated it further by cursing it to walk the realms devoid of life and in constant suffering. That is what Evan said, at least.
Evan has many stories, Valrin said, almost suggesting that what she was told was false.
Most of them are true. He's been around these lands for a very long time, and when it comes to elves, that means something a bit more profound. He is old by their standard.
Avium knelt down and noticed the crystals at the helm.
This is a Dwemhar vessel, right?
He wondered of how to answer, but the second he did, she nodded.
You know, you do not need to wonder if you can tell me something. The moment it comes to your mind, I can sense it.
So you were like a fortune teller? She laughed.
I have trained to extend my powers to the point that I am close to the strongest half-blooded Dwemhar in existence. There are no others like me.
Bray, who had been standing off to the side and had not gained Varen's attention, walked up to them.
Wouldn't you only be 1/4 Dwemhar? Your father was half, and your mother was of the race of man? Fellow Russes, I guess you would be correct. I meant more that I'm only half of the race of men. But I guess I should be more specific. I'm still learning about my powers,
she told both of them.
I work to perfect my elemental magics, but I do believe Bray is ahead of me there. I'm going to do my best to do what is needed. I was always led to this path, but never told what it would hold, and not all future can be foretold.
Valrin nodded and moved the switch to activate the map. It came up and Avium pointed to it.
Incredible, and a good example of a future that cannot be foretold. I did not know this ship could do that.
It is a wondrous vessel, Bray said. I want to tell you that you're new to our crew, but if I can help you with the Russes side of your magic, let me know. I know a few tricks. As the two of them walked off, Fadis and Raldar joined him. We were waiting for our turn, Fadis said. Aye, now we have 2 of those casters, and both of them have tempers like no others, Raldar whispered. I don't want to put them in a piss mood. I did that once to a trio of women back in Taria. Not a good idea. I didn't take you for the promiscuous type dwarf, Fadis teased. Not too promiscuous, but I know my way when it comes to delving. Valrin didn't really get the joke, but he could imagine, based off what he had seen some nights back in Trava. Raldar stared at the map. So we go north, but nothing else? No landmark or real clue? Adonus said before that it was an old place of spirits where our fates awaited us. Okay, so no, Fadis confirmed. We will need to wait for him to finish his meditating to have some clue where we're actually going. The captain isn't right, Raldar said. I wonder if it was right. Well, helping him to live. We can't decide fate, Fadis said. But it's what we did. I worry he isn't the Adonus I knew. The dwarf's words were less comforting to hear, but Valrin knew what he said was right. Adonus had not returned to them as his old self. There were glimpses of it from what little interaction they had, but nothing like before. Nothing like before the curse. Part 3. Ghosts. As was normal in the glacial seas, a storm was moving from the west and crossing their path. Though it was not as turbulent as the one a few days ago, there was a good amount of snow and colder winds. The other crew members bound themselves and stayed huddled around a torch basin that they had obtained back at Suia Temple. Damn cold, Raldar said. They call it the glacial seas for a reason, Fadis said. Aye, but holy winds have dim. Does it have to be this cold?
Dim does not control the temperature, Avium corrected.
Just the winds.
Well, perhaps the god can change the direction of them, or keep them away from us for a time. About that time, Adonus emerged from below deck. Complaints about winds on a sailing ship, brother? Well, aye, but I feeling better, Captain. Adonus went to Rother's side and put his hand on the dwarf's shoulder. I told you before that I am not the captain. Valerin is. He has done a fine job on these waters so far. I am just a guide now. So where exactly are we headed? Valrin asked. A place called Arahik, an ancient mine for Dwemhar crystals, and a place I sense will greatly help our cause. How do you know the name? Evan asked. In my dreams I hear the voices of the sea peoples. I receive visions. It is why I know we must go to this place, and why I must eventually face the Barb King. Adonus sat down with the others, and Bray gave him a cup of fresh coffee. No one said a word, and Valrin watched as it seemed his crew stared at Adonus, but avoided eye contact. You all fear me, he said. No, Bray stated. We don't, but... You're different, Fedis said. Rother looked up, surprised by the bluntness of his words. Fedis scanned the others and then leaned into Adonus. I'm not afraid to tell you that you are not the man you were before. You no doubt care for your friends, but you are not the captain I met. Everyone else is too kind to flat out say it, but I will. You nearly volunteered yourself to go with the hammer songs to Gurren Dothrak. I see, but I understand. I am loyal to all of you, but I am drawn to greater deeds. Evium stood up and went to Adonus. These deeds, she said, putting her hand on his shoulders. And these visions you have, how do you know their source? I sensed them and know it is true. I had a simple dream while I was near death before. I know the path, and I will stay true to it. Evium closed her eyes, and Adonus looked up at her. Valrin watched as she seemed to grimace, and her hand on his shoulders began to shake. What? Adonus asked. Evium released her grip on his shoulder. Your mind is hidden. I cannot reach your thoughts. But you are not the Stormborn. You are not as Valrin. How do you resist? Bray cleared her throat. He was like Valerin, but the Barb King himself stole Adonus' amulet, identical to the one Valrin used to obtain this ship. Adonus cannot claim the title without it. I do not desire to be Stormborn now. I will help Valerin, yes, but I came back from the beaches and icy plains of Vanku's realm for a purpose. I see my purpose in my mind, and I will complete it. No one else has to see it. Fedis stood up and went to the railings. Your purpose will require the ship getting very close to the Dwarven capital. We cannot risk that. There will be a way if the gods will it. Fedis shook his head and leaned back against the railings. Rother embraced Adonus. I am happy to have you here, and will do what I can to assist you. Aye, I am happy to be here, Rother. I will control my abruptness. Meditation is the mind's only friend when too many voices cry out, Evan said. Remember this and seek peace. Evium chuckled. Your stories run contrary to that, elf. Evan smiled. It was your father who taught me these words. I have only listened for a small part of my life. Valrin switched the map crystal and noticed a strange vibration in the image. He looked ahead to see a glow in the darkening sky. Evan noticed it too, and pointed. We are far north, near the realms of the uncharted seas. Few have gone this way. Well, we have no Dwarven ships chasing us, so that is one advantage compared to the last time we went this far north, Rother said. As Valrin guided the ship towards the glowing lights ahead, an outline of a sheer, slightly sheen structure appeared. As night fell, the water beside them began to glow. Valrin looked over the edge and saw sharks of some kind, with glowing runes along their bodies. Glacial sharks, Rother said. Very rare in the more southern parts of the sea. But common here, Fedis pointed out. Valrin noticed the sharks appeared not to trail the ship for fun, or to hunt, but as a guide, like smaller vessels assisting a larger one into the harbour. As he turned the ship towards the fast-approaching structure, He jumped as an eruption of sparkling red lights lifted into the skies from the pinnacle of the structure. As they drew closer, Valrin noticed land beyond the structure and monolithic stones that seemed to be sending twirling dust that glowed in the dark environment.
Magic, said Avium. I can feel its purity in the air.
I do too, Bray said.
This is a place of its creation. The moon gives charge to the stones, and they, in turn, push magic into the world.
Avium twisted her hand and created a small glowing orb of white. The spell spun and began to glow brightly. Bray did the same with her powers, and Valrin witnessed the most massive fireball he had ever seen the Rusis create. A powerful place, said Evan. We must now figure out why we are actually here. Adonus looked around, gazing at the magic that floated freely in the air. A drift of it came his way, and he lifted his hands into it, sending a rippling wave of it out. There is a cave here, somewhere nearby. Valrin steered the ship around the large sheen structure, but saw no obvious doorway. This is nothing but a rock in the sea. There is not a cave, nor doorway. There is, Adonus said. It is right here. Valrin dropped anchor and walked over to where the others were standing as the ship slowed to a stop. I saw it in my vision, Adonus said. There is an opening. As Valrin walked near the front of the ship, he felt a surge in his chest. From the post where his amulet was absorbed came a radiant light that shot upon the sheen stone. There was a ripple of blue light, and runes appeared covering the stones. Rortho jumped up and went to the edge. I know these words. I've seen them in the texts. To those who come once this place is of ice, know that we remain. We are the last, and we have formed a power to be blessed unto you to use as needed. We are yours. We embrace the old ways, and the Dwemha way of where we have fallen from. You are the captain, and you shall lead us once again. It was beginning to snow, and the door cracked open as Rortho read the last bit. The entryway was dark, but Valrin had no doubt at all of what he should do. Pulling up anchors, he moved the ship into the open doorway. As they entered the passage, torches began to light along the walls, and they found themselves surrounded by both ice and large crystals jutting out from the ceiling like stalactites in a simple cave. This place, said Adonus. This is the place I saw. I know where we must go. Valerin, move the ship forward and to the right. There is a circular dock for the ship. Phadis put an arrow to his bowstring and circled around, looking the way they had come. Rortho lifted his axe. You mustn't fear this place, Adonus said. I have been here in my mind. We are safe. Avium stood next to Valrin.
There is old magic here, and there are those who are trapped.
Valrin jerked to look at her.
It is not those who live, but those who have died who await us.
Evan went to the side of the ship and lifted his staff over the water. An orange glow reflected on the crystalline ceilings and spread across the caves, bathing it in a warm light. As Valrin moved to the right, following the glowing crystals, he came to a circular stone dock with several torches that burst to life as they approached. Valrin moved the ship toward it, and just like before at Lorlam's Island, the ship was locked into the dock. It was here he noticed that there were other, smaller ships still at the dock. They were not realm ships, and they had not moved from this spot in some time. Each seemed to be sealed in place. Additional stone constructs seemed to come out of the stonework and secured the ships, lifting them out of the water, a type of dry dock.
This place is of the Sea Peoples, Bray said.
Perhaps another one, like the one that was beneath Lorlam. One of the ones awaiting death, Rortho suggested. I do not know, Valrin said. Adonus was one of the first off the ship. He moved so quickly that the others struggled to keep up. Bray ran to catch up with him. Valrin and the others disembarked and looked around.
Keep mindful of your eyes and what your minds conjure,
Avium said.
A place like this can produce what you see within your mind's eye.
More religious nonsense, Phadis said.
No, Dwemha powers are strong here. I can sense it in the air. There is more than they know of the creation of magic. This place can only open because of the Stormborn. There is something here, but I sense something else, beyond that.
They hurried to catch up with the others. They ascended a hill that had a domed tower with a single glowing crystal atop it. As they reached the ledge it sat on, they looked down to an expanse of towers and buildings that glowed a distinct bluish colour.
A city,
Valrin said.
A city long sealed, Rother said, pointing. There are no crystals above this place. The rock appears fused, as if it was molten at some point.
A volcano? Fadis said.
Aye.
Adonus and Bray were some distance ahead, and were waiting for them as they descended.
It is here we find what we need. Valrin, there is a parchment of sort. An agreement, Adonus said.
An agreement?
I have only seen flashes, but the key to defeating what we face in these seas is here.
They walked towards what remained of a gateway. The columns of stone that once made an archway had melted into one another. The buildings were shifted to one side and fused in a jumble of rubble. They climbed over the gateway, and Valrin was amazed at the strange twists and turns of the architecture. Brilliantly carved effigies of seated figures with glowing crystals above their heads stared out at them, as if they were actually living.
The image of their gods? Fadis asked.
No, Evium said. Of them. This was one of the cities of Ascension, the last places the Dwemha were before they left our realm.
Rother stopped and searched an area of the rubble. He moved a few of the stones and found ominous skeletal remains.
Not all were so lucky.
Adonus stopped as they passed a large area of buildings and simply stared upward.
I have read of the Dwemha. Their cities could protect them from enemies, but this one could not sense the coming destruction thrown upon it. It must have been sudden, and when they least expected it.
He looked back to them, and then nodded forward.
There is a passage this way. We are close.
They continued walking. Valrin looked around, wondering of that day and the surrounding eternal graves. He questioned if they had any clue of their destruction. When they woke up and went to look out at the sea, did they know they would not see another sunrise? Avium touched him on the shoulder.
I feel what you feel. Release it. They no longer suffer as they did that day. This place is not as quiet to those who are sensitive to it. You must feel what I do.
Valrin became overwhelmed with sadness for a moment, and then it fled him. Avium smiled at him.
Feel what you feel, and then release. You should never hold on to sadness such as this. We enter their resting places, and they make their presence known to you with the essence of their souls. Honor them with a clear mind as we move forward.
The company moved into the passage ahead and found another cavern. This one was open to the tides. Valrin could see the night sky through the top of the structure, though it seemed like there was a glass window of some kind preventing the torrential snowfall that blew across the ceiling. Unlike the previous areas, this place was dark. There was a center platform that led up and away from where they stood.
Stormborn, here,
Adonus told him. Valrin went to where he stood and saw a rolled bit of parchment a few steps up. Markings on the ground surrounded it, and there was a large circle with intersecting triangular lines. There were several other markings in some type of runic script, but he didn't recognize it.
This?
Valrin asked.
It is what I saw, and is the key to something that I know is important. Just pick it up.
Valrin gave a nervous look to Bray. Her hands were out, ready to cast her spells at a moment's need. Fadis watched behind them, and Evern, Rordo, and Avium stared at him. Their looks of concern didn't help him feel any more confident. He looked back to Adonus and saw that he was shaking and sweating profusely.
Go,
he told Valrin. Valrin stepped forward and grasped the parchment. The markings on the floor turned from black to a glowing red, and for a moment he paused, not moving the parchment. He took a deep breath and pulled it to him. The floor went dark. He exhaled and looked down at the sealed parchment. He broke the seal and rolled it out. It was blank.
I half expected a bit more, Fadis said.
Adonus, what is this? The scroll burst into a blue flame, and Valrin struggled to let go as it lifted him up into the air. He could hear Bray shouting, and he looked back to see he was being pulled over the expanse of the water. From beneath him, the water churned and bubbled wildly. He was terrified of what happened, but at the same time, he gripped the scroll in fear of plunging into the water below. A glowing tower appeared from the dark depths, and the sounds of horns echoed around him. The walls became alive with movement. Spectral entities floated from the ruins and nooks of the caves. A flow of magical energy came from the caves where they had docked the ship, and spun around him as the top of the tower came to just the level of his feet. The scroll released him. He stood looking out over the water, now glowing with many spectral figures. The scroll moved up to the top of the cave, and its bluish fire glowed brighter for a moment. A crystal, hidden near the glass ceiling, turned golden, and a figure appeared where the scroll was. It spoke with a thunderous voice.
Stormborn of Trava, you come here on the will of all. This place was one of suffering. You were summoned by those who seek passage to ascension after ages of suffering. They are lost souls, spirits of what were. This city was a place of knowledge and peace, but it became a place of war.
The spectral figures below turned to that of glowing ships moving in circular patterns across the water.
The great fleet of Arik was made up of vessels of the clouds, blessed by Dim to take flight in the time before the floods. They were as the realm ships you wield, but with the power of the wind ships of the south, those that have long been lost to the deserts of time. Though those ships needed an infusion of energy and flew with the sounds of songs, these were crewed by those faithful to Dwemhar desires and floated gently on the winds of Dim. They were lost when the Rusis came upon us. They, the enemy of old, brought fire upon us and turned the city to that of what you see now. Countless souls were forced to the thralls of death in the waters below, but by magic, we have remained. We were cursed to remain by it. The imprisoner, the one who comes.
Valrin looked down to the others. A bridge leading to the platform he stood on had appeared, and the others were hurrying toward him, all but Adonus.
You are the Stormborn, the one who will protect the ways of redemption. We are not as the cult that was to be destroyed. Those the waters whisper are now called sea peoples. But your fate is that what we seek to assure is all Dwemhar would desire. From the realm of death, we called out to those who could hear and found one close to our realm. One like you, but who could be used. We wish to serve the Stormborn, but you must defeat it.
Avian was the first to him. She moved her hands in circular motions around him, causing small specks of light to form. Bray was there next with flames to her hands.
Adonus is shaking uncontrollably, and we do not know why. Avian said that there is a split in the realms here. Something is coming.
Evan brought his staff out, casting a wedge of orange magic.
If something comes from another realm, we must be ready with all the power we have. If Avium is correct in this.
The figure, still high above, spoke again. It was as if the figure was oblivious to Valrin's companions.
Death is a path we must all take, but there are those who love its embrace and are empowered by it. When it came to feast on our exposed souls, our defender attempted to stop it. The defender failed.
Beneath them, the image of a massive metal statue appeared, holding its hands out at its side. From its head came a bright flash and a beam of energy. A moment later, an invisible force threw and smashed it. Valrin was seeing the past, a vision of what the figure spoke of.
Free us, Stormborn, and forgive us for the betrayal, if you cannot.
The figure vanished. The spectral armada returned to blackness, and the Tower of Gold fell dark.
By the gods, Rother yelled, Adonus has betrayed us.
It wasn't him, Valrin said. They called out to him when he was near death.
Then we should never have listened to that bumbling man,
Fadis said. A blast of wind shook the tower, and Evan turned, expanding his ward out. Avium still created specks of light. She began drawing lines out of the air, connecting the hovering spells.
I've never seen a ward spell such as that, Bray said.
It isn't a ward, Evan said. It is something else, and you must hurry if this realm is split.
I know, Shadow Elf, Avium said.
Her eyes flashed white, and she lifted her hands upward. At that exact moment, a bolt of red lightning appeared beneath them. She brought her hands in with a single clap, and the white lights hovering in the air expanded outwards with a blast of energy spiraling around them. Valrin and the others were now splashed in a white hue. The air hummed. Valrin drew his blade as the red lightning increased. They began to dance along the outside of Avium's enchantment. Evan had dropped his ward and instead kept his staff above them. Shroud, strike, shriek. Shroud, strike, shriek. Shroud, strike, shriek. He continued repeating the phrase, and around them came another wisp of magic.
This saved your father and me, he told Avium, long ago, long before any of you were born.
Evan's spell circled around them and shot out in several directions, bouncing off the walls of the cavern. All of this, Vadis said, and we still don't know our foe. Valrin wondered of Adonus, what was happening to him. Even from afar, Valrin could see that he was still shaking. There was a growl in the air, and the red lightning converged on one spot just beneath them. Their foe emerged, as if climbing through a torn parchment. It was a beast of the ocean with a massive head that looked like a man. From his mouth came flying serpents, and his arms were of green fire.
I devour,
it said. Evan brought his staff in a downward motion, and its spell struck the creature. There was a rumbling clamour, the sound of hissing, and then the creature was upon them. Its legs were not legs at all, but the many tentacles of a squid. It opened its mouth, sending the flying snakes toward them in a battering blast of creatures, shredding upon hitting Avium's spell. She brought her hands up and then pushed outward. A shimmering wave of white split across the room, throwing the creature back. In doing so, their protection had failed.
Off the tower, Evan yelled. It is the Titan of the cursed realm.
Rother bowered forward, followed by Bray. Evan remained atop the tower with Avium. Valrin ran with the others, with Vadis just behind him. The ranger put an arrow to his cheek and sent a bolt towards the beast. It struck, but the creature just seemed to grin. In a rush, throwing up a wave of water and rubble, it smashed the bridge leading down. Its legs shot up around them, and Valrin swung his sword, slicing at one of the legs. Vadis drew back 2 arrows and sent them into the creature's face. They both struck, and it slapped with its hands to remove them. Valrin pulled Vadis back, and they ran back for the tower. As the creature went to grab them, a blast of flames from the level below struck the Titan, sending it into a frenzy. It turned and slapped at the buildings where Bray and Rother awaited. The dwarf jumped upon its body and hacked at its form with his axe. The creature stumbled, sliding on the rocks to move back, as Bray sent another blast of fire. For a moment, it was aflame. Rother swung repeatedly, sending chunks of shell and rock shattering off the beast. The creature fell downward toward the water, and Rother went with it. In an explosive wave of seawater, he was thrown off the beast and found himself slapping at the surface to keep afloat. Bray ran along the far edge of the room, using a magic to create a path of ice to Rother. Evan and Avium stood back to back, scanning the water. Vadis pointed to an area of water that seemed to be churning more, just as Evan shouted and shot a blast of magic the opposite way. Valrin spun and saw the creature's legs surrounding them from all sides and consuming the tower. Avium leapt into the air and lifted her hands up as if she was lifting a heavy weight. Valrin felt himself get heavier, and then a sensation rushed through him, and he and the others were propelled upward. He looked down, struggling to keep a grip on his blade as he flew high enough that he could nearly touch the glass ceiling above them. Avium hovered just below all of them, her powers centered on keeping them all above the creature. The creature spun around the room, now completely out of the water. Its tentacled form and muscular human-like body lumbered about, pulling apart the foundations of the cave.
There is no sending this beast to the realm, We must kill it,
Evan shouted.
We have not enchanted weapons to do so,
Avium shouted.
but I will try.
Below them, Bray projected a wide ward, shielding her and Rother from the Titan's rampage. Valrin was amazed to be floating as he was, and he wondered how much power Avium had to possess to both hold them suspended above the creature and prepare whatever she was.
By the powers of Arik and in the spirits of my ascendants, I summon what is needed in this hour.
A shimmering, sparkling bolt of white magic appeared in front of her. There was a sudden tune in the air, a growing sound that became louder as Avium brought the bolt just above her head. The Titan seemed to sense its close destruction, as it turned just after this. There was a rumbling growl, and the tentacled form propelled itself upward at a shattering speed, overwhelming Avium. The spell she had summoned fractured and fell apart, and so did a hold on them. They were falling. Fadir screamed behind him as Valrin felt a grasp on his chest. He was face to face with Evan, who held a vial of the poison from before, the same poison used to heal Adonus. As the Titan spun above them, set on crushing them with its weight, as they all fell toward the water, the Shadow Elf shattered the vial off Valrin's sword. They were still falling. He could see Avium attempting to grasp them, as she herself had managed to regain composure. Valrin held out his sword, feeling the colder air of the lower chamber rush over the back of his neck. He closed his eyes as the blackness of the beast was upon him. He thrust his sword up, and a flash of red lightning undulated away from him. He was suddenly jerked to a stop. The creature had expanded its tentacles out and was quivering as an appearance of green spiders burrowed their way into its form, and a nauseating fume erupted from the creature's paws. Valrin held his sword with both hands, still dangling above the water, as in a series of explosive flashes, the creature turned white and disintegrated into tiny shells that sprinkled the water below. Valrin was falling again, but at the last second, he was caught, not by the grasp of Evan somehow, or the powers of Avium, and there was no splash into the water. He looked to his left and saw the one who had been speaking before, the ghost of the fallen Dwemha, the one who called this place their grave.
You have defeated the Devourer of Souls.
The spectral form that caught him had materialized on the deck of a ship. He set Valrin down. Avium descended to them with Fadis. Thankfully, Evan had been caught upon another ship nearby. Valrin nodded and smiled, seeing he was safe. Looking to where he stood, he could see the water beneath him. The ship had the look of fog, but those upon its decks seemed as real as anyone else. The man who before had been the voice of the parchment looked no different from any other living form. The ship went to the edge of the water, and Valrin stepped off.
Stormborn, you hold a future for all in the worlds, a whisper of a hope to make right what he has doomed to fail. Your ship is one of the last vessels of its kind. Against odds that have grown direr than you yet know, you may have need of those of the royal fleet of Arik. I promise, as the speaker of the Arik, that we will be there to serve the realmship of the Stormborn, if ever he desires us. We are free, due to the actions of the few here.
The man handed a small golden sphere to Valrin.
Place this upon your ship, and you need only call out our name, and we will serve you in battle, no matter the odds. This, deemed by the god Wara, is our last step to true salvation within the ocean.
As Valrin looked down at the sphere, the light of the spectral fleet faded. He looked up to see that they had vanished, and the cave was again still. Rother and Bray made their way to them in a quick jog, but with the dwarf limping.
The bastard is dead,
Rother said.
A bit of poison worked well,
Evan said.
Our captain did what was necessary.
Valrin smiled, looking to each of them, but then he thought of Adonus. He looked around. Adonus? The others began to search as well, but he was nowhere to be found.
The creature?
Bray asked.
Did it slap him into the water?
As the others went to the edge and looked in, Avium closed her eyes. It was a mere second before she opened them again.
To the ship, Stormborn. He intends to flee.
Fadis was the first to turn and run. Valrin was just behind him, but in quick fashion, Evan, Fadis, Valrin, and Avium made their way towards the ship. Rordo shouted from afar, "I'll kill him myself if he tried to take our ship without us!" Valrin was further confused why his friend would do this. Yes, he had been drawn here by the spirits of the Dwemha, but that wasn't his fault. Valrin sheathed his sword. He had no plans to hurt Adonus. There was no way he could take the ship anyway. As they hurried along the path through the city ruins and began back up the hill leading to the ship, Valrin noticed that since the defeat of the Titan and the release of the spirits of the city, there were many more crystals shining around them. It was as if the city itself, in what little power remained within it, had awakened. As they came to the docks, Fadis drew back on his bow, but did not fire. Adonus was nowhere to be seen, and Valrin's ship was untouched. Avian walked onto the ship and glanced around.
"I saw him upon the sea."
Valrin walked over to where the smaller ships had been suspended above the water, to find that they were not at all as they were before. The ships had been released, and one of the ships was gone.
"He took a ship,"
Fadis said.
"He seriously took one of these ships and sailed away?"
Evan said nothing. As Bray and Rordo made their way to the docks, Valrin walked along the docks and rubbed his finger along a stone platform with many glowing runes. Avian walked over to him and pointed.
"These were not like this before. Whatever power left within this city has increased. At least enough to deem it to awaken, as if the Dwemha once again live among it."
"Then we must go," Valrin said.
"He cannot get far without us."
They moved towards the ship, and in a very quick motion, Valrin guided the ship away from the docks and began toward the opening. It was then the current changed, and the ship would not move. In the water around them, the glacial sharks with their glowing runic bodies began to circle the ship. Something moved in the water beneath them. As the current shifted underneath them, the sharks swam to surround a blackness, emerging from the depths. Part 4. For a Friend.
"Another monster! No more monsters!"
Rordo shouted. The water rolled off a massive form, and to Valrin's surprise, the god of the seas, Miras himself, emerged.
"Stormborn,"
he said. Valrin and the others took to their knees. Even Fadis followed suit in slight shock of a massive talking fish.
"Stormborn, you have progressed from our last meeting. Stand, all of you."
They did as Miras said.
Darkness gathers upon the vast oceans in a way unexpected by most. The workings of the world have led to these events, and even the flight of the one you all care about is in the order of what is to come.
Adonus, he fled Great Midas. This isn't like him, Valrin told him.
The one called Adonus drifted too close to the realm of death. The sorcery used to save him has done little to prevent what damage the poison in his blood and the curse upon it have done to his mind. But he is a vessel for action. He will not stop until he completes his goals.
Is he going to Gurren Dothrak then? Valrin asked.
Yes. His ship moves that way with a speed blessed by the gods. He will do what he feels is right, and the gods will watch over you as these events unfold. Adonus follows his fate, and before any type of peace can be had, the danger of the Barb King and what he plans must be washed away. Do it then, God, Fadis said. Why must we mortals do what you could do? Destroy the Barb King if he is such a danger. Miras moved closer to the ship and bumped it.
Do you mind shutting up? Bray shouted. There was a bubbling sound on the side of the ship, and in a splash of ocean spray came a figure in a coat of swimming fish. In its hand was a dagger with a curved blade. The bright blue crystal sent out a radiant light that forced those on the ship to shield their eyes.
Fadis, the figure said, you speak to me as if I am the one who has never taken action against the world. In this form, I have fought upon the lands next to men and elves. I have existed long before this place was an ocean. Back at the creation, back when the great poets sang the songs of creation and spawned me upon the ocean floor. Do not mock
what you do not understand.
Midas's demeanor softened, and he turned to Valrin.
Go and be watchful. Do what you feel is the best choice and embrace your calling as Stormborn. The Barb King is an evil force that will test you in the end. Know that those of the seas are your friends. You have called to us before, and we are with you.
The figure returned to the water, and a flash vibrated beneath the surface. The god of the seas departed, and they were left alone. Evern and Avium looked to Valrin. He stared at them and then looked to the others. Adonus will get himself killed if we do not help him. I see no other path but one that leads us to him. There was no immediate words from anyone in the crew. Valrin took that as no one protested his idea. But as he guided the ship away from the cave and emerged outside under a bright moon, he felt worried. He knew he wanted to save Adonus again. And while the once captain had led them to the place before, and it had worked out, going to the chief city of the Dwarves who wanted them all dead, was not perhaps the wisest of decisions. And he knew it. But the threat to those of the glacial seas was a real one. The toxin the Dwarves had obtained would destroy too much to be ignored. He brought the map up and noted his target. As he turned the ship a few degrees for the best path south, Rother came to him.
Captain, I do not know what you hope to do by going there. If Adonus goes there, he will have one intent. We are all brave, but I do not believe us strong enough to assail the Barb King.
Valrin said nothing. In truth, he wasn't sure what to say.
Valrin, I want nothing more than to be able to have our happy crew as it was before. But, and I can't believe I would say this, I do not think Adonus is who he was before.
I know. Rother put his hand on Valrin's shoulder.
I am with you, lad. I'll do what we need to do.
The Dwarves plan to attack the people of the glacial seas, and from what Rugog said back at Lorlam's Island, it is the elves they target. The Dwarven Lich said that they are the key to some great undoing of what their Barb King seeks. He's been promised armies and claims that he is stronger than even the gods of the north.
His first folly, and not last, I'm sure.
Valrin noticed that Bray, Evern, Avium and Phadis had been talking near the front of the ship. They approached in unison, but then simply sat around the helm.
They told me we go to Gurundothrak,
Avium said.
I know little of that place, but enough to fear it. I have heard stories of the enchantments in those waters. The reason none have assaulted that place.
Phadis exhaled.
I do not know what we can do to help Adonus at this point. Isn't this place a dwarven fortress, suspended over the ocean? How can we get in? An underwater tunnel?
He looked at Evern.
None exist that I know of, Evern said. And if they did, I would not dare jump into those waters so close to the monster that lives in those depths, feeding off dwarven magic. It's a fortress, but it's also a city, said Rother. There'll be a way in, but it may not be so obvious. If the hammer songs from Haradar are going there, I suspect the city will hide any otherwise foul practices that might not line up with the beliefs of the other dwarven kingdoms. Our first problem is this ship.
Rother pulled out a small parchment with runic writing on it. Valrin tried to look over it as he passed, but couldn't tell anything about it.
I wrote down a few of the crystal alignments that allow for the ship to do different things. I can say for one that I have found a type of veiling spell. Not to necessarily make the ship itself invisible, but more to make it look as if every other vessel, even the sails, will change. If I understand the words correctly, he said, turning two of the larger crystals, it might even mean we will once again have ropes hanging above our heads, as it was with the truest bliss. Good for us in two ways. One, we will look like other vessels, but two, even with ropes that appear to be needed, the ship will maintain the ability of its advanced construct, although activating any of the weapons would destroy the veil. Once we get closer to the city, I will activate it, but let us try it first. He twisted one of the rare crystals, and the rails of the ship suddenly turned to a weathered age. Ropes flew down from near where the sails connected to the main masts, and slapped down into hooks on the lower levels. From the deck of the ship, pulleys emerged and ropes wrapped around them and shot back up to the top of the ship. The ship slowed and the sails draped down before shimmering and turning a dark blue. The ship had transformed and looked like any other ship on the seas.
A clever disguise, Bray said.
It is, Fadis agreed. Rother switched the crystal again, and the ship immediately became what it was before. The ropes, pulleys, and the colours of the sail blew off the ship as if they were only dust. The ship increased speed. I will keep it disengaged for as long as I can. Our speed does suffer when it's in the other form. It seems that everything about the ship changes to be like others, even its sailing speed. Valrin took out the orb given to him back at Arik and set it on the deck where he originally set the gold prisms given to him when he first obtained the ship. The orb began to spin and glow gold before a wooden growth emerged from the deck. It was like a small tree that wrapped its branches around the orb. With the orb now entwined in wood, a stone case moved up and around the orb, producing a smaller pillar that further secured it. Rother snickered. I hope I never come up to this part of the ship while a bit sleepy. I just know I'm going to hit my leg on that thing.
Sleep? Bray said. Us non-Stormborn should try to get some before we get to Gurren Dothrak.
She winked at Valrin. Go on, then, Evan told him. Avium and I must meditate on our future works. We shall keep Valrin company. The crew didn't protest at all. They all knew that the events to come were a bigger unknown than when they had found the ship they were on. As they watched them descend, Evan and Avium stood on either side of Valrin. We have both spoken while the others debated this path. We know it to be the right one, but Avium has seen more, Evan told him. Valrin looked at her, and she closed her eyes. She touched his head, and he didn't expect what happened. There was a flash, and he was staring at an open ocean before him. The horizon and a setting sun were in the distance. The sky began to turn dark, and then he saw what appeared as an eye sparkling white. Another flash, and he saw a shoreline and massive trees. He saw hundreds of elves and a haze over the tree line. One by one, the elves fell to the ground, gasping. He then saw a ship speeding away, but it was not him and his crew, but dwarves. Among them was a larger dwarf, but his face was black. As the ship passed away from the island, he saw blood running from the back of the ship, and the sky darkened before stars began to fall from the sky, streaking above him and smashing all over the seas. He could hear a song on the wind, a tune as if from an organ somewhere from afar. And then the elven land before him vanished, leaving only the floating bodies of thousands of elves. She removed her hand, and his hands were shaking. Was that the future? It was what may come to pass, but I fear I cannot see a clear path for us to follow to avoid it. He attacked the elves, and in some way, this seems to doom the rest of the lands. Evan looked around them. There is a prophecy in the north. It speaks of a half-elf and the great darkness to come. This half-elf will awaken a horrid evil, and death will fall across the lands. In turn, because of these events, a greater darkness will come. Some have wondered what it means. Some spoke of the Stormborn, and how it was meant to be the half-elf. That clearly is not true. When they speak of the evil, they talk of the Itsu. But that too is something that I do not see as a possibility. They are bound from this realm, at least as I understand it. This dwarf we know as the Barb King uses the title of Stormborn to assert the power. He asserts himself over dwarves and claims that some power in the world will increase his own power if he destroys those who might be of the prophecy to prevent the coming darkness. The death that will come is what we, must prevent. Valerin, I tell you, I may simply eat any dwarf or elf who may find its way to my island. I may come from the elves, known as the most deadly killers in the history of the realms. But seeing the poison of my beloved Varika used in such a way, to see an entire land destroyed, an entire race, and if possible, by the hand of the Barb King. He paused. To see a race of people destroyed by anyone, is not something that the Shadow Elf will allow. Valrin gripped the wheel and then looked up at the stars. That vision. I can't let that happen.
We will help, Avium said. My father feared me. He feared my powers.
Evan glanced at her and then looked down.
But, she said, I am not my mother. I do not have a bloodlust as she did. I am my father's daughter, strong in my powers and trying to serve the gods of the north. And that I will do. For now that means serving you.
Valrin smiled. Then, well, those elves, the ones in the vision, can we help them? Where is that place?
My vision is unclear, Avium said. Your ship is the key, I believe. But why are there dwarves on it?
We can take no risks as we come near Gurren-Dothrak. There are barrier islands, and we will hide the ship there. From there we can get in the city, Evan told them. He then tapped his staff on one of the crystals, and the map appeared on the deck of the ship. The seas are vast, and the elven kingdoms border the waters in many places. I know of no island of elves, but I wonder if the vision was meant to have a vague meaning. To mean, perhaps, that from the sea would come something to destroy elves. They were all silent.
I will curve my powers to seek out the truth in my vision. I will say that if Adonus is successful, we may have some better luck, and the elves will be safe without our intervention.
He is foolish, Evan told her. If Adonus has not the sense to take the ship all that way into the Dwarven city, we will be lucky. His newfound encouragement will either propel him to his victory or be his downfall. That was the last they spoke of it before Evan went into the ship to sleep. Avium sat on the deck, meditating, as the stars crossed over the night sky and the winds shifted over Valrin. He closed his own eyes, feeling the ship glide across the water, the break of the sea on the bow, and for a moment he felt the sails themselves, as if like wings, as he flew across the ocean. He smiled, feeling at one with the ocean. He opened his eyes to the words of Avium.
Starlight high, the night breeze cold, upon the seas above ruins so old. Ascended masters speak within, the chosen Stormborn, my captain. I come from man of Rus's blood, of Dwemer magic, of one strong love. My mind sparkles with hellish gleams. I chant my mantras and slowly sing. Oh, how bright the awakening light, above the stars, above the night. The realm so pure that I call home, the one where my ancestors roam.
Avium's song continued through the night. Valrin smiled and wondered at her words. He had never heard of something called mantra, and of light above the stars and night. The mystery amazed him, and took his mind off the task ahead. He could see the outline of Gurren-Dothrak with a darkening morning sky glowing above him. As much as he wished to help Adonus, he was fearful of what was to come. It was a few hours later. Avium had gone to sleep, and he had spent the time humming to himself as the ship rolled through the waves. He could see approaching lights in the distance. There were large braziers with trails of smoke rising up, and a large lighthouse on the furthest point, reaching out to the sea. Valrin moved the crystals to make the ship appear as before. The rope shot out from the masts, and the ship changed form once again. He hoped the disguise would work. Further behind the nearest islands, he could see the massive form of Gurren-Dothrak. The Dwarven city was wrapped in fog, and as he moved the ship to the right of the lighthouse, he could see that the waters past the islands were much more turbulent. Phaedus and Evan emerged from below. A sleepy-eyed Phaedus leaned over the railings of the ship in an overzealous stretch. "I slept wrong. Oh, my damned back tightened up." Evan laughed. "You are much too young to complain about such things. Try having a dragon tooth embedded in your spine." "I'd rather not. And how would you know how that feels?" "I wouldn't, but I had an uncle who did. We had to carry him on the back of a unicorn everywhere we went. A most painful situation, I assure you." Evan pointed to the west. "The islands to the far edge. Get away from the first one with the lighthouse. There are rocky coves where we can anchor the ship.
The rocky coves were perfect, though partially covered in fog and not the easiest to traverse. Other ships were already docked here, and each arc acted as its own miniature mooring. As the ship passed under the arch, chains lifted out of the water to help secure the ship. Evan reached up and secured the mooring to the actual deck of the ship. Off one of the rocks was another chain, which Evan pulled, allowing a pathway to drop that would lead them across the water into the island. The others awoke soon afterward. "How long has it been since you were here?" Valrin asked.
"A while. If you are worried about them knowing me, do not. They will not expect me dressed as such, and I am sure they think I'm dead."
"Are you sure, after the duel with the Lich before?"
"If I told you how many duels I got in during the old days, you would be surprised I am still alive. I even dueled our dearly departed Lolam at one point. It was amazing what some creatures can do to your mind. Thankfully, we didn't kill each other."
"I think he meant they will think you're alive considering you fought the Lich," Fede said.
"I knew what he meant. I just chose to answer as I chose."
Valrin shook his head and smiled. Evan said nothing else, and led them from the ship and across the wooden plank walkway that bridged the water to the island. The village ahead bustled with activity, but strangely, there were no dwarves. As they reached the other side, Rordo walked toward one of the small rock houses, and two men sitting by a fire jumped to their feet.
"We are sorry, Master Dwarf. We will get to smashing the rocks again."
Their words caught Rordo by surprise. He looked to the others, and then to the terrified men.
"Please, Master Dwarf,"
the man said with his hands shaking above his head.
"Please do not punish us."
The two men both stayed low to the ground and did not dare look up. Rordo shook his head and stomped toward them.
"I will tell the Barb King of your folly, unless you tell me exactly what this island here is."
The men looked up, slightly confused, but then returned to staring at the ground.
"This is where we clean the ships for the slavers. We are the slaves deemed unfit for the city. We find our work honourable. I would never complain. Have you come to claim your ship? We know many slavers have brought in extra help for the festivities."
"Festivities?"
"In honour of the Stormborn, the great king, the ruler of the oceans, who will bring glory to all the glacial seas."
Rordo looked at them and rolled his eyes.
"Get up, you bastards!"
He pulled them up one at a time, and they both recoiled away from him.
"Get back to work, and let no one know you saw anyone else here. I will take my ship to Gorindothrak."
"Yes, master,"
they both said. Rordo motioned for them to follow. "What is your plan, dwarf?" Fedis asked. Several ships were moored in docks on the far side of the island. It would be an easy journey to get to the city from here.
"His plan is to make us slaves to cover our entrance into the city,"
Avium said. Bray shook her head.
"That can't be the best idea we can come up with. Would you rather assail him with fireballs flying from our fingertips and risk a fate as Adonus? No, we need to get in quietly, and unless someone has a better idea of how to do so, a way has been revealed."
They walked down the dock and stepped into the low-sitting dwarven ship. Valrin noticed stockades and icy chains covered the entire deck.
"We'll make that look right,"
Rordo said. He unhinged several stockades and pointed.
"Go there. This will have to look real or it's pointless."
Valrin stared for a moment, and Evan pushed him.
"Come, boy. Time to do your part in a stockade."
He laid his neck in the cold wooden plank. His neck was small compared to the size of the opening. He put his hands in the appropriate holes, and Rordo strung a chain through the stockade. The dwarf paused and looked at Valrin's.
"Well, I mean, at least you could escape if you really wanted to."
"Must be nice," Fedis said as he rattled his own stockade. From where Valrin was, he couldn't see Rordo after he untied the ship from the moorings. The helm was behind them. They were moving to the city now. The waters were rough, but not as bad as he had expected. As they drew close to one of the several stone pillars surrounding the city, he spotted a massive chain leading into the fog.
"This city is old,"
Evan said.
"The dwarven magic protecting it is grand in design."
Adonus said it was like Miras, crystal magic, Valrin told him.
"Your friend is right, but the construct of a city like this, where most of it sits above the actual ocean, is a rare and magnificent thing. Too bad the dwarves within are as they are."
"I say that,"
but know that the average dwarf here is a common dwarf. They live, work, and have their lives here. It would not stop me from breaking one of those chains and bringing ruin to the happy homes. I would have more dwarves to snack on than I could ever need. Bray sighed.
You don't really eat dwarves, do you?
Of course. I said it before.
But actually eating elves and dwarves? I've never met anyone like that.
There need be only one. And just be happy, I had no desire to slow roast anyone on this ship. Unless this dwarf taking us in causes us too much discomfort. I'll keep the ruse up, Rhoda said, as long as I have to. But is there a spot you know, Evan? A place not as guarded? I have not been to this place before. There is no spot that you speak. This is Gurundorthrak, not Corson or some back island wasteland. The dwarves here are proud. Foolish, but proud. Valrin noticed the fog was clearing. He could see a red gleam above them. As he continued to stare, he could see the crystals protruding from the bottom of the city structure. It was a massive construct. The winds whistling beneath it made a terrifying sound. The ship began to toss in the water, just before Rhoda made a rough mooring.
"Slaver!"
they heard over the winds. Rhoda ran to the edge of the ship and threw the tie lines out. Another dwarf came to the edge to help him.
"Where is your crew? That was the worst piloting I've ever seen. You missed the main drop-off point by at least 100 paces. This is way off limits."
I'm sorry, Harbour Master. My crew was murdered by these fools here. Only sought to bring them in. I normally run spices to the southern lands, so I'm not accustomed to your rules here. The dwarf jumped onto the ship, and Rhoda's hand went to his axe.
"This is a disgusting lot. An elf, a man, and 2 women. Well, perhaps not so disgusting.
The one in the dark robes and with blonde hair will fetch you enough to afford a new crew, no doubt." "That sounds enticing. I look forward to taking advantage of that." Valrin noticed that Bray and Evian became restless, moving in the shackles.
"The rest are a kind of a waste," the dwarf said.
"Oh?" Rhoda asked.
"Aye, our great king has brought in many from the city to prepare for a visit from hammer-songs from the south.
Our dwarven brothers do not condone our vast and profitable slave trades, and, well, frankly, except for the females, we want to assure the presence of men, other less desirable races, is low.
Either way, head up the walkway and take them to the pits. From there, we shall to head up to the city and have a fine drink. Stick around for the festivities. There is a great announcement coming. The Barb King is a utter rare artifact, and I have reason to believe that our city will soon be the greatest in the world."
The dwarf laughed and exited the ship. Rhoda, who had not relaxed the entire time, holding his hand on his axe, sighed. He waited a few moments for the dwarves to depart and then released them from the stockade. He bound their hands with cuffs.
"I don't see why we must be bound,"
Avium said. "We have to keep the ruse up, or we risk being seen."
"I can get us into the city with my powers."
"No," Evan protested. "The city cannot be entered by way of magic, or the guardian stones of the dwarves will burn you as they pass them. The city must be entered through the main gates and without magic." One by one, Rhoda strung them together with a chain and led them off the ship. Evan took the chain as they began up the stone steps. "Not too rough," Fede said. "It's not like we're actually your prisoners." "I fear who watches," he said without looking back. "The last thing we want is trouble, and virtually none of us have weapons." Valrin struggled to keep pace, feeling a slight pull on his wrists as he began to jog to keep up with Rhoda. They came over the top of the steps, and he saw a massive area full of ships. There were fishing vessels, slaver vessels, and elves and men in cages. Rhoda stopped walking as the rest of them filed behind him. "This many," Evan said. "I have never seen so many slaves." They looked to the far left of the rocky port and saw the main gates that led up to a bridgeway that went up into the city. "That is our way in," Evan said, "but it looks as if they have changed how one may enter."
"They don't want slaves in the city, but they have all of these?"
Bray asked. About that time, several dwarfs appeared at their side.
"Halt there! Why do you stand and stare? Why are you not moving?"
Rhoda walked toward them. "My first time in the city," he told them. "I was taking in the sights."
"Our lord has stated
that those who seem suspicious must be questioned. One of the dwarves grabbed hold of the chain holding Valrin and the others. He also stated that no one save the Barb Guardians shall make transaction with slaves. You are not one of us, so you will go to the city and speak with our consulate to determine if you can be trusted. Once you have approval, you may leave. The dwarf holding the chain brandished a whip and slapped it at Valrin and the others. You five, don't even flinch. You will learn your place. Roller drew his axe, and the other dwarfs did the same, except the one who spoke to him. This one had a hammer with an orange crystal in its head. Dwarf, I am Hammersong. Do not tempt me to smash you into the lava rock of the city. Valrin and the others were pulled away as this Barb Guardian pushed Roller in the chest. He worried for his friend, but as they came closer to spiked gates between walls of cages with inebriated slaves all around him, he began to worry about himself a bit more. Part 5. Slavers. The dwarf moved faster than Roller. They passed through the gate, and Valrin tripped on a stone and began to be dragged. Get up, Evan shouted. The ground was slick, and he struggled to stand, sliding and stumbling as he tried to get his feet under him. Before he could actually get up, they were pulled into a holding area with several other slaves, who looked much worse than him. Dwarves on elevated platforms looked down into the cell. Those two, one of them shouted. He pointed their way. Two of the Barb guards entered, and one grabbed Bray. This one! Aye, 10,000 gold for the two of them. The dwarf who had dragged them in immediately nodded his head, and Bray and Avium were struck in the back of the head. The chain holding them was loosened, and they dragged Avium and Bray out of the pits. Damn fuckers! Fedis yelled. He pulled himself forward, lunging forward and pulling Evan and Valrin. One of the dwarves turned and punched him, dropping the ranger into the mud. No more, said Evan. Just wait. There were several other transactions after that, and not involving them. What had happened to Bray and Avium did not happen to anyone else, but then again, there were no other females. Valrin figured they must have been a special occurrence at the auction. He was very worried, and he had no idea where they were being taken to. This is a bad idea, Evan said. We should have left Adonus. Fedis was now attempting to stand back up. We have to get out of here. Immediately, another shout came their way. I want the man and the boy. Leave the elf. He can remain here. The dwarves came at them and forced them to the ground. Do I need to punch you again? He asked Fedis. Fedis looked down. Remain quiet, he said to Valrin under his breath. They were moved quickly out of the pits, and Valrin got a last look at Evan before they were thrown atop a cart with a donkey tied to it. The dwarf who had bought them quickly approached with the paper in hand. A happy purchase, he said to the other dwarves. Valrin and Fedis' hands were bound tighter. The dwarf was not dressed as the others. He wore no armor and had a simple garb of a dark tunic. He climbed onto the cart and snapped a whip. They were moving. What do we do? He asked Fedis. We stay together and figure a way out. Bray and Avium awoke in a cold and dark room. Bray could hear music, but could only see a sliver of light ahead of her. Avium, she said. Yes, I'm here. I don't know where we are. My senses are still coming back. You are trapped, a voice said. You will be used, and then you will die. Bray noticed her hands were not bound. She created a small ball of flame and revealed the person speaking. It was an elf, but she wasn't alone. There were several others, all females wearing little clothing, with bruises and blood covering their bodies. Beyond them were others, but they were not alive, and in several different stages of decay. What is this place? Avium asked. We have no place as slaves, but we have a value as entertainment, she said. What is your name? Bray asked. I have no name, she said plainly. You will be the same in time. Bray looked to one of the others. What is your name? But she didn't answer, and instead looked down. They no longer speak. They will die soon too. They will clear out the pen, and we will be free then. Bray stood up, as did Avium. They both went to the door.
Avian pressed her hands against the wood and closed her eyes.
There are two on the other side, and this door is just mere wood. We will get out of here and to the others.
The no-name elf called over to them.
What are you doing? We are leaving. You can come too. All of you can. No, you cannot. Don't attempt to leave. Some did that. It was angered. Don't anger the monster.
The elf recalled back and moved past the still-living females to the corpses.
Please don't.
Bray and Avium looked at one another, confused.
Here, I will show you there is no monster here.
She made a fireball grow in size, lighting up the cave even brighter. The prisoners pointed and began to move towards the corpses. Bray and Avium looked at where they were pointing and saw a crystalline figure with now glowing red eyes. They both suddenly felt weak and were unable to move. Bray's spell faded, and then the door opened.
I knew one of them had magic,
a dwarf said. Bray could see them looking over her.
Which one?
They rubbed her legs and then grabbed her face.
But she isn't that good. Grab the other one.
Bray looked towards Avium. Avium appeared as if she had consumed too many ales. Bray tried to lift her hands, but could not. They dragged Avium from the room, and the door shut. Valrin and Phadis had determined the best course of action currently was to remain silent. They weren't gagged, but when they attempted to speak even a whisper, their dwarven master slapped his whip at them.
You're going to the main kitchen of our king. I need some hands to work in the kitchen. And well, he killed the others I had. We are short on time with a massive feast needing to be prepared. Fish needs cleaning and potatoes from the south are needed to thicken up our stews. I do hope you two can handle that.
Yes, Phadis said. The whip flung back and struck him across the face, leaving a red mark.
No talking, not even when spoken to. Your place is to serve the masters. You shall work until your work is done. Do so in silence. Any word of protest, or that you're sad, or that you feel anything but goodness towards your happy home, especially, and you will be released from your wonderful job with the ease of an axe head.
Phadis grabbed at his face and squinted in pain. Valrin rolled over and watched as he ascended a series of roads going higher and higher into the city. He couldn't see very much, but every few moments he could see a glimpse of the sea and thought how right now his only desire was to be upon his ship once again. After some time, they passed through a massive gate and went off to the stone path. He sat up to see they were now going away from the main city. A dark and ominous spire to his left reached high into the sky and glowed with red braziers up and down its entire structure. The ground they travelled across was now black sand, and in a few moments, they stopped and were ordered out of the cart. The dwarf cut their bonds.
You are servants here. You cannot escape. If you try, you will die. There is no question in this matter. You'll be well fed, and in silence, you will revere your god king. He is our lord, our Stormborn king, a master of the seas. In time, you will understand his powers.
Valrin forced himself to remain silent for fear of the whip or worse. Phadis motioned for him to go ahead, as the dwarf walked them toward a small wooden door. They entered a room filled with fragrant herbs and the sounds of bubbling broths. There were several other humans in the kitchen, but all kept their heads down. Massive vats of stew were in the center of the room, and even now there were stacks of bowls being prepared.
The feast is tonight, if I do not have to remind you, dogs. This will be the greatest service, and there will be a show of excellence by our grand king. Do not speak, or you will be silenced, and I do not want bloodshed on this grand night. You will all soon understand. Be happy you are here and not someplace worse. There are many dark places in Gorandothrak.
Time went by slowly. The entire kitchen communicated with hand signals and rhythmic pounds on the table. If someone pointed and struck the table really fast, it meant the action needed to be completed quickly. There was a lot to learn, and it was only made worse by the demanded silence at all times. Valrin didn't understand everything, but when he was pushed to a table of potatoes and handed a dull knife, he understood enough. The slaves took Fadis to a different part of the room. They had to clean fish and chickens, but it didn't take too long before he began working on a plan of escape. Valrin knew little of rangers, but when he saw Fadis slip the knife into his garments when gathering more fish, he knew something was on his mind. Valrin worked tirelessly, cursing himself for ever coming here and hating Adonus more every second. He shouldn't have tried this. He feared for the others, but especially for Bray. She had been a slave before, and now she was one again. And it was all his fault. The time came when the dwarf from before returned. He had several stacks of clothes and a cart.
You will clean yourselves and then dress. You will serve us in the grand hall. There, you will stand by at all times for the moment you are needed. Do not fail me in tonight's ordeal, and I may allow you time outside tomorrow. There will be few of us dwarfs here then. Oh, and I know of our king's plan. I have sensed it for some time. You will all see that this is the most wonderful city of the glacial seas, and our god king willing, it will be the last.
The dwarf shut the door, and Fadis stared at him. As the others droned their way to another room, Fadis and he followed. We will see this Barb king. If Adonus is here, perhaps we will hear of him. The Barb king sought him out in the past, or so I understand. Surely he will speak of it to show off to his Hammersong guests. What if Nurakas recognizes us? Then we must hope he has seen enough to sour his mind towards these dwarves. Somehow I doubt he will do us any favors. We are not dwarven like him. Dwarves and elves care little of others. A few more moments, and Bray could sit up again. The no-name elf stroked her hair.
You are a young one, but you will not be safe. They will take you too.
What are they doing to her?
Whatever they wish.
Bray knew what they meant. It had been the fate of many of her kind in other parts of the world.
That statue, she said. It only awakens when one of magic uses powers, and then it also comes alive to take those who have rotted too long and created sickness. Be happy in knowing that I have only been here a week, and I will soon depart this life. It will be nice.
The elf lay down and did not speak again. Bray began to shake. She had never felt fear like this, and she didn't know what to expect. Evan had been taken to a cave far from the pits. It wasn't a place where others were. It wasn't even worthy of actual guards. They pushed him in, and he found little else other than a muddy mat that was so encrusted he wondered how long it had actually been there. They slammed the gate and left him. He went to look around and saw that he was high above the slave area they were in before. The sun coming through the clouds was choked by smoke from the city. The sky appeared orange, and even the sea in the distance didn't look as it should have. Rasi slithered down his arm.
We have to get out of this rancid place,
he told the snake. The snake nodded and slithered up and out of the top.
This is why I eat these dwarves. I never cared for the elves as much as the dwarves. These fat-blooded little armored lads.
You eat dwarves? A voice asked.
I do,
Evan said, looking around confused.
I've done that.
Back home?
Where is home?
From the top of the cell fell a gem on a golden necklace. Evan leaned forward and saw an image of a clawed head.
From the far east? You are a shadow elf.
Surprised? The voice asked as the gem disappeared.
Yes, I thought you were all gone from these regions. I've been here for many, many years and never saw another.
Well, I was sent to finish a contract, and it didn't work so well. Did you lose your assurance of never being captured alive? I had not a stomach for death from poison, and I would quite like to avoid it. Evan smiled.
A shared sentiment. How did you keep such a gem with you?
Trading with the ravens that fed on the corpses of other dead here in the forgotten areas. Even from here I can talk to those I wish. I'm stuck in the lost region.
Lost region? This is where the undesirables go to die. Seems a bit much when they could just throw us in the maelstrom beneath the city. There was a laugh from the other elf. That is a mirage. They keep ships there now. They are building a grand fleet. They obtained something unlike other things. You talk in riddles. You should know better than anyone that this is the way of our kind. My cellmate did not, and he helped me get this nice gem. The ravens love fresh food. I too love food. This gem is tasty. Evan began to hear the elf above chomping down on something, which he presumed was the gem, and wondered if this man was perhaps a bit more eccentric than him. A few moments later, Rasi returned with a key in its mouth. Good, Evan said, jumping to open the cell door. The key was a perfect fit. He unlocked it and signaled for Rasi to come to him. Where did you leave the nasty dwarf? The snake seemed to spin in place, almost like it was confused, and then shot up his leg and into his clothing. Evan peered around the rocky edge of his cell to see two dwarves running up the way. Come now, Rasi, did you forget to bite them? The dwarves pointed. That damn snake took the keys. I know it went this way. Evan looked and noticed it was quite a way down from the level of his cell off the cliff the actual cell sat on. As the dwarves got nearly to the cell, he jumped out, startling one of them, who tripped and rolled off the cliff. The other drew an axe and lunged for him. He jumped up the edge of the cliff and then grabbed hold of the dwarf by his shoulder before drawing his adversary's dagger, kept at his back. He made a thrust into the back of his neck, and the dwarf was silent. He threw the dwarf to join the other one off the cliff. Evan heard clapping above him. Very good. Near horrible form. Now be a good elf, and toss me the key so I may eat some more delightful gems. You, my friend, have an issue, and I do believe it would be rather unwise for me to release you. Evan tossed the keys just out of the other elf's reach. From one shadow elf to another. Enjoy the solitude. Perhaps your raven friends will help you. He turned away and began down as the man repeatedly cursed him. He would go to the city and find the others. He figured the dwarf would be easiest to find, and together they would figure out the next step. Braid closed her eyes for some time. She wasn't sure for how long, but she heard footsteps and quickly sat up. Avium returned, but this time standing. She was forced in and the door slammed behind her. You're alive? What did they do to you? Are you hurt? I have long studied the piggish attributes of the races, she said. Engorged in wine, a dwarf sought me as a plaything. I played him as he wished. That? I don't know what to say. They will not either, when they find him. My powers have returned. I have altered their mind's ability to see as things really are. They see as I wish them to see, but this spell is temporary. They will learn the truth soon, and when they do, we will need to be ready. Avian put her hands together, and a bright light formed in her fingertips. She drew a circle on the ground, reaching from one side of the cave to the other, and the entire room filled with a bluish glow. The statue? The one in the corner? If it senses your powers, it will attack again? Avium stared up at the corner. Oh, that trinket. She pointed and sent a blast of white magic toward it. It glowed and then shattered into several pieces. Looking back at her circle, she began to inscribe runes in a language Bray didn't recognize. When we first came to this place, this strike to my head had disrupted my powers. The only potential issue now is the fact that once my spell is fully charged, it will take some time to engage. While in that state, I will produce a sound that the others will be able to hear, and a light that even through the rocks of this cave they will see. What is this? I will move us from this place back to the ship, the one we were made slaves on. I will need time to recover, but from there, we can find the others and plan our next moves. The no-name elf and several others slowly crawled to the glowing circle. Stay back for now. We have to wait until the right moment before you enter. Otherwise, it would tear you apart. No-name had been reaching out to touch it, but quickly recalled when Avium said that. The many faces of the prisoners showed a new light. Their hope, which before
had been as dark as the cave they were lying in, now gave them a renewed vigor.
I can go home,
one of them said.
Yes, in time,
said Bray. The woman smiled.
I don't remember where my home is.
Bray was smiling, but the deterioration of the others weighed heavily on her. The door of the cave suddenly swung open, and without looking up, Avia motioned with her hand, sending the door and the dwarf opening it flying backward. She then lifted her hands up into the air.
By the light of time, by a splice of form, open.
She brought her hands down, and a bright white light covered the entire circle. As she held her arms together, wind circled around her.
Come, now,
she said. The others began to cautiously crawl towards the light. A growling dwarf brandishing a large mace appeared in the void of the doorway. Bray stood up, bringing her hands together and sending a bolt of electricity directly at him. It bounced through and shot down the hall behind him. There was more shouting, and she could hear the clamour of more of them approaching.
I will need time once they are all within this circle. It will take a few moments. Be ready to jump in.
Okay, Bray said. The dwarves came into her line of sight again, and she sent a line of fire into these. But she didn't stop the flow of flame, and stepped forward, spewing the fiery spell deeper into the doorway. The way was now covered in fire, and at least for the time, impassable. Several women were still making their way to the circle. Bray ran over to them and began to pull them into the enchanted ground. There was one last woman at the very back of the cave, lying on several corpses. Bray wouldn't have seen her had she not been raising her hand. Bray crawled over to her and went to pick her up, when she noticed that her legs had been taken off and her blood-soaked bandages rotted with infection.
Please help me.
Bray lifted her under her arms and began to pull her back toward Avium. Someone shouted, and several throwing axes flew in, striking those within the circle. They began to scream as blood poured out of the cave door. Do it now! Voices shouted from the other side of the flames. The statue is failed. Switch the manual trigger. Drop them!
Bray, the circle now!
Avium shouted. She was a few feet away. A clank reverberated off the cave walls, and it suddenly filled with cold air. A moment later, she looked up to see Avium and the ones within her circle floating in mid-air as she began to fall through a trapdoor of their cavernous prison. She dropped the crippled woman she was holding. Bray looked down and cried in anguish. There was a swirling mass of water beneath her, black and with jagged teeth of crags piercing up out of the water. As the frigid winds rushed around her, she closed her eyes. Avium only had a few seconds. Standing upon the glowing spell still beneath her and the others, she focused her thoughts. Seeing the form of Bray clearly in her mind, she grasped her with her powers and imagined Bray within the circle. When she opened her eyes, the circle was glowing brightly, and Bray was there in shock as she looked at her.
Bless the powers of the Dwemhar. If only your peoples would not have been such enemies in the ages before.
Avium smiled.
Hold on.
There was a flash, and then Bray opened her eyes to see them on the edge of a rocky hill, away from the slavers' area and more to the east.
This isn't the ship,
Bray said. Avium slowly fell to the ground and assumed a meditative position.
I must rest, and you must watch for our enemy. I have not the power to go further at this time, but I feel events are coming full circle, and this spot will work for our needs. Be prepared.
It had not taken Evan very long to figure out that something was afoot in the city. Several dwarves had been running about since he had found a rocky grotto to ponder his best plan forward. He'd overheard an issue at the brothel. He also noticed they were trying to keep the events quiet and covered up to avoid issues with their king. He wondered of the others, and from the franticness of the conversations he heard, there was a chance his friends had escaped. He didn't know for sure, but he prayed Avium and Valrin were well. They were his responsibility, or so he felt. It was now dark, and while he wondered for a while what would be his best path, a wine carrier walked toward one of the barracks and delivered drinks to several dwarves. He saw his chance.
As the man came back outside and counted his coins, Rasi slithered out and bit the man on his foot. The man kicked Rasi away and stumbled down the path directly toward him. In a quick motion, he emerged from the shadows, grabbed the man and broke his neck, sending a stream of drool pouring onto his hands. He hated direct contact killing, but he would be hard-pressed to effectively use a poison without any. He undressed the man and took his garbs as his own. Rasi jumped back onto him, and they began toward the city. It was a perfect plan. The dwarves at the gate stopped him, but only to ask for miniature bottles of spirits. Evan wondered of such small bottles. He figured if they were going to drink, they should have larger ones. But then he determined that perhaps the guardians of the city shouldn't be drinking, and this was a quick way to hide it. As he slogged his way into the city, the cling of his bottles was rhythmic to him. He smiled and then nodded at the fact that he'd found his friend Rortho sitting on a bench outside a large stone building with the runic writing of consulate in the Dwarven language. "Will you have a wine with these soon-to-be-dead dwarfs? I tell you, I'd rather like to eat them." "Evan," Rortho said. He smiled and then stood up.
"I am free, but I don't know where the others are. There are other ways into the city, a non-slave way. I am not one for direct attacks, but to get our friends." "Our friends are at work. The girls are doing their own rescue. I have heard much rumor of it. We must get to the ship, get our weapons, and head to get Valrin. They were taken up to the Hall of the King. We cannot get there. And are you sure of the others? What if they need us?" "I can sense it," Evan said, closing his eyes for a moment. "Avium as well. As for the Hall of the King, there is one way, now that I know that the Maelstrom is not what it seems. It is a mirage, a trick of the eye. There is a way, and we will go that way. First, we go toward our ship, and then we will find our friends." Rortho and Evan made their way back out of the city. There were some peculiar looks at them, but nothing else was said. They proceeded past the slaver area and down to the ship. It seemed the tides were calmer now. They boarded the slaver ship and caught wind leading out. The current seemed to be working with them, at least for the moment. If there is no maelstrom, then these currents are artificial constructs of a dwarven machine, at least to the degree of our rough crossing earlier. Maybe that is not true, but my disdain of the dwarves, due to their manipulation of the natural world, only grows. One should seek oneness with nature, not that which is artificial." Rortho sighed. "As we go to a ship constructed from that which is artificial, using mechanics above our understanding." "That is different," he said. "The race that built it was of the oneness of spirit, which is not entirely the same as manipulating mechanical nature. What wood do you know of that can blast fire as the masts of Valrin's ship? None. The ship is not of this world's understanding." They made it back to the island to find the ship untouched. After they docked the one they were on, they sprinted to the realm ship and quickly began, not toward the area of the slavers, but around the island, moving to the east side. It was an area of much more steep cliffs, and not as many dwarven eyes to spot them. The waves of fog like they had seen before began to pour out of the area beneath the city. "How do you know that this maelstrom is not real?" "A crazy shadow elf told me." He looked to see the dwarf's reaction, and Rortho's glare of annoyance caused Evan to laugh. "Trust me, my people may be a bit crazy at times, but we know much, even if we act as fools." There was a flash above them, and a single flame flew near the ship. Evan looked up, as did Rortho. Bray was on the cliffs high above. In a few moments, those that had been rescued by Bray and Avium appeared upon the ship in a glimmer of white light and the slight sounds of melody in the air. Avium collapsed as Evan got to her. "I am weak. I cannot do anything else." The others around them looked about and were afraid, especially upon seeing Rortho. "He is our friend," Bray said. "These were with you two?" Rortho asked. "Yes. Other women used as the bastards wanted, and then tossed aside." Evan carried Avium below deck, and then returned with his staff.
He moved it over the entire group of the once slaves, and they fell asleep. That is what can be done for them for now. I would say it is not a good thing to help so many, but good deeds help balance out the evil thoughts Avium can have. We will deal with these when we can. But for now, we must go into the maelstrom. I fear that all of this will soon be revealed to us. Someone led Adonus to make this move here before. It is time we follow this path to its end. Valrin had never seen such a massive hall. It had taken them quite a while to move all of the cooking vats and dinnerware from the lower kitchen to the large assembly room outside the main hall. They had large mechanical carts that made moving the vats of stew upstairs much easier, and now several of them went back and forth, carrying boxes of herbal garnishes, as well as a large cake with many different types of fruit. The dining hall itself was massive. From the side room, the doors opened up to reveal a long hall with seating that ascended along the walls, as if it was a giant amphitheatre, like he had read about in a book on singing a travelling man happened to have back in Trava. Aside from the actual seating set aside from the guests, there was an elevated platform covered with a large sheet directly in front of the king's table, as the passing dwarf called it. Many guards stood around the strangely covered platform, and none were allowed to look under it. The king's table was a long black stone with jagged edges and sapphires atop it. Some of the best golden dishwares were already set and ready for the Barb King's arrival.
All servants, attend to your attire. Be mindful that the time of service is soon.
The guests began to arrive, and the dwarf from before corralled them from behind closed doors to get dressed for the occasion. Valrin and Fadis kept their normal clothes on and put the black trousers and shirts over the top of them. It wasn't anything flashy by any means, but it was clean and proper for their roles. The dwarf over the kitchen returned to them.
Service will begin. Ale is first, followed by bread and stew.
He pointed to Valrin.
You, young one, will be the cupbearer for our king. He always prefers the youngest of the kitchen to have this honour. Do not spill his ale. The last person who did so did not fare too well when the king became angry. He gets angry a lot because of his power. The fact he must deal with us mortals angers him when we do not live up to his standards.
The dwarf shoved Valrin into another room with several large barrels of ale. Fadis looked on from a distance.
Fill the cup up and keep it that way, the dwarf told him. You will hear drums in the hall when the king arrives. Do not make him wait.
The dwarf stormed off, and the others began to file in with trays full of empty glasses. They began to fill the glasses with ale, and Fadis quickly pushed himself to the front of the line. What is our plan? I assume you have one. Valrin nodded. Adonus must be near if he is alive. Perhaps he will show up tonight at this banquet. That is suicide. There are more dwarves here than in the whole of the glacial seas. Then I say our chances are good. Drums began to roll, and there was an audacious cheering in the other room. Valrin quickly filled a large glass with ale and walked into the hall. He saw him, the Barb King, lumbering into the room. It was obviously him, considering the man's vast size. He was 3 times as large as any dwarf Valrin had yet seen. He wore a crown of silver spikes, and even in a relaxed setting such as this, he was garbed in black armour, decorated with the skulls of what appeared to be some type of aquatic animal with a long horn. A narwhal, perhaps. There were several of them that struck off from his shoulders and arms. Valrin understood why he had the name he did. As the Barb King sat upon his table, Valrin quickly brought him his ale.
A new servant for tonight. How wonderful.
He poured the ale into his golden chalice.
Keep the ale coming, boy. My guests are thirsty.
Valrin quickly went back to the storeroom and grabbed several more glasses of ale. By the time he returned to the king's table, he actually recognized some of the king's guests. It was the Hammersongs from back at the Wind Temple of Swea, the ones from Haradar. As he served the ale, he kept his head down and moved quickly. The last thing he needed was to be revealed by Nurakas. The dwarf had been friendly to him before, but he had no guarantees of that here.
Hear ye! Hear ye!
An announcer standing near the middle of the seated guests began to shout.
Thank you for joining us in this magnificent event. We have several surprises for you in attendance.
Your financial support of our king's adventures has finally paid off. I am happy to announce that in all our searching, we at last have found what has been sought. But first, dinner!"
There were exuberant yells as the many slave servants came from the back room with several bowls of stew in hand. Fadis moved quicker than the rest, making a point to be among the group serving the bread to the king. They then carried a pot of stew to the table itself. Valrin went around to help them with it. One of the slaves moved a switch, and a large fire appeared beneath the actual table of the king. There was a hook to hang the kettle.
"It must stay warm," the slave whispered to Valrin. "You, drink, boy," the Barb King shouted. "You are new, so I will give you a pass, but take it as your only one. I need more ale."
There were shouts of agreement from the table, but those on the king's left, the hammer songs of Haradar, did not share the same sentiment as the others. They actually appeared disgruntled, but Nurakas at least continued to talk with the king. As Valrin brought more ale just in time for the main course, Nurakas was pointing across the king and to the Barb Guardian, the hammer song who had originally captured Valrin and the others.
"You are not in line with our order," Nurakas said. "These slaves have no place in a dwarven hall, nor do you have a place as any type of slave master, Nirot."
The one Valrin knew as Nirot looked at the king. The king smiled and nodded.
"Nurakas, Nirot keeps to his charge as my protector, but in the glacial seas there is much that the lessers of the world do not know. I will show you what I mean, Hammersong."
The king stood, and the slight roar of the dinner guests quietened almost immediately. He made a motion with his hands, and the dwarves standing near the covered platform turned and grasped the cloth.
"Many of you know the power I have, channeled from the gods themselves to ascend into the powers of the ancient race of the Dwemhar. But there are powers in the world within our reach that are unlike anything I have seen. I am Stormborn, destined to protect the glacial seas, but I cannot do this alone, and I have lost many friends in these attempts."
The king waved his hand, and the platform was unveiled. There were gasps, shouts of horror, and a pungent smell like anything Valrin had smelled. On the platform were charred bodies, nearly indistinguishable from one another. Blackened and crusty, the only way Valrin could tell what they were was by the bends of their arms and legs frozen in place. Nurakas stood up.
"King, this is an outrage! You bring the dead into this hall. Where are their burial sashes? Their rights as dwarves."
Valrin couldn't tell they were dwarves, but perhaps Nurakas could. The king made another motion toward the far door, and the guards nearest to it opened it. Something approached. It was dark, with trails of purple rolling off it. As it entered the room, there were more gasps, and Valrin knew who it was.
"I would like to welcome Irakal, my master of magic and necromantic powers, to each of you this evening."
It was the Lich from before, the one Evan and Bray had dueled, the one injured by Fadis' arrow. Valrin could see no evidence that the creature was harmed in any way. Irakal went before the king and bowed.
"I am prepared." "Then proceed."
Irakal brought forth his staff, as well as a bag of some kind. His staff began to glow a deep purple colour as he sprinkled a pink glowing dust onto all the charred bodies.
"Crushed fairies,"
the Barb King told Nurakas. Irakal made several circles around the platform until all the bodies teemed with the glow of the fairy dust. He then lifted his hands with his staff still glowing.
"I chased the coldness of Vanku from these bodies, restore them with the power of Fae, and bring life through the gods of the south. Forgotten in time, but embraced by us of the glacial seas. In the power of the Barb King, I trust that he will bring honour to my work."
At the exact time Irakal brought his staff down, the Barb King stood with his arms open, wide above him.
"I hear my servants' prayers, and I bestow my powers upon this place."
The entire platform burst forth in a brilliant light. Valrin shielded his eyes and then tried to focus again as the light died down. There was an instant chattering amongst the guests. Several dwarves ran with blankets to the actual platform. Valrin gasped. Those who were dead before now stood, nude
before the Barb King. Nurakas stood, as did his companions. You return life to the dead? I did. Had the Lich used his own powers, they would have been resurrected as killing machines, but brainless. By the power I hold now, dear Hammer Song, I can assure you that no one will threaten our kingdoms ever again, and I intend to use it to that end. One of the quivering forms, now garbed, pointed to the king. My king, you returned me from the plains of icy death. I'd been left on the edge of screaming terror with an organ playing from the ones of Death's Tower. It was Rugog. Valrin glanced over to Phadis, who was actually not paying attention. He was staring up into the upper levels as if watching something. Rugog, you are one of my proudest captains. The evil done to you was unjust, and you deserve a long life and a death when you are old in years and warmed by a fire. You will not die upon these cold seas. There is a darkness, my brothers and sisters, he was now shouting. A darkness approaches our seas that will be brought forth by the elves of a realm that is so protected from us that no mere man can catch it. But I have found something that I will reveal now. There was a cranking sound, and the floor began to vibrate. Valrin noticed the king was low in ale and quickly went to the ale storage to grab more. As he went to go back forth, Phadis grabbed him. There is someone else here. They move in the shadows. What? Adonus, perhaps? No. Something else. Stay here with me. The king cares more of his show than his drink at the moment. Valrin stood with Phadis as the king continued. From the depths of the great seas, locked in silt and rock, we dwarves work to free this from the grips of time. A rush of salty air flew in from the opening area of the floor. At first, all Valrin could see was a single mast. It was a ship. Years I've searched for this. I've had the key for so long, I thought it impossible. But now I give you a device of old, a relic of our past, and my own ordained vessel. Valrin could not believe what he saw. It was a realm ship, much like his, but with obvious changes of dwarven design. What in the cursed gods? Phadis said angrily. With this ship, and a new weapon of magic and poison, I will lead a crusade to decimate all those who stood against us, starting with the elves of the west, a place called Erlas, a land not on any map where, without knowing it, you will just find the sea. I have this ship, and I have this. The king lifted an amulet into the air. It glowed with a brilliant blue light. That is Adonus' amulet, the one that he'd been searching for. He said it was taken from him, Valrin said. But how does it glow unless he truly is Stormborn as well? That he has not been in the presence of Miras? This is all wrong. Are you sure? Asked Phadis. We know little of the gods. How can we be sure? The dwarves of the hall were shouting and cheering now. We have built our fleet up to be the grandest in 1,000 years. Rugog, my captain, you shall lead the fleet, and I will board my ship. But there is one other thing we must do. In an abrupt move, the Barb King reached under the table and dragged out a cowering figure bound in chains and bloody. He grabbed the figure by the neck and then stood up on the table, lifting the figure up like some prized game. The sacrifice for my ship. That is Adonus, Phadis said. Valrin went to run forward, but Phadis grabbed him. No, you'll be struck down before you can get to him. The Barb King jumped aboard the vessel, and several other dwarves joined him. Valrin now understood why the amulet was glowing. Adonus was near his amulet and an unclaimed realm ship. They chained Adonus to the center mast, and then Nirot lifted a hammer into the air. They forced Adonus' hand against the wood behind them and held the amulet in place. My powers beckoned you here, and in your weakness, you are now mine. It is time to merge you with my ship, the Barb King said. Nirot swung his hammer, crushing Adonus' hand into the wood with the amulet. The ship began to glow, and more cheering erupted. It is done, and we will embark immediately for our glory. Hammer Songs of Haradar, join us! Nurakas and the others didn't move.
Valrin still fought to get away from Fadis. We have to help him! At this moment, figures dropped down from the ceiling, trailed in red flames. There were shouts and then a crackling laugh. Assassins! A dwarf yelled. Valrin stared in confusion as 4 figures ran along the floor, all moving for the Barb King. His guardians were upon him in a flash, and in quick work, 2 of the assassins were struck down. Shadow elves in my holy hall! Kill them all! Fadis pulled Valrin into the ale room. We have to get out now. This is our only chance. Valrin shook his head as a figure rushed into the room behind Fadis. He was tall and wore a suit of dark brown and red leather. He held a jagged blade that was glowing green. I was told to give you word, the assassin said in a muffled voice. You know of another shadow elf. He was given wisdom of the maelstrom from our captured master. You should make your way to the lower levels and escape. I will attempt to slay this beast. Stormborn, seek out the shadow elves, known as the very gamblers of Ecklo in your travels. Now that we have been watching, as the gods would wish us to say, you are not alone. In a flash of flame and magic, the shadow elf rushed back into the room and jumped upon the Barb King's guards. Valrin and Fadis carefully made their way out of the room and began to run for the far wall. There was a door ahead. We go for that, Fadis shouted. Valrin ran just behind the ranger, trying to keep up as he sprinted to the door. Slave! A voice shouted. It was the kitchen slave master, the one who had taken them before. Fadis pushed open the door and they entered into the hallway. They looked left and then right. There seemed to be a stairwell leading down. This way! Fadis shouted. As they began to run, they heard the slave master again. Come here now, he shouted. They turned to see the dwarf approaching with his whip. Fadis pushed Valrin away and ran forward. The man slapped his whip along Fadis's arm, pulling him to the ground. I will stomp the escape right out of you. Our king is in danger, and you flee. You move against us, and you will be taken down. I have been more than clear in our rules. Fadis pushed himself up. He grabbed the whip on his arm and pulled forward, throwing the dwarf off balance. A moment later, Fadis drove the small fillet knife into the dwarf's neck. The dwarf gargled on a stream of blood, and then collapsed. My work is done. He spat on the dwarf and grabbed Valrin. Let's go! They were running again. The stairwell took them down into another hallway. As they reached the corridor, another door opened and several armored dwarves stared at them, particularly Fadis, who was covered in blood. Murdering slaves! Get them! They were running again, but the next passage down had more dwarves ascending. Bells rang in the distance, and their escape was not getting any easier. They sprinted, moving quicker than their pursuers and reaching another door. They pushed it open and found an exposed balcony. Fadis ran to it and looked over. There is a way further down. Valrin looked over the edge as the dwarves closed in. They had no time to think. They went over the side, and Fadis landed first with a roll. Valrin was not so graceful and stumbled his landing, collapsing. Fadis pulled him up. They could see the water below them, but they would need to keep moving down. It appeared that there was a stairwell not too far away that, while open to the shifting winds of the maelstrom beneath, would work for them to keep moving down. Are you sure you can trust that shadow elf? Valrin asked. No, but we have little choice at this point. I just hope that maelstrom is not just another trap. They ran into the corridor attached to the hallway and began to run when the doors on either side of the hall opened, revealing 2 large groups of at least 20 Barb guardians in full armor. Caught the murderous ones at last. You 2 are not normal. You 2 are not as depressed as the others. Perhaps you are the ones Rugok told us of. The boy captain in his ship? Fadis put Valrin behind him. But it was no good. The door to the stairwell they needed was beyond them, and behind one of the groups of dwarves. On either side, a slow approaching capture was inevitable. The one speaking removed his helmet. It was the one from before, Nirot. Know that the attackers are dead. Your assassins failed. We captured the first one, that Adonus, without so much as a struggle. No, our poison worked just as needed. He was unable to resist the powers of our god.
He was drawn, pulled by what he didn't understand, leading him eventually back here. Whatever gods you think are helping you are false beliefs. Adonus was going to be drawn here the entire time, and now he will serve our king in our king's ship. But do not worry. You will not live to see those times.
They were closing in, walking slower than they were before, hoping to turn Fadis and Valrin into squeamish rabbits attempting to escape a trap. There was an end table nearby. Fadis lifted it and threw it at the dwarves. They stumbled over it and laughed.
You afraid of a fair fight, dwarves? Fadis asked. It is never fair when a dwarf fights a mere human.
About that time, the door beyond the dwarves blocking their way opened. More dwarves approached. There were around 10 of them, and they too were armoured. Except they were not dwarves of Gurren-Dothrak.
What goes on here?
A familiar voice asked.
Hammer Song, go back to the hall and await our announcement that the intruders are dealt with. These two work with the assassins. These two slaves threatened our king.
The Hammersong removed his helmet. It was Nurakas.
That bastard is not my king, nor are any of the poor miscreant excuses of dwarven folly my brother Hammersong's.
The Hammersongs brandished their hammers. The runes upon the hammers' heads brimmed to life with a slight nod. The nearest dwarves to them fled around Fadis and Valrin, joining Nirot and the others.
This is not fair, for you dwarves to die with such terrible odds as this, Nirot said. I've nearly 50 of my Hammersongs. You have only 10 of your Haradar rabble.
Nurakas laughed and replaced his helmet.
You make sense for once, Nirot. Rhoda,
he said with a summoning voice.
Yes, master,
Rhoda said.
Stay back. We want a fair fight with these bastards. I don't want anyone claiming that we use too many of our brothers against these fools of the sea.
Right away, master. Rhoda motioned for Fadis and Valrin. They ran past Nurakas and the others. Nurakas grabbed Valrin.
Stormborn, I came to determine what my fellow dwarves were doing. Now I am ashamed. I will deal with this rabble, and if I can, I will attempt to help you with the Barb King. He has escaped, and with him went a large fleet of ships. Head below and find a way to get to your ship.
Valrin nodded, and Rhoda opened the door for them to descend down. Rhoda handed them small axes.
Just in case you need them. Now hurry!
They began down the stairwell and ran with the sounds of thunderous clamour behind them. The rocks around them shook with the pounding of the Hammersong's weapons. They continued down and around until they were beneath the city itself and entered into a layer of fog. Keep your hands on the wall so you do not fall, Fadis said. Valrin struggled to keep up and not trip as they journeyed down. Eventually, they were well below the fog, and they could see the sea beneath them. The maelstrom was no mere maelstrom, but a toothed beast with its mouth ajar and seemingly sleeping beneath it. A path led to the water's edge. They made their way as quickly as they could and noticed that a massive fleet was pulling out at the far side of the harbour. There were hundreds of vessels, and to Valrin's terror, one realm ship.
What do we do?
Valrin asked. Fadis looked around and scanned the ocean around them. Valrin walked to the opposite edge, and then looked back up the way they had come. The fight still continued, not that he could actually hear it, but the rocks of the corridor were beginning to crack from the battle itself. The Hammersongs, he said to Fadis. Fadis smiled. I would hate to piss them off. As the last of the ships departed the harbour, Valrin suddenly spotted glowing glacial sharks at the edge of the platform. Then, his realm ship, with all of the crew he had come with.
Come now,
Evan shouted. As the ship slowed, Fadis and Valrin jumped on.
Follow them,
Valrin said. Rhoda turned the wheel, and the ship lurched forward. As they passed around the edge of the sleeping beast, Valrin looked into its gaping maw, just above the surface of the water. Be happy we don't have to deal with that, Bray said. He embraced her. I can't believe we escaped that. She smiled. I'm happy we did. All of us? Valrin noticed the many sickly-looking elves and females of his own race. Slaves? Worse, I think. Avian bowed to him. Stormborn. A path would take us west. I have seen.
We must go to a hidden place, another realm, a place called Erlas. That is why he needed this ship, Evan said. He sought passage into a protected realm. So Adonus, is he dead? Rotho asked. He is captured. His hand and his amulet was smashed into the ship. The Lich and Rugog are with the Barb King. Rugog was dead, Rotho said. No one could have survived that explosion. He was resurrected, Thetis confirmed. I would not believe it if I had not seen it. They moved away from beneath the city and came to a series of barrier islands on the west side. We cannot take these ill women into battle, Evan said. As they came along the shores, Evan went to the railings as several men and women looked on from the shore. Your slavers have departed. We recommend you all to do the same. Come, take these we have aboard this ship, and take whatever vessels you can and head south. This may be your only time to escape this place. The slaves seemed reluctant at first, but one by one they came aboard the ship, and the sleeping slaves were removed. As the last of them were taken off the ship, they began away from the shore with haste. Bray was staring at the island as they pulled away. A better fate than going with us, Evan told her. The ship pulled away from the horror that was Gurundothrak, for good, and they soon gained on the fleet itself. How did you escape, Valrin? Evan asked. Shadow Elves attacked the king, giving us enough distraction. Who contacted them? I thought the one I had met was a rogue like myself. I don't know, Valrin said, shaking his head. But they said to seek out the Veric gamblers of Ecklo at some point. Those bastards? Well, that is an adventure for another day, Captain. Evan smiled. If this Barb King goes to Erlas, I dare say he goes with goodwill. There was a sudden gust of wind in their sails. The ship lurched forward as a rolling fog overtook the Dwarven Fleet. Dim sends his blessings, Avium said, now standing next to them. He veils our path and speeds our ship along. It is what we will do when we meet the other ships that worries me, said Rotho. We are but one ship. Not exactly, Valrin said. He went to the standing orb on the ship. The ancestors. They can help us. They must help us. Part 6. Realms. It had been a few hours. Valrin had taken the helm for the past hour, and as they moved ahead of the Dwarven Fleet, safe from their view with the veil of the fog around them, Rotho studied the writings of the shipwrights to determine the way for the ship to do as its name indicated, to breach the actual realms and go unto another. This place we go to, Thetis said. This realm of Erlas. What is it? A protected realm, Avium said. In this case, by the text back at the Temple of Swea, Erlas was a realm of elves who fought in the wars long ago. Some of them were known as Blades, the most deadliest swordsmen of all the elves of old. They, in legend, were awarded a self-realm from the rest of the world. It is said the Dwemer destroyed their homeland long ago, back before the glacial seas. Their land is a hint of the world before, and though they can leave their land, it is safe, ordained, protected by the ascended Dwemer. Except when they created ships that could pierce such a realm, Evan said. Why create such a device? When they could not master the science to ascend to the realms of gods, they tried to force their way. Many attempted, but eventually it was abandoned. Rather than scrap their technology, they repurposed the ships to guard their holy places. In time, all of that was for naught, but now there is a reason. All of this prophecy of the north and darkness, it is bleak, Valrin said. I just hope I can do something. Stormborn, you can and you will, Avium said. I will help you. Valrin flipped the crystal to bring up the map. They were south of Corson. The fogs were between them and the city, and the wind shifted in the sails. He turned north, allowing the wind to once again fill the sails. The fogs were vanishing, and the might of the Dwarven battle fleet was laid bare to them. The massive armada was anchored, and the realm ship of the Barb King was moving further west. Valerin, I think I know the positioning for the crystals to enter the realm, but I don't know where it is. And I'm not sure if I did, I could actually get the ship to do it. If this ship has any more speed, give it, Vedis suggested. He strung his bow and went to the deck of the ship. He set an arrow to the string and released it. The arrow flew forward, propelled further by the favorable winds, but it was still out of range of the other realm ship. Rordo stood near Valrin and closed the book. This is it, he said. If we can stop them now, we will have no need for moving into the realms. Words! Get words up now! Shouted Evan. Valrin turned his glance right, as several arcing bolts fired from the Dwarven Fleet sped toward them. Evan, Bray, and Avium were on the side of the ship casting layers of protective magic, just in time to deflect several off of them. Damn! They're firing again, Vedis said. Another volley struck, but most fell short. They did not expect the need to follow the master. They pull anchor and attempt to close the distance. The same wind favouring us will favour them, Rordo said. They were gaining on the other vessel as the Dwarven Fleet pursued them. Vedis squinted and pointed. They have massive barrels on that ship. Barrels? It is the poison. They do not need this armada to destroy the elves. They just need the poison. Well, the armada is closing on us, Bray shouted. Another volley of bolts struck their wards, and one broke through, smashing into the side of the ship. We're taking on water, Rordo shouted. Valrin looked for the shipwright's assistants, the turtles that had repaired the ship before. Immediately they appeared, rolling into position near the breach. They went to work with their crystals, spinning, fusing the woods and patching the ship. When did we get those? Rordo asked. They are amazing. Back when I went adventuring alone, but they worked well to patch the ship before anyone noticed back at Evans Island. I knew the ship had to be damaged, Rordo said. The assistants rolled back into their balls and went back to the rear of the ship. Evan now stood on the far back of the vessel. His ward was large, but it seemed unstable compared to Avium's. The night was falling quickly, and it seemed that the Barb King's vessel was beginning to circle. What are they doing? Vedis asked. Maybe they cannot open the way? Perhaps they don't know how? Bray asked. That is likely, considering we barely know how. The ship seemed to slow and then stop. Valrin was gaining rapidly on them now. It was then the sails of the ship he was pursuing began to glow. Incoming fire! Valrin shouted. A blast of red flames shot toward them in a spinning wall of fire, striking the ship. Bray, Avium, and Evan returned fire with their own spells, and a series of purple orbs screamed over them. Bane shots, Evan said. If it strikes you, it saps your magic. Valrin turned the ship a hard left, angling for his own attack. He twisted the crystals and released a series of white blasts that screamed across the water, covering the opposing ship. He could see many of the dwarves on the other ship were now convulsing. Avium jumped toward the left side of the ship and cast another ward up as several flaming bolts flew toward them. They are cornering us, Valrin, Rordo shouted. Now, summon the ancestors! Valrin gave the wheel over to Rordo and went to the orb on the deck. He placed his hands on it. Speaker of Arik, hear my call. Come to my aid this dark night upon the glacial seas. Come with the fury of the fleet to support the realm ship of the sea peoples and the Dwemhar. A blue bolt of lightning shot out in all directions, and the winds died completely. A storm rolled in out of a clear night sky from all directions. The sea began to toss and churn wildly. A horn called out unlike any aboard the ship had ever heard. From the orb itself came several sparks that shot up like a wall over the deck of the ship, in a line going north and south. There was another horn sound, this one like it was on top of the other. From the wall of sparks came the ships of Arik, and the Dwarven Fleet fired their fiery bolts in the largest volley yet. A blast of white energy shot from the massive fleet of Arik, and while multiple ships of their own burst into flames from the Dwarven attack, the dwarves suffered as well. Rordo turned them back towards the Barb King's vessel. He tries to flee. The ship was heading back west, and there was a sudden bright flash in front of the ship. A spinning vortex of white and black appeared, and the ship entered it and vanished. They have pierced the realms, Evan yelled. Valrin now! We must follow them immediately!
Rother bent down to the crystals and glanced back at his book.
Okay, it's done. Now just do it.
Do what? Valrin said.
Grab the wheel,
Bray suggested. Valrin did so, but nothing happened. He gripped one of the crystals and twisted it slightly. Nothing. He could feel the power growing in the ship. His heart began to pound, and he felt like he couldn't catch his breath. Suddenly, his eye caught sight of the center mast where his amulet was placed. He could see it shining a golden hue. He ran to the mast and placed his hand on it, closing his eyes. There was a flash, and he opened his eyes as the portal just as before he had seen the other ship pass into swallowed the ship. There was a moment of breathlessness, of absolute stillness. Valrin glanced around at blackness and starlight surrounding them. A second later, bright sunlight and the sudden splash of the ship striking the water blinded his eyes. He shook his head to clear his vision, and he saw a massive forest and a green hue in the air. They were in a bay of some kind, with a large river ahead of them. There was a massive tree in the distance, and several structures crumbled around them. The dead were everywhere. Elves crawled over each other along the shoreline, coughing and gasping as they began to seize and fall to the ground. There was something else. A dwarf with a staff pulled the dead back to life.
Irikal!
Evan shouted. They entered the river passage, and Evan jumped from the ship and onto the shoreline. He sprinted toward the Lich, who sent a blast of necromantic magic his way. Bray disembarked to follow, seeing a large contingent of dwarves swarming the woods and coming behind Evan. They disappeared from immediate view, but Valrin spotted several blasts of magic and explosions of wood and rock. It was then several massive trees fell, blocking the river path. Fadis looked up, his bowstring at cheek as he fired an arrow and then drew his sword. Elves boarded the ship. They were faster than Valrin had ever seen. 3 of them were upon Fadis and quickly knocked him from the ship. Rother moved forward and engaged one of them, as Avium sent a blast of magic at another, sending them flying off the ship. A moment later, a blast of magic flew her way from a figure on the coast. It was a female, and she was headed towards them with a glowing staff. Fadis was now on the ground with 2 elves chasing him. He parried and ducked behind trees, but the 2 attacking him were relentless. Valrin knew the ship was of no use, and Rother still engaged the elf on the ship. Valrin drew his blade and jumped onto the shore to help Fadis. One of the elves had its back turned. He spun his blade in a taunting fashion, and Valrin ran for him, lifting his sword to strike. No more than a snap of a twig caused the elf to catch wind of him, but that was all that was needed for Valrin to be knocked off his feet and flying backward. Valrin looked up to see Rother was forced down on the ship. Fadis ran to strike the elf now coming for Valrin. The elf turned, parrying the ranger's sword and drawing a second blade in an arcing slash, forcing Fadis back. It seemed the elf who had faced Rother was not finishing him off, but instead stood on the railings of the ship, his blade held behind him as he stared toward Valrin. The dual blade-wielding elf came at him again. Valrin tried to parry, but the quick slashes of his opponent knocked his sword from his hand. He fell back again and saw the elf mid-air above him. The blades were like the fangs of a spider coming at his head for the final strike, when a staunch voice shouted out, "No! Stop!" The elf drove its blades into the ground at either side of Valrin's head. Valrin stared up at what would have been his killer. The curved ears and slightly long hair, the face veiled behind a cloth meant to block out the poison. He then looked at the 2 swords and the slight red glow to the blades. The elf stood up, ripping his swords from the ground and sheathing them. Fadis too had been spared at that moment, but he kept his sword up. The other elf they were fighting now sheathed its blade and walked over to Valrin. The voice that had called him to stop was the elf who had faced Rother. He jumped to the shore, and behind him came a female, garbed from head to toe, holding a staff aflame with magic. Avium walked with her. "You!" the obviously older elf said, pointing at him. Valrin tried to catch his breath but could not. The poison from the area had dissipated, and the approaching elf removed his own face covering. I know you, Valrin said. You are the boy of eels from Trava, the elf said. Yes, I am. You were the swordsman, the one with the boys my age, or so you said. I am. Tell me quickly, why do you attack us here? How have you come to this realm? We do not attack you, Valrin said. I followed the Barb King, a dwarf. He intends to destroy this realm with poison. He travelled up the river, but to where? I don't know. The capital city is there, and from what I've seen of the poison already, its results are absolute. I am Jarlin, and this is my wife, Archon of Erlas, Iluri. He helped Valrin to his feet. About that time, Evan and Bray returned. Avium approached from the ship. Iroquois has escaped, Bray said. They go toward a massive tree in the center of the lake. There are elven vessels slowing its approach, but they are burning as quickly as they come. We must get to that ship with our own and stop them. I agree, Jarlin said. My wife and I can assist you. As they walked back toward the realm ship, Jarlin stopped and embraced the other two elves. Go back to our home. Protect them. If we fail, you know how to get out, he said to the first one. The other elf drew his blade. Father, I cannot just wait while you and Mother go to fight. Let us help you. We bested these people easily enough. Let us help you. Master Rooks and the other blades will help us. You protect your brother and sister. They are too young to be left alone if the dwarves come back. Father, they hate us. We will show the purebloods that we... Keelan, you do not need to show anyone anything. Remember, if times become dark, your most important allies are those you love and your blades. Go. Both you and Taslan. Watch over Calic and Allery. Your mother and I can handle this. The elf known as Keelan did not seem too happy by his father's words, but he and the other one made the quick journey back across the river and disappeared into the forest. As Jarlin and Allori boarded the ship with the others, Valrin went to the helm and used the ship's powers to burn away the trees blocking their path. The elves were surprised by the power of the ship. Amazing, Jarlin said. This is the last bit of our toils. We must pray the gods are with us. I do fear we are getting far from their grace here. The ship lurched forward. Valrin guided it upriver, where more elves lay dead along the shore. As they broke into open water upon the lake, they followed the trail of broken and burning vessels. The Barb King was ahead, and had reached an inlet of sorts. Even from afar they could see the flashes of elven swords as the blades of Erlas, the swordsman of the elves, fought the dwarves for control of the shore. It seemed Iroquois floated above the water a good distance away. He held his staff below him, and he neared the edge of the shoreline. He brought an army of undead elves to battle, striking the flank of the larger elven forces. Valrin could see that there were few dwarves on the actual realm ship, but that most of the poison had been rolled onto the shore. The Barb King had formed a shield wall to protect the poison being left on the shore, and the undead army was meant to cover their retreat from the realm. Avium closed her eyes and touched Valrin. Destroy the Barb King, and do not wait for me. There was a flash of light, and then an explosion of dust amongst the undead army. Where did she go? Shouted Bray. Flashes of white and undead flew in all directions as the daughter of Lorlam drew all those attacking the elves on herself. She was in the middle of the undead. Blasts of fire, ice, and bolts of raw energy decimated the lines of Iroquois summonings, but there were still hundreds swarming around her. Valrin could see Adonus and the Barb King's ship, his hands still smashed into the center mast, and with no signs of life. Valrin brought his ship alongside the other realm ship as the Barb King returned to his vessel. Foolish boy, I am Stormborn. You will not live another day. You will all die. The massive dwarf ran forward, jumping onto Valrin's ship. Jarlin and Allori engaged him, and Bray let out a burst of icy magic, attempting to slow him. The dwarf barreled through the spells and knocked the elven blade Jarlin away. Rother rushed forward and locked axes with the Barb King. You fight on the wrong side, dwarf, the Barb King laughed. I am the god of all. I am Stormborn. Vadis pulled back an arrow, sending it into the Barb King's back. "Fuck you!" The enraged dwarf swung his axe around, striking the railings and shattering the wood. The arrow distracted him for a moment as he grabbed at it and broke off the bloody shaft. Vadis rolled backward and drew his blade. In a sprint forward, he joined the others in a combined assault, striking the dwarf. "Irikau!" he shouted out. The Lich had been attempting to attack Avium, to no avail. He returned to the entwined ships, but Evan was on him. The Shadow Elf jumped at his foe, swinging his staff with a blast of green that entwined the Lich. "Go, Rasi!" The snake shot out from his robes and bit the dwarf over and over. Irikau fell and convulsed as his skin, at least what remained in this almost already dead form, bubbled with poison. Evan shoved his staff into the Lich's mouth, and with a twist, blasted the head off Irikau, finishing the Lich completely. "You will not touch the holy sanctum of Varika again, you beast!" The Barb King let out a shrill yell and jumped to his ship. The others followed, just for him to make a swiping swing, sending all of them flying back. Evan jumped at him and landed a smite of his staff on the dwarf's back, just to be grabbed and thrown across the ships. "The undead will continue to feed on the poison, and any still within these woods will be devoured in time. I must only finish this now." Valrin knew when the dwarf turned to run toward the helm what he was going to do. The controls to blast the poison were there. He was going to use the ship. Valrin drew his blade. "Barb King," he shouted, standing on the railings. "I am the Stormborn, protector of the oceans and realm of Miras. I will destroy you." Valrin jumped to the other ship, slashing his blade at his opponent, who did not expect the sudden attack, taking the entire edge of Valrin's sword across his face. Blood poured from the slash, and he grabbed his mouth as he fumbled with the crystals, still trying to ignite the poison. Rortho jumped aboard the ship, and then the Barb King managed to pull one of the crystals, but not the correct one. A golden orb of light surrounded the ship. Those aboard Valrin's ship attempted to enter it, but they could not get into the protective shield. Rortho gripped his axe and moved along the middle deck. Valrin held out his blade as the Barb King walked down toward Rortho. "No more games, and no more help from your friends." Valrin jumped from the helm down to the lower deck and slashed again, but this time the dwarf parried and punched him in the face, throwing him across the deck. He looked up to see the form of the dwarf nearly upon him, when Rortho swung, just missing Valrin and striking the Barb King center chest. Blood and tissue sprayed onto Valrin's face, and the Barb King yelled and gripped the wound, falling to his knees. "For the hammer songs and all dwarves of honor," Rortho shouted. But as Rortho went for the finishing blow on the Barb King, Valrin noticed a slight smile on the old dwarf's face. The many barbs that lined his armor suddenly grew in length, piercing Rortho in his chest and neck. Bright red blood began to seep from the wounds, and Rortho fell backward and collapsed. Valrin pushed himself up and reached for the nearest weapon he could find, Rortho's axe. It was heavy, but he tried to lift it up. On the outside of the ship's shield, Bray, Evan, and Iluri attempted to blast their way into the shield, but Valrin didn't expect them to be able to reach him. He thought of running back, dropping the axe and making his way to the crystal to disable it. Perhaps he could do it and get their assistance. "Come now, Stormborn. If you are truly that, you can defeat the God King of the glacial seas." Valrin lifted the axe up. It was getting heavier at every passing moment, but he had to strike. He ran forward, lifting the axe above his head and swinging for the Barb King, only to have the axe caught by his opponent mid-air. He let go and grabbed for his sword, rolling back against where Adonus was. He looked at Adonus, the one who had found him on the island of Trava, the one who had taught him about sailing in the stars. Adonus was still alive, but he looked closer to death than ever before. The Barb King laughed and grabbed hold of Valrin's head, ignoring Valrin's attempts to cut into his hands. Valrin dropped his swords and began to scream as he was lifted higher into the sky. "Stormborn, you have failed!" Valrin gripped the dwarf's hands, trying to pry them off him, and suddenly there was a splash of blood that shot up into his view. Valrin was falling,
and rolled to the ground. He looked up to see Adonus had brandished his sword and thrust it into the neck of the Barb King. The proud dwarf collapsed as blood bubbled out of the wound. With a few last convulsions, the Barb King was dead. Valrin coughed, still trying to breathe, and crawled to Adonus. "Vals, you did it. You stopped him," Adonus whispered. "No, you did. You killed the Barb King." Adonus smiled. "I did. I also got my ship, as much as it was ever meant for me to feel. Rother would say my ship needs a name. Ayla, for an elf I saw once. She was beautiful." He smiled. "But it is too late for that now." He gripped Valrin with his one arm. "It is time for me to die, as I should have before. Goodbye, my friend." Adonus' head fell to the side, and the golden shield protecting the ship dissipated. "Adonus!" Valrin shouted. Bray was the first to reach Valrin, gripping him from behind. "We have to go! Now!" She paused for a moment, staring at Adonus. She realized he had died. Tears welled in her own eyes, and she struggled to breathe. "Quickly, to the vessel!" Evan said. "Now!" Thaddeus was at Rordo's side. "He's still alive. We need to get him off this ship." Valrin looked up. The undead were swarming the shoreline, and the poison was now a massive green cloud surrounded by a shimmer of white. Avium was high in the sky and glowing like the sun above her. "What is going on?" Valrin asked. "When you were trapped on the ship, one of the dwarves managed to release the poison. Avium has shielded it, but we must open the path to our realm and remove it from this one. We can release it in our realm to drift off within the seas, but if it remains here, we have failed, for it will simply spread through the trees and destroy all life." Valrin grabbed his sword and touched Adonus' head one last time. "Be at peace." Jumping back to his ship, he looked to the two elves who had come with them. "Thank you, Valerin," Jarlin said to him. "Surely the gods are with you, and with all of us this day." The two of them jumped to the other realm ship and joined the other elves as they killed the remaining undead. Evan held Irakal's staff with his own and smiled at Valrin. "A souvenir and something to remember that fool by." Valrin turned the ship and then did his best to remember the exact positioning Rordo had used before. He closed his eyes, feeling the positioning until he could feel the ship itself around him, his heart thudding at an even pace. He opened his eyes and ran to the center mast. It was then Avium floated down and grasped the mast of the ship, still holding the horrid poisons of the dwarves within her protective spell. In a flash, the portal opened, and they were in darkness. But it was different this time. Those around Valrin had stopped moving. They were no longer flowing through the void between the realms, but instead, the others on the ship faded away. A figure appeared in a hazy vision before him.
"This is my lands,"
the figure said. "What?" This are my lands. These are my lands, the Erlas woodlands." "Your speech," said Valrin. "It is strange. When I am attempting to talk without a clear focus of my powers, that can happen. I feel I am okay now. It is easier between realms than it is within my own." "Who are you?" The figure smiled. "I am whatever is believed by those of Erlas to be true. Many know me as a shaman, but I am much more powerful than that. My name is Ayuir. I guard the future as you defend it here today. The dark happenings will not be known by those who witnessed them within the realm. Those who have died cannot be brought back, for I do not have the power to defeat death. The one who does has spared these events. The one of death. The one called Vanku, the bringer of future darkness. He wished to use this Barb King in another way, but his methods of manipulation are poor. The prophecy of the glacial seas and the one who will release the darkness will come to pass in time.
but of how this will come about is still unclear. I will heal the trees, restore the rivers, and return the broken ruins and ships to their original elements. The river will hide the bodies of the dead, and it will be believed by those who remain in Erlas that a sudden sickness came upon them. None shall know of you, and none must ever know that you are here. Know that I take great risk in doing this, but such it must be for future events to come to pass. I do not understand, Valrin said as he walked toward the figure. You will await the arrival of those of Erlas. It is not yet time. The will of the great poet has not come to pass, but soon, very soon in their lives, they will be sent upon the oceans to Corson. You have many years before this, but once your amulet shines brightly and falls from the wood, it is in this moment you will know it is time. Your crew will know of these terms, for I speak to them as I speak to you, save one who is aboard the ship, for he is too far away from the living realm. Go now, Stormborn. There was a flash of light, and Valrin looked up to see a starry sky with the polar light shining in a ribbon of red above them. Avium shouted, and as the poison was pulled fully into the realm of the living, she released it upward. A sharp wind blew upon them, and the poison was blown away, having never killed the thousands it was meant to kill. Avium fell to the deck, completely weak. Evan went to her as Fadis stroked Rordo's chest. He isn't breathing, Fadis told them. Valrin went back to the helm and fought back tears as he turned the ship back east. There were no signs of the Dwarven Fleet, and the fleet of Arak had vanished. Valrin wasn't sure if they could be summoned again, but for the moment, he didn't care. He would sail to Corson. Rordo's cousin should know of his death, and Valrin sought to be free of the ocean for a while. It felt like a few moments, but they sailed into the port of Corson with a Dwarven vessel just behind them. Fadis was alarmed at first, but then he lowered his bow. That is the same ship the hammer songs at Sweer had, he told them. They pulled into the port of Corson and docked with a hammer-song vessel. Nurakas and the others with him knelt as Fadis and Evan carried Rordo from their ship to the dock. In a procession, they went toward the spitting crabfish. An emotional Eurus rushed everyone out of the inn. There was silence as they simply stared at the body of Rordo they had laid on the actual bar of the inn. It is the closest to Harada and a homeland that he can get, Eurus said. He died defeating the Barb King in combat. He landed one of the last strikes, Valrin said, and he saved my life. Eurus choked back tears and laughed. Good. He would have wanted to die like that. He began to cry, and Nurakas knelt before him. Your cousin has served us with a great sacrifice, and I would like to return him to Harada, to receive a proper Dwarven memorial in his honour. I came to these seas to seek out the truth, and of the many dwarves I met, this was one of the last, who I could feel the vigour of our dwarf god Thraka within. Eurus nodded quickly. Aye, I am honoured by this, and he would have loved to be thought of as such. Then we will make preparations for the journey, and leave immediately. In the coming night, Valrin lay down and went to sleep. When he awoke from his slumber, he ran downstairs to the inn to find only his crew awaiting him. 4 days, Captain? Ray said. What? You slept for a long time, Evan said. I guess it is well deserved. Where are the others? The dwarves departed. They took Rordo for his last rites in the lands to the south. Valrin walked up to the table the others were seated around and grabbed a piece of bread from the center. He told us to lock the inn when we leave, Ray said. I figured you might want to stay a bit longer after so much time on the sea. Valrin ate the bread and then sighed. He went to the door and opened it. The others followed him. Standing on the shoreline, looking past his ship at dock and to a rising sun, he took a deep breath. I think it has been by far enough time we've been on this rock. Let us get back to sea. We're ready, Captain, Bray said, embracing him. Fadis walked past him to follow Bray,
An avian went as well. Evan was the last to go past him.
He turned and looked at the inn, and remembered the soothsayer's words. In his heart, he felt it would be many years before he was needed again here.
But there were still many upon the sea who would need him. He smiled and went to the ship.
As they began away from the city, the winds pushed them south, and as the sun rose a bit higher, he thought of Adonus. I think I figured out a name for the ship. They turned to look at him. He smiled. The Ayla Sunrise.
Ayla Sunrise?
That's a strange name, Ray said. Named after an elf Adonus once saw, and said was beautiful. One of the last words he spoke to me was that he wished he could have named his ship after her. I'll do it for him. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be standing here with each of you. It is the least I can do in his honor.
The Ayla Sunrise, Evan said. It could be worse.
As Valrin smiled again, thinking of the name of his ship, Vadis joined him at the helm. I think it is time we go south. South? Yes. I have a son who needs his father. I think I have long paid for my folly. If we can, I would like to try and find him. Valrin nodded and brought up the map. The ship of the glacial seas was headed south, at least for now. The Stormborn would be called upon again, and in that time, Valrin would surely answer.
This has been Elfbane, A Tale of the Dwemhar, Stormborn Saga Book 3, written by J.T. Williams, narrated by Nick Denton, copyright 2017 by J.T. Williams, production copyright by J.T. Williams.